One, two, three. I will sing of your unfailing love forever. Age on age, faithfulness proclaim. I will declare your love is built to last forever. Your faithfulness founded firm above. Oh, your faithfulness founded firm above. I have made a covenant with my chosen, given my servant my word. I have made your name to last forever, made your throne to endure the end of time, made your throne to endure the end of time. The assembly of the holy ones applaud you. You're more awesome, Lord, than anyone around. Oh Lord God Almighty, who is like you? Oh Most High, your faithfulness abounds. Oh Most High, your faithfulness abounds. He will cry to me, my Father, my God, for I appoint him my firstborn son. And I cannot take back my given promise. I have chosen him to shine like the sun. Oh, I've chosen him to shine like the sun. I have made a covenant with my chosen, given my servant my word. I have not take back my given promise. I have chosen him to shine like the sun. Oh, I've chosen him to shine like the sun. Oh, I've chosen him to shine like the sun.
Everything's running slow tonight. Hello, everybody. Hope y'all were able to rejoice in this day. Every day is a blessing. Hey, White Light, Dee, Cheryl. Yes, I'm doing that. Jen, it's good to see all y'all. Rock steady. Who else we got? Scrubbing. George, Daniel, good to see you. Can y'all hear me? Hey, Matt, good to see you. We will surprise you. So, how was y'all's day? Oh, come on, Dee. I'm ready for you to come to Texas. Oh, my goodness. That would be a blast. Steve, good to see you. So, that song was by Bruce Levering. I'm going to drop his link. He doesn't have very many subs, but he was recommended by Tate last night, and that song was Forever. That was inspired by Psalms 89. And I just started listening to some of his songs, and I was like, he's not too bad. Get the link. Oh, you know him, Matt? See? Okay, why aren't we typing? Come on. I'm telling you, the keys are just being slow. I got you what? Just 1 second. Oh, come on. See? Didn't put the space. There we go. Hey, Gigi. Oh, no. Where's Watt? How are you?
It's too much wattage for one broadcast. It couldn't handle it. I had to drop about 1,000 watts to come up.
1,000. Yes, I can see you, Gigi. You're not invisible yet. Oh my goodness. And my daughter's calling me. Okay. She's on her e-bike and okay, she hung up. Maybe if she calls back again, I gotta answer.
All right, that's fine. Sure, I can think of something.
Okay, thank you. Citizen Soldier, good to see you. Get that for you. Oh, so last night we watched The Passion of the Christ. Is that correct? The name?
Yeah, that was the name of it.
And that's the first time I had seen it. And so it's a hard to watch because of everything that he goes through, but it was so much. Okay, D, gotcha.
Oh yeah, and it just, I mean, it just as much as the imagery and the stuff that was shown in there, as much as that did, I mean, it still really don't do it justice, you know.
Right?
But yeah, I mean, it's Mel Gibson.
Mhm.
Yeah, he did a really good job putting that movie together. I think. Um,
I think so too. I did not know that. Um, oh, I could be wrong on the names. You know me and names. Was it Caesar?
the Emperor at the time.
Yes. I know one was Herod, but the other one,
Well, the
maybe,
ones, the main one, the bald headed guy, the Roman guy, he was like a, I guess he
yes,
was like a Roman general or a commander. He was kind of over that particular district of the world as far as
Pilate.
the Roman Empire went.
Thank you, Gigi. Yes, Pilate. I didn't
Yeah,
realize that he had given, he kept trying to persuade them not to do anything to him. That
yeah,
they were trying to, hey X, good to see you. I need to sleep. Dorinda, Tate, there's Tate. Um, so I thought that was pretty interesting. Even giving him to Herod, who hated him, and he still gave him back. And
as much as a goofball and mess up that he was, yeah, gave it back.
yes, and still trying to save him. And it was the priests that just kept on crucifying. And the things that stood out to me the most, and I know it probably wasn't with everybody because we all see things with different eyes. Hey, Monty, good to see you.
That's true.
Um, was the um, well, of course, Mother Mary. that that was when she said, "Blood of my blood, son of my loins." You know, she's just dying inside. But then the other Mary, no words even had to be spoken when their eyes locked with each other. It's like they were speaking without words. It you
Yeah,
could just see it. That that they really caught well. And then when he was on the cross and he said, "If you only love those that love you, what reward is there in that?"
yeah, that's true. Very true.
And that his suffering, watching that, I'm thinking no amount of suffering that I think I've had can compare to what he went through. It's in every way, the betrayal, the denying him, the
Yeah, everything.
besides the physical, yes.
Yeah, the mental and the spiritual toll that takes. The body is just fleshly and temporary. That's a lot of times we feel our pain first there because that's where pain enters. Unless it's a visual or a spiritual pain, that enters differently.
Yeah. And we talk about church, and that's I had someone call me yesterday telling me, please come to church, please come to church. And he kept on. And, but his thing is, you have to be in the church. And it's not that he's living a pure life, for sure. It's very hard to do that. But he doesn't understand that there's several of us here in this community, but even my closest friend, every time we talk, we start talking about God. And that's, to me, that's yep, we are the church. I totally believe that. And since we have been doing that for the past, oh my goodness, years, I've just seen so much more clearly the spiritual side of things, the things that he has shown me. There could never, ever be any doubt.
I know that's right.
And I think that builds us whenever we go through traumas or suffering or anything.
Traumatic.
Yes. That it builds us in ways like I don't know. I've had a really hard time feeling worthy. Even it took me a long time to feel worthy of God. So even to feel worthy of others in ways, it's just been really hard. And so that's, I think all of those things make us look within more also. Like, why am I feeling this way? Or what can I do to fix it?
I think the simple fact that you can ask or even question the level of worthiness or what you have done to be right or wrong. I mean, even being able to have that thought in your mind. I mean, to me, it would think that you mean at least you have someone like that has a conscience. They have an understanding. They want to do better. You know, uh, there's
Yeah,
ways that I fall short every single day. You know what I mean? Little things that I could do. Be a little bit nicer, be a little bit more kinder, understanding. Um,
yeah,
but yeah, it can be tough. Yeah, sometimes the world can get so overbearing. Yeah, I could imagine somebody would question, do they feel worthy? And I hope nobody would ever have that thought. But uh, I'd be lying if I said I didn't ever have that thought at one time. You know, me
right.
myself.
And Indy, thank you for opening that up for us last night. Much appreciated. And I see so much knowledge that I feel really dwarfed. um, it, from you, Life,
Oh, nobody should ever feel dwarfed
from
by anything that I know. It's I don't know. Maybe my height. If you stand beside me, you'll definitely be dwarfed. But knowledge wise, nah. I know what I know, and that's all I know, and that's nothing.
well, and that's it. We all have some gift, not a lot have knowledge, a lot have the ability to research, a lot have the ability to to just bring people together. A lot have the ability to, Annalisa, good to see you, Snooks, to just lift people up whenever they're down, to pray. There's a multitude of ways to contribute to the community without, we're not seeing each other. We're not
Yeah.
physically close. I feel like I'm in the middle of nowhere compared to everybody else, but
All equally just important, like an armor. Your armor is just only as strong as you miss a kink in your armor, then you've got a weak spot. You know what I mean? Everybody, it's like a community, a real community. Everybody has not really a role, but they have a certain talent or a certain niche that they have or like or do,
yeah,
whatever it may be.
he that is in us is greater than he that is in the world. Amen. Some of us repel people. Eh. Dee, that's not true.
Some of us do that on purpose, I think.
Yes,
There was like a time when I had earbuds, but I wasn't listening to no music. I just had them in while I was working because somebody sees you with earbuds, they're less likely to just bother you. You know what I mean? I'm
true.
like, huh. Had them
Amen.
in my ears with no music. Uh,
And that's the first time I saw somebody with a Bluetooth in their ear. Hi, Jordan. Um, they were talking, and I was like, "Excuse me," and
yeah,
they
you thought they were nuts.
didn't look at me, and I was like, "Who are they talking to?" And then when he turned around, I could see this black thing in his ear, and I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
It's like, "Hey, meat puppet." Yeah.
Yeah, I forget when they started circulating in the mid 2000s. But yeah, that was about my encounter with that. Somebody
Yes.
was just yapping away, and I turned around and wasn't nobody there. And then I got up on them, and yeah, like you said, you saw the Bluetooth. And I thought they
Yeah.
were going nuts in the frozen food section. I said, man, let me get the heck out of here. These people's talking to the ice cream cones.
Right.
Man,
And that's, um, I think it was when I was working in the restaurant, actually, was where it happened at. And, you know, so then you're like, when you realize they're on the phone with someone, do you walk away? I've got all these other tables to take care of. Or do you just keep trying to get him to pay attention to you?
oh no, at
And
that point, it's like I don't know.
that's where I think a lot of the disconnection um, kind of started. It, when, well, we've talked about that. When you go out on a date or you have a family gathering and everybody's in their phone, it's just, we shouldn't be that.
Yeah, I see that happening a lot. I mean, just from what I see, I'll be in a setting where I'm like around other people that aren't really, they're just waiting at a time. And I'll look around and everybody's just on their phone. And I'll just watch everybody. It's like as long as I can and just see who's going to be the first one to look up from their phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even sometimes now, if I know where I'm going or I'm not going to be gone for like a long, long time, I'll just leave my phone at the house. I won't even take it with me.
Yeah. There's a lot of times I'll do that. Or, um, if somebody's live, I'll just put it on play when I go out to the garden and just working in the garden.
Yeah, I do that. I do that too. Yeah.
I wanted to see if there was anything that said what the meaning of Satan with the child.
I don't know. I mean, imagine it's a lot of different ways you could go with it. I think somebody else mentioned it last night after we watched the movie, but
Yes.
as I was watching it, my first thought was like uh, I don't know, like a demon seed, or uh, maybe even like I don't know, maybe like a antichrist type level. Um, you know, uh, I don't know, as in something like something going away, something takes its place. Um, a new birth. I don't know. There's a lot of ways you could go with that one. I mean, it definitely wasn't. I guess you could say holy in a way.
No.
I mean,
And
it wasn't pure, I guess.
and you're more on it than I was. I was thinking it was how they can use the children, how
With that too.
Satan can use the children. But
Yeah.
this says the depiction of Satan holding a grotesque demonic child represents the distortion and manipulation of good by evil. The child symbolizes humanity's sinful nature, which is Satan nature nurtures, which Satan nurtures. And this image disappears when Satan is defeated, suggesting he's lost control over humanity.
Huh.
Some interpretations also suggest the demonic baby represents the ID, the primal childlike part of the adult that needs to be suppressed or controlled, symbolizing the repressed rage against the body, particularly the child.
Could
Interesting.
be. As a child, I mean, at certain ages, I mean, you don't feel no pain or nothing. You just, you know, unchecked energy. It's just. So I imagine, yeah. I wonder if anybody's ever asked Mel Gibson, or I'm pretty sure he did in an interview. Somebody somewhere probably asked him what was his intent or what was his purpose. Um, so, I mean, the movies that I've seen he's directed, I mean, are pretty good movies. I mean, even in your low budget movies, I mean, certain things they're put there for a certain reason. They have an intent or a purpose or message they're trying to portray.
Yeah. Hey, Sean, good to see you. Mary, good to see you. Yes, there is a Sugar Land, Texas.
Really,
Yeah,
what is
pretty
that?
sure.
What does that mean?
I don't know. She just said she was asking, and there was a reason.
Huh, Sugarland.
Let me make sure that I'm most positive I've seen
Oh
it.
no, I'm thinking of there was another movie and there was a place called Candyland. No, that was different.
Did I spell it wrong? Yes, I spelled it wrong. Not Sutherland. They're not.
Thought you thought it was SUGA. Put a little sugar on it, baby. A little extra sugar.
Yep, it's 2 words. Sugarland, Texas.
Hmm. Sounds like a ranch, like Sugarland Ranch or something.
Yeah, it's close to Houston. I knew that. 9-foot gold walking statue there. I don't know, Mary. I'll have to look into that.
Hmm.
I know that they've been putting up
That
things into
watermelons on the vine. Hmm.
9-foot.
Sorry, I yield.
You're fine.
Got some watermelons going. They're doing pretty good. They're still in their little containers right now. Maybe about 2 weeks old.
Best watermelons in the 90-foot statue. Half animal, half human. No,
Where is that at?
that's what she's asking if that's in Sugarland.
Huh. I wonder what the half animal is.
Have you seen anything like that, Tate?
Like a minotaur. Or
Nine.
what do you call it? A centaur.
I don't know. The Hollow Cross in Kerrville, it's 77 feet tall and 70 feet wide, I think. I know it's all sevens.
Where is this at?
In Kerrville, Texas.
Huh.
Yeah, you can look it up online.
If you drink, don't drive, do the watermelon crawl. It's probably one of my favorite songs. Allegedly.
Yeah, it's pretty cool over there. That's where they put the prayer rocks. If you have a prayer for someone, you write it on a rock and lay it on the ground. There's a whole heap of rocks. There used to be. And then they have statues of like Jesus getting his feet washed or
Yeah.
different scenes. Tracy Bird. And my grandmother grew up in East Texas, and it seems like my great uncle served with Gene Autry. I could be mistaken about that. In World War II, and then there was somebody else. I keep thinking of Jim, but it's not Jim Neighbors. He's a famous singer, but it seems like my grandmother knew him.
First name Jim?
I think.
Couldn't tell you.
I know. That's. I started reading chat and totally lost it. Mary was asking if there was a 90-foot statue of a half human, half animal in Sugarland, Texas. And I thought maybe you might know, Tate. Have you seen anything like that? I don't think it would stand for anything good, Cheryl.
If the article is true, what I just pulled up, it says you do. Let me
Oh,
see.
really?
I'm going to put it in the back chat.
Gigi, I'm not going into UFOs right now. Sorry, hon. Maybe tomorrow night. I know I've heard that there's a satanic temple up by Dallas. Another Houston will allow anything. That's all I can say. Anything that is going on to cause problems, Houston will allow it. Dallas surprises me. Dallas has always been cowboys and Dallas
Cowgirls.
ranches and so it surprises me that they're allowing the things that they're allowing. Let me see if that has a picture with it.
I don't know if that has a picture with it. That's just one of the uh, ones I've seen. I
It
think that was from a Texas news station.
says half monkey, half human, Texas' new tallest statue in Sugarland. A
Oh, it's the
Hindu
tallest
temple.
statue. It's the tallest statue in Texas. Really? Huh.
What it's saying. A Hindu temple in Sugarland has inaugurated a 90-foot statue, ranking third for tallest statue in the continental U.S. Unbelievable. All right, Texas. We need to get louder.
I found a video from a local news station in Texas. I put that in the back chat. I think it aired sometime last
Okay.
year.
Funny how two cities can be so different. Oh, I know. Fort Worth is Cowtown. Yep, I'm glad to hear it still is. Claiming a white hat issue to see how people would react to the statue. Citizen soldiers summon Bruce Levering. Really? Okay, my chat quit moving. Oh, this thing. Muslim. Hey, John Dunning, good to see you.
And
Now, what is
the
this you put?
largest, the largest statue slash carving here on Georgia is Stone Mountain Monument. I don't know if you're familiar with that one.
I think I've seen that. Oops. All right, we'll share it. We can share that, right? If it's a news clip, we can share it.
I don't, I don't see where it would be an issue. But you know, I don't see why not. It's not medical related or anything like that. It's just talking about a statue.
State of Union. Tupelo, good to see you. Let's see. You see how slow everything is? I hit the enlarge. What just happened? Get over here. Oh my goodness.
All right,
Broke
thank
the
you so much,
internet.
Kara. Appreciate it.
There. Okay, now enlarge. Darn it. It's not. Technical difficulties as usual.
It's all right. Solar flares, that's all.
Try that one more time. Goodness. And I don't have near as many tabs up as I usually do. Okay. I won't enlarge it. Maybe that'll help. Put it full screen. Whatever. Well, now I can't get back to y'all. There I am. Okay.
Still here. I'm holding on.
What is happening? Daily figures. Yeah. All right. See if I can get this up there again.
All right. Third time's a charm. For sure.
Oh.
For realsies. Well, did you know, while you're doing that, did you know that the architect and sculptor that did Stone Mountain here on Georgia is the same one that started the Mount Rushmore project?
No. Is that the
That
guidestones that you're talking about?
No,
Or,
not the Guidestones. Uh, and
oh, this is
outside of Atlanta, there's a Stone Mountain. There's a carving of the Confederate generals during the Civil War times, and
really
the same carver that did that. I probably won't pronounce his name right, but it's Gutson Borglum. Um, he was an American-born sculptor, and he was commissioned to do Stone Mountain, and then he also later on was commissioned to start Mount Rushmore. Got that whole thing kicked off.
and they haven't tried to take Stone Mountain down?
Uh, I could tell you more about it. If you want to play the video, I probably could tell you a little bit more about it.
This one
Yeah,
right
let's
here.
see if it works.
Okay.
Well, the Statue of Union in Sugar Land is getting attention from around the world. It stands 90 feet tall. The Statue of Union is now the third tallest statue in the United States, and it depicts the deity Lord Hanuman from the Hindu faith, considered an embodiment of strength, devotion, and selfless service. It stands tall at a temple in Sugar Land, and its goal is to radiate benevolence, strength, and hope to all. Guests can view the statue every day from 7:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. till 8:30 p.m.
Oh my goodness. Planet of the Apes. No, it's not kind of cool, Gigi. Yep. Trusting God. So did I hit the wrong one? Because you were talking about the one in Georgia. Georgia. Let me see if that's, nope, that's still the same one. Okay. Go away. There we go. What's wrong with it? Well, need a missile to take out Stone Mountain.
But yeah, Stone Mountain, it's outside of it, Atlanta, Georgia, and it depicts Jefferson Davis, which was the president of the Confederacy. It also depicts Robert E. Lee and Thomas Stonewall Jackson, two of the probably most prominent uh, Confederacy generals during the Civil War.
Yep.
It took a while. The whole carving of itself really only took about 13 years, but for the whole project itself to be completed took almost 60 years. It took 58 years to complete it. It started I want to say the early 1920s is when they first initiated the project, but it didn't finally finish and open to the public until the 70s. But the sculpture itself on the side of the mountain is probably, I don't know, I think it's over 90 foot tall from top to bottom, and it just features the two generals and Jefferson riding a horse. But they have a lot of things up there and shows them, and people have tried to get it taken down or whatever, but it never succeeded. But I remember as a kid, we used to go up there some summers for 4th of July, and they'd have like all type of stuff, stuff for the kids to do and everything. But once the sun went down, it was the firework and laser show, and they'd have. I mean, it was the best fireworks as a kid. You think it's the best, but it was nice fireworks. And then they had the laser show on the side of the mountain with different things, and then they would show it would show like the horses were galloping with the generals and the president on it. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But shoot, everybody was out there. It was all type of people. You know what I mean?
That's great.
Heck, I don't even know if they still do those 4th of July firework laser shows. They probably still do, but yeah, we went up there a couple of times as a kid, and it was pretty cool. I still remember.
There's a town in Texas called Stonewall. Robert E. Lee. I know there's a high school in San Antonio called Robert E. Lee. And did you say Sam Houston?
No, I didn't. He's an interesting figure in Texas history for sure.
Yes. Yeah. So we have Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio. But they are trying to change the name of that also. BAMC is the hospital there.
What are they going to do? Rename Houston? They're just going to rename the city of Houston?
Well, this is in San Antonio. And that's what surprises
San Antonio, okay.
I grew up there, and it just, well, till I was 13. But BAMC stands for Brooks Army Medical Center, and they're trying to change it to something San Antonio something. I don't know.
What about the fort, the base y'all had out there? Well, it was named after one. I forget the name. It was named after one particular person. What was it called?
Fort Hood.
It's the one that starts with a B, I think.
Oh.
But it started with one name. They said no, that wasn't appropriate, so they renamed it to like Fort Freedom, or Fort something like that. And then just recently, they renamed it to the same name it was, but it's named after a different person with that same last name. But it's the same last name. Just a different person, you know. I thought that was Texas. Maybe it not. Maybe it wasn't Texas. I can't remember it now. But they did it the same time they renamed locally here. They renamed Fort Gordon. They changed it to Fort Eisenhower.
Oh, this is so. This says, "Oh, Fort Bliss" is what Tate's saying. Is that in El Paso or Bragg?
No.
This is in Texas. Fort Hood was renamed Fort Cavazos, Cavazos. This change occurred on May 9th, 2023, as part of a larger effort by the U.S. Army to remove names of Confederate figures from its bases. The new name honors the late General Richard Edward Cavazos. The
Okay, it
Army's
was Fort Bragg. They
his,
changed from one Bragg to another Bragg, but it's still the same last name.
it's just ridiculous to me. Why?
It said the article I found, it said that it was the original Fort Bragg was named after a Confederate general. So then they renamed it, I think, Fort Freedom, and then they recently they renamed it to another Bragg, which I think served in World War II, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh.
Roland Bragg. It's renamed after a World War II veteran named Roland Bragg. I haven't looked him up, but that's what the interwebs is telling me.
Wait. What's CS territory? CS.
CS territory?
Yeah.
Oh, Confederate States. A lot of times, like during the Civil War, if you're seeing like Confederate uniforms, they might have had CS or CSA, Confederate States of America. You might have seen that a lot.
Yeah. CS, a citizen soldier.
Well, there you go. We'll edit that part out. We'll edit what I said out. It didn't exist.
Well, that's at first when they were, you know, they're just statues. So, I don't know. That's where I start thinking, okay, is it idols? It's not something that would make me really mad or get all upset about. Because I start thinking that idol part. And but at the same time, when they're replacing statues with something demonic or half human, then I have to question why. Why are we trying to put up all these statues?
Yeah.
To promote the evil.
I mean, there's it. I mean, of course, I'm in the South. I'm in Georgia, but Augusta played a big role during the Civil War. I mean, there's a lot of famous people that was from this area. A lot of things and roads are named after people from that time. There's a lot of
Right.
statues and monuments.
Yeah.
It's history. It's things that happened here. I wouldn't see the reason you would have to remove a monument with names of humans or souls, and then you replace it with a I don't know, whatever. But yes,
Citizen soldiers rooting for you.
there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Go dogs. It's probably what'll be on my tombstone. Just put me in a under the old pine trees with my tombstone. It says "Go Dogs." Damn right.
Mary, is that um statue of Baal? Is that what?
YouTube.
Is
I
that the
think
one
that's
in?
I forget the particular entity. Um, I want to say Sheba, but I could be wrong.
That's the one in front of the. Well, the dark. It's one of those CERN, the CERN building, right? Sheba with the for the
Yeah,
sacrifices.
you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think the UN they have one of those type of beasts too. It's like a mixture of different creatures. Um,
yeah. I
yeah,
think that's the one that is bald or something. I don't know.
it's like a tiger with wings or something. Hmm.
The building is unfinished at the top in reference to Tower of Babylon. Looks almost like a bull. That's what I was thinking, Mary.
Well, we had the Georgia Guidestones, but they took them down. Somebody did.
Somebody. Never anything questioned about that. Was
Oh
it
no!
because,
As soon as it was a thing, it was not a thing no more.
hey, Virginia, good to see you. So I wonder if it was because we
I've
were
seen
all,
it. I've seen it before it was taken down, so I can confirm it did exist. It was a thing.
yeah.
So it's
But
y'all are my witnesses. Never forget.
I just wonder if they were taken down because too many people knew what they said or
I don't
because we
know.
were talking about what they said.
I mean, I guess when something is in, like, let's say something is in your area for so long, you know it as a thing because you always hear about it. You know about it. You know it's a Texas thing, a local thing. Well, I mean, I've always known about it because I mean they were here, but I mean, they've been popular for a long time. I mean, even when they were first put out there, I mean, I remember even years ago watching what was that show? Like the Ancient Aliens or whatever. They had a whole little segment about the Guidestones and stuff like that on there. So, but I don't
Jerry,
know.
yeah.
And
I don't
they had
either.
the strike or whatever it was. It happened, and uh, even people started doing the whole dissection of the videos, like the time it happened. I think it was like at I don't know, like 3:33 in the morning or something like that. And
Yep. The little
oh,
silver car leaving.
yeah, the little brightly colored car leaving with somebody. Yeah,
Yeah.
but when you go out there, I mean, everybody that knows it's there knows you're allegedly being recorded. I mean, they've got devices up and stuff like that. Because I mean, it's like in the middle of nowhere.
Right. So
You
that's
know,
what I'm thinking. If it was just a mad person or, just a regular citizen,
but
regular person, then they would be arrested. You would have heard of it, but they never
no,
said who did it.
mm-mm. No. As soon as it was a thing, it was no longer a thing. It was a different news flash.
Hey, Melvita, Alamo, Georgia.
Alamo, Georgia. Remember the Alamo? Alamo. I think we had the first Alamo. I think y'all seen how well the Alamo was going here. Y'all said, "Hey, we need an Alamo."
I don't
Can't
know
be the
about
only one without an Alamo. It's like, hey, you know what?
hey,
Have the
Eric.
Alamo.
Those missions were built a long, long time ago in San Antonio.
Oh, same with some of the old ones here. Yeah,
And that's what my niece was saying.
centuries ago.
She was down on the Riverwalk and she was just walking along and she said she saw this building that looked like the Alamo and she said, "Is that the Alamo?" Because it is small in comparison to the buildings down there now, but it's still a tourist destination for sure. And then I think there's 5 other missions. And you used to could drive to each one, but I think now it's walking. I'm not sure. They've changed it a little bit, but I remember going when I was little to the missions and then field trip to the Alamo. Timeline is off. I think
Oh,
the timeline on everything is off. I think that, and that was in
I
history.
say
They
that all the
always
time. I've
to
always had
remember
that
all
feeling.
these days. Yeah. And they always wanted us to memorize those dates, which of course I didn't then. Now I'm like kicking myself, but
Oh
um
yeah, that Georgia granite ain't no joke. Some tough stuff.
yeah. Hey D Dog.
I think the oldest, like I told you about the Cumberland Island horses. I think that they say the oldest mission uh, here in Georgia is was here established in Cumberland Island, but shoot, that was centuries ago. It was like 1400s, 1500s. They allegedly track it to.
Oh wow. Well, maybe.
But I mean, most of them that you track, a lot of them are from that certain period. Now, it might not be the period that they say it's from now. They say it's 14, 15. Who's to say it was then? But, they're dating on the architecture style or whatever, the dating of stones, how they do it. They can see that it was in a similar time.
Yeah. It just says the Alamo was originally established in 1718 as Mission San Antonio de Valero, and the cornerstone of the chapel was laid in 1744. Construction on the church continued with setbacks until 1758, and it was never fully completed.
Hmm.
And I don't know why they went there. Um, I guess they thought it was a good fortress. It's all rock,
Yeah.
but I guess since it wasn't completely completed,
Yeah.
wasn't
The
an ideal
Rosicrucian.
place. Education. Citizen. There you go.
Damn right.
Freemasons.
Tried, tested, and approved in Georgia. Yep. So you can, all you Daisy Duke fans out there, you can thank Georgia for that. Allegedly.
30,000 eggs.
Man, that's what I'm talking about. Got a lot of hungry Georgians. Hmm.
I want to see. I want to see it. Just the history, just the everything that's there. It's because I've gone to all the places of history here. Most of them. I haven't gone to Goliad yet. That's one of my destinations.
Goliad?
Yes,
What is that?
Goliad, Texas is. I think that's where one of the battles were fought, and that's where I have ancestors that are buried there.
Oh yeah, so yeah. History and sentimental value.
Yep. And I haven't been to San Jacinto. Um, okay, I guess there's a couple of places. If I head south, it's to the coast. I don't usually go the towards Houston route.
Hmm.
I go to East Texas, I go north and east.
A lot of counties, a lot of things to see.
There is a lot here. There's a lot just right around me. That's we have Lukenbach, Texas, the Texas White House.
You know, we ain't far behind you. Georgia has uh Georgia has the second most counties, 159, only behind Texas.
Yeah, and I can't believe that because it's so small in
Map doesn't
comparison.
do it justice. You know, the
Oh,
map don't do it justice. Yes, it looks weird. It's like Florida. It just looks weird on the map. Even when you get there, you know, it can appear weird.
so
Alabama too.
how long do you think it takes to drive across Georgia?
Oh shoot, it just depends. I mean, of course, north to south is longer, but east to west, it ain't too bad. Uh, where I live, I mean, it's right. I'm right on the Savannah River, so I mean, a couple minutes, I'm in Carolina. I'm right in the middle of Savannah and Atlanta. So
Oh, okay. I think from Texarkana to El Paso is about 16 hours, maybe a little more. I think that's our longest point. I haven't really checked though, because from Brownsville up to the border in the panhandle, that's got to be a long ways too.
yeah, it wouldn't.
12.
No, it would definitely wouldn't take that many long to cross here. I'd say probably 5 to 6 hours, probably north and south. You know, not too bad.
Yeah,
Probably maybe I don't know,
charming.
3 or 4 hours to go from maybe the Savannah to the Alabama line.
Hmm. And when my girls are talking about flying to Florida to see my stepmother, and I said, of course you're flying, because you know I won't go. Won't be begging to go.
Hmm.
Yeah, and CGG 350 for a dozen eggs in Canada. That's what I was told, that Canada never went up on their eggs. How come? How come we did?
I got your back, Melvita. I hit them high, you hit them low. I don't know. It's just regional, um, you know, stuff like that. Or I don't know, I guess if you have the resources in your area or where they're produced, I don't know. It's a lot of different factors.
Yeah,
Or
it's
or if you have people in your area that you can get them from, you know where they're coming from, farm fresh eggs.
yeah, yeah. We paid $3 or $4 a dozen for farm fresh. I haven't
Yeah.
even looked in the store to see how much they are. 2-day drive to Florida. Yep, it is. For me, it is. One of my friends, she just comes straight through. It's like a 12-hour drive, which is weird. It's
One of my coworkers, I don't know if it was somebody in his family that was moving. They was in the military, so he was gonna help them move. So they drove out there, and then they caught a flight back, but they drove to right outside of Omaha, Nebraska.
hmm
And I said, man, they're going out there in the middle of nowhere. And he said, yeah, he got out there, and he said it was just so much corn everywhere. And he said they even have these signs and stuff on like the weather. He said that about the corns, the lady was telling them the property, the house they were moving into. She was like, the corns, yeah, it gets real humid out here. I'm thinking, man, that's crazy that allegedly it's so much corn that it just makes it that much humid. I was like, okay. People's been growing corn forever. Now all of a sudden you got the corn sweats, you know?
Oh, that's right. I remember seeing something about that.
Yeah. They labeled corn sweats and VHS tapes a direct threat to democracy this year. Like, man, two strikes, a twofer.
VHS tapes.
Oh yeah. You know the level of carbon that's in those things? Can't just be free willy nilly watching VHS tapes at your own leisure. No, no, no.
They just keep. One thing after the other.
Canada. I'm from Canada, don't you know? Mm.
So I went to the um, Gateway Bible Gateway, however you say it. And this was the verse of the day. And this is 1 Corinthians 15:55 through 57. Where, O death, is your victory? Where, O death, is your sting? The sting of death is sin, and the power of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, He gives us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ.
That was a good one.
Hey, Benford.
It's like I don't know who said it, but some great thinker once said it said death is not the greatest loss in life. The greatest loss is what dies inside of us while we're still alive.
Yeah.
You know, I don't so much fear death really. I mean, I know it's gonna come, but you know, to just
Hey, Ricky.
live in the moment and do the best we can while we're still here. No
Yeah,
regrets.
absolutely.
Yeah, I went out to my mom's today and she went totally against the grain with the Easter deal. I told her she didn't have to cook, but she said she wanted to do something, so she made spaghetti and uh salad and the bread and all that type of stuff. But she usually cooks like a ham and potato salad, so it's like, dang, no deviled eggs this year, but it'll be all right. But I took some some tomato plants and some different herbs and some flowers I got started, took out there and got her set up with some stuff and cleaned out a bunch of her old little pots and stuff she had sitting around and put some fresh dirt in them and put some seeds and stuff in there, just different wildflower seeds or stuff like that.
You're such a good son. That is awesome.
Uh,
It
she
is.
said, she said, "Hey, my favorite son's here." And she always said, "I said, yeah, this is my favorite son. He's my only son. That's why he's my favorite son." She's tough.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, take care of your mamas. They took care of you.
And she said, "I think I broke my toe." I said, "Let me see." And I said, "Which one is it?" And she starts moving her foot. And I said, "No, I don't think you broke your toe. Not if you're doing all that. Probably think she jammed it or something. I don't know, but it didn't look broken. It wasn't like bruised or anything.
She kicked something.
She probably did. She probably
Hate that.
did. Oh
that
yeah, she's a kicker. She'll kick something.
is such pain. If you have heavy
Mm.
furniture and stub your toe on it, or even the
Oh
corner of
man,
it, whatever.
you want to rip the whole roof off the house for that split second of pain. You're like, man.
Yeah. That's one time I was at my grandmother's fixing to go to a concert, but I was young and um, I was so excited. Ripped the door open, ripped the toenail off my big toe.
Oh, I did that before. Mm.
And I was like, ah. And my grandmother said, "You can swear. Go ahead and swear. Go ahead." And I'm like, darn it, darn it, darn it.
Yeah, I did that one time. Yeah, it wasn't a painful. I mean, it wasn't a good experience, man. I
Yeah.
didn't think that joker was ever going to grow back. I said, man, I'm just going to be one toenail short. You know, it's going to throw off my equilibrium.
Yeah. But it grew back. But everybody, it seems like everybody steps on it.
Oh yeah, yeah. They don't step on your foot till you got a hurt one.
Yes. It's like anything. You hurt something and you're gonna hit it every time or
Yeah, it's like
let me remind you how you did this.
it's like Friday. We didn't have too many calls Friday, but one of them took a little bit longer. Once we started getting into it, but make a long story short, it was a split level house. So it's like if you're not familiar with that, you walk into the front door immediately. There's some stairs that go down, and there's stairs that go up and like to your living room and the rest of the house. Well,
Mhm.
man, who I don't know who built this house, but the husband of the house, he was kind of tall, but he wasn't as tall as me. But at least he had some sense. He had like these foam boards, not boards, but these foam pads, like put along the whole corner as you go down. Because literally, I mean, I had to bunch up like Frodo looking for the precious to go downstairs. You know, once you go downstairs, it kind of opened up. I'm thinking, man, whoever the heck built that, man, that was just horrible design.
Oh my goodness. You know, and that's what you think. How do you get furniture up there?
Oh yeah, you could do it, but yeah, it's tricky. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just one more obstacle for sure. Like, as soon as you walk in the front door, you've got like a, I don't know, so many feet by so many feet, like foyer, and then yeah, it just drops down to. It was like 2 bedrooms in the basement, and then upstairs it was like the living room, but you had to go up like 6 stairs to get to it.
Yep. Crazy.
But
Pivot.
yeah, they wanted to get some switches and some stuff rerouted and stuff like that. But anytime you have split level homes or like 2-story homes, it just adds another factor into doing electrical. You know, if you've got like a single story, if you've
Mm-hmm.
got attic room, you could just go up and come back down. Or if you got room underneath, you can just go down and then come back up. But 2 stories and split levels, they're tricky, just how they're built.
Yeah.
That's your
And
electrical knowledge for today. So there may be a test on this later.
do y'all use copper or the vinyl coated wire?
When we're wiring up our home, it's all copper wire. It's
Is it?
just copper wire, and then it's got like a rubber coating on it, a rubber jacket.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
and then different size wires for different applications. But a lot of times when we're doing like outside services or the main service wire coming in, that'll be aluminum. That'll be aluminum with a rubber jacket on it. Um, Residential wise, now commercial wise, pretty much always commercial. It's gonna be copper no matter what through the service and on the inside.
So do you think that could possibly add a layer of protection against some of the stuff that's being put out?
Mm,
Not
I mean,
like lead.
there's all different types of levels of protection or what hedges of protection. I mean, I don't know as far as that. There's a lot of different studies on copper. Even like if you go online, they've got copper everything, copper socks, copper shirts, copper wristbands, all that copper stuff.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, it could have some effect. I don't know all the science behind it, but it could. Just like what is it called? Electroculture, where like people have put like copper grounding in certain copper like coils in their gardens and stuff. Um, I don't know the whole science and stuff behind that, but I mean it kind of makes sense in a way.
Yeah.
But if you ever have to do electrical and you have to pull in copper wire versus aluminum wire, you would definitely know the difference. I promise you.
Yeah. Mine's probably aluminum. I don't know. Still need to get that new strip. We went to the store today because my daughter's trying to rig up her hoop holder to her new bike, but they were closed. And I said, yeah, I kind of thought they might be.
Yeah, I
Of
went to
course,
Lowe's yesterday to grab a few screws and a few odds and ends for some stuff I was making, but lady said, "Good thing you came today because we'll be closed tomorrow." I said,
yeah,
"Dang, it must be something new. When y'all start doing that?" She said, "I don't know." She said, "It's my first year with the company." So I said, "Well, you have a day off at least."
yeah. I think it's great.
But then, heck, I rode past the Wally World and shoot, you would have thought they was giving out free hams. I mean, there wasn't a spot left in the place. I said, dang,
Yep.
what are they? What could they? I guess people getting last minute Easter stuff or something cooked for the meal, or I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. A Dollar General is open.
Oh yeah, they ain't shutting that down. Shoot, no.
And I just so ran in because Mama's dog that I have, she loves to go and roll around in the sticker burrs.
Mm,
And so she brings them in the house. They get in the carpet.
can't
Just
stand those things.
yes. And so I was like, I'm getting a comb just for her. Comb her off before she comes back in. And but while I was there, I saw that they had these little. I think they're like 1 inch squared steaks, and they're about 3 feet long. They were $1, but I
What are they
just grabbed
for?
those to well, so we planted a tree, and it's
Oh, okay. A little reinforcement.
yes,
Okay, I
that's
got you.
yeah, and I got them in case my tomatoes need, because the wind last night was ripping through here like you wouldn't believe. It was, well, y'all could probably hear
Oh yeah, I
my
heard it when it was watching the movie at Indies. Yeah, you could hear it. The thing, yeah,
my
the
chicken
thing. Yeah, the coop.
yeah, the roof
Yeah,
rattling.
one flew over the coop's nest.
And hey, apple dumpling. Um, so we were worried that that wind was going to snap that tree, but thankfully it didn't. And then, but it blew everything. I had pots blown out in the driveway and
Oh, I bet.
anything that wasn't tied down. It was just blowing everywhere. I think we got some rain too, and more coming. So excited about that. The first cell we had yesterday, it just went completely around us. We didn't get anything.
We hadn't had no rain in about a week now. They say we won't. I think the best projection they say is probably Thursday for us to get some.
Yeah, surge protector. Yep. Anytime I buy those, I get a surge protector.
Should be right on time because my rain collection's a little low.
Yeah, I need to get with that. I need my shed has a metal roof, and I need to rig up something on it to
That's the one
collect.
you need to get secured.
Yep.
Yeah, once you get it secured, I mean, it wouldn't nothing. I mean, if you don't do nothing but have like a couple containers or 5-gallon buckets just sitting underneath it where the water just drips in it, and
Yeah, that's a good idea. I keep poking holes in all the buckets. I need to have some without holes.
yeah, it's hard to catch water with a bucket with holes in it.
Hey, Lauren,
It's
because
just
I
something
keep
about it.
using them for planting.
Oh yeah,
But there was, well, I know we got rain because there was some pots. I don't know why they make planting pots without holes. Why would they do that? But they did. So some of those had about 2 inches of water in it. So it was a pretty good rain. I didn't water today because I figure they got enough.
I did. Some of the stuff I just went ahead and did everything, a little. Especially we ain't getting no more till Thursday. But
Yeah.
I went to I looked up and I happened to be going into Wally World one day. This was I don't know last year sometime. I forget. It was around some big holiday, so they were selling a lot of flowers, and the lady had a bunch of those if you ever notice, like at the supermarket, those little black, I don't know, they're probably maybe 2 gallon or 3 gallon containers the flowers are sitting in. She had a stack of them, and I said, what do y'all do with all them? Are y'all changing them out?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "What do y'all do with them?" She said, "I just toss them." I said, "Can I have them?" She's like, "Yeah." There's
Oh
probably like
my
8 of them, and I got them. But those, matter of fact, I took some of them out to my mom's today and put some soil in them and some flower seeds, but they were just like they're storage things, so they don't have any holes in them. So I had to drill some holes in them.
yeah,
But shoot, just to have something on your porch or sitting around, it ain't gonna hurt nothing.
yeah. I'm building a corner of plants on the ground, this like at the corner of the deck in the house, and um, so that's another thing I got. They have these plastic Easter. Well, I don't know if they're for Easter, spring colors. Anyway, got this turquoise one with handles on the sides, and it's pretty good sized because I have 2 plants that needed to be potted,
Yeah.
and brought it in, drilled some holes in it, and I'll work on that tomorrow, putting those in there. But I'm just looking for anything to put plants in, that because I still have one more that needs to go in a pot.
What type of plant is it? Like a vegetable or just like flowers?
These are flowers. They're
Okay.
I don't even know what they're called. The one that's going to go in the plastic thing, they're a leafy plant. One of them is green and white, and the other one is red and, is it purple or white? Something. They're just leafy. They really look pretty once they get growing. And I really want some elephant ears.
My mom's got a couple of those things.
Too many summer lilies. Is there such a thing? I've been checking mine to see if they bloomed yet, but my lilies haven't bloomed. I went driving today to look at the wildflowers, and there's none. And that is really odd. Like, I don't know if y'all saw any of the videos I put up last year, but there was just fields after the bluebonnets. First is the bluebonnets, and then you have a field of, I think the next one is pink, and then the next one is yellow, and they come in cycles. But there are none, just none. Hey, Virginia. If you're talking, we can't hear you. Darn it. Our connection. Oh, making you want to go to a fair. Oh, they bloom around July. Well, that would explain it. Iris rose. Okay. I think one is an iris and the other's a lily. Are you with us, Virginia? And the truckers are deaf. Maybe she can't hear you. Yep. She's having some kind of issues.
Oh, hi,
Oh,
Virginia.
she can refresh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Crocus or poison?
What's poisonous?
Crocus.
I mean, it's
Well,
in the name, croak.
so's that oleander bush I have out there. Hopefully none of the deer come up and eat it, but I don't have anything else that would eat any of the plant. Are you able to talk now, Virginia?
I'm not sure. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yep.
Okay. I shut YouTube, guys, so hi to everybody. Yeah, as soon as I popped back, I froze. I was like, dang it. Yeah, my bad. Good to see y'all. Hey, Anna.
You're fine. Hey, Annalisa. Lauren. I say hi to Lauren. How's your day been?
Man, my goal today was to kind of just do nothing and relax. And at this point, it's funny, Life, because I just made my all the boys in the house a big batch of spaghetti. And
Nice.
I still, same
I was
that you
sending it
had.
out there telepathically, so I'm glad you picked it up.
Right. Yeah, it's been good. It has.
That's good.
I'll be eating spaghetti for days.
Yep.
It's always
But you know
better
what?
the second day.
Oh,
You read my
no,
mind, Bonnie.
no,
Spaghetti is
definitely.
one of those ones that is better the next day. Yep.
Yes. Any of those tomato, like lasagna, all of that. So good leftover because it's had time to really get those flavors going.
I agree. I also like a spaghetti sandwich. Just white bread, a slice of American cheese, leftover spaghetti, and then grill it like a grilled cheese. Thank me later. Yes, Navy vet knows. Spaghetti sandwiches are awesome, dude. I mean, do you ever make a meatloaf sandwich?
Yes.
It's kind of like that. It just has noodles in it, you know?
Yeah, there you go.
So I just never thought about making it as a sandwich. Well, maybe because if there's any garlic bread left over, you stick it in there.
Yes. Or even while you're eating it, you pile up a bite on the garlic bread and bite the garlic bread. That's what's up.
Yes.
Right, Cheryl?
D-dog. Let me guess. The one more thing you have to do today is go back to bed. Yeah, I always have to have garlic bread.
Gotta have garlic.
Yeah. We didn't do much today. Just went for a drive and tried to find a part for her bike and
Right.
to hook her hula hoop set up on it. Didn't get that. She'll get it tomorrow. Yep, same with potato salad.
Wait. Potato.
Yeah.
Okay. Cheese top and bottom. Like, break this down for me. What do we mean here? I'm not opposed to cheese on anything. Are you saying like cheese in the bowl of potato salad?
I can't imagine.
Yeah, I like cheese and potato salad, but not at the same time.
Yeah,
Now,
I don't think.
If I'm eating a cheeseburger with potato salad and they kind of mesh in the flavor palette, that's cool.
Blue.
An accidental brush by, that's acceptable.
Hi, Blue. Okay, what kind of cheese? Help us understand. What kind of cheese, Lauren? Or sounds like Jerry might be on that boat. I'm very curious.
Would it be
Because
a
some
cheddar
people
or American style cheese?
yes, that's what I was thinking. Because some people like chop up or dice up cheddar and put it in like potato salad or pasta salad even. Huh.
And I've had it
Yeah.
in pasta salad. I like it in certain pasta salads.
Yeah, I could see with the pasta salad.
Wait,
It's
it's
like
103. You mean you can taste it through your feet? Are you sucking on your big stub toe?
He said American.
American, okay. I'm not mad at that, Lauren. American cheese is underrated, you know, because its Kraft singles are like oil and
meltability
water.
factor.
Yeah, but it's the melt. It makes the best grilled cheese. It's good on a
Yes.
burger. Yeah.
I usually get the blocks so I can shred them because with like so many different kinds that the pepper jack
Hmm.
horses for one, and but when my granddaughter's here, she loves quesadillas.
Oh, who doesn't? Who doesn't
So
like a good quesadilla?
yep.
Yep.
Wait.
Okay. Wow. I would think if you stomped on onions, the same thing would happen, or pineapple, but I guess if Allison, okay, so if Allison is the thing, huh?
I love garlic.
That's
Y'all, me
interesting.
too.
I do too. On everything.
I didn't plant any this past fall. I'm gonna plant some this fall. I planted some the season before last.
Yeah.
Did y'all know that you have more sweat glands behind your toes than in your armpits?
Nope.
So that's why like you get stinky socks or whatever. You sweat more from the back of your toes than from your armpits. So like for me, you know, not saying I've ever had smelly feet. That could never happen. But I wear deodorant on the back of my toes and it does work. I swear to God, it does.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Ooh, it's a good thing
I
forehead sweat doesn't stink. That'd be awful.
right. It's your
But
body's way of getting rid of toxins
uh,
is sweat. Sweat is
even
the
now,
same liquid
yeah,
as urine. And I'm not trying to be gross, it's true. Sweat and urine are the exact same liquid. It either comes out, it's coming somewhere, you know.
or like the commercials now, they'll say whole body deodorant. I'm thinking your
Mm-hmm.
whole body? You're putting this everywhere? Yeah, you can
Yeah,
put it everywhere.
yeah.
Like, wow.
Yeah.
Like you like you buy whole body deodorant and inside it's a note that says take a shower.
Yeah.
Like a fortune cookie. That's all it is.
It's not like dry shampoo. That's not how it works, you know. You gotta
Right.
add some moisture.
Oh, I gotta read this thing to y'all about way back when.
Uh-oh.
Well, let me pull it up. It's not up yet, but y'all can keep on talking about your feet and stinky things.
It's a thing.
Wait,
Yeah.
how do I? Where's me? Okay, there it is. Oh, and the 22nd through the 20. I'm gonna have to share a picture of that. What I do with it?
You're right, be charming. Deodorant, not antiperspirant. the antiperspirants have like metals. I think it's aluminum
Oh, that stuff's horrible.
and other stuff like that, and it does mess with you for real. There's even stories of, because men can also get breast cancer allegedly, and it might be related to the ingredients in deodorant, and it kind of feeds right in right there, you know.
The aluminum. Yep.
Hey, Firefly. Yep.
Let me find it. 2 planets will form a smiley face with the moon on April 25th.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting.
And here's the picture of it.
Celestial smile from above.
I don't think I'll be able to see it because it's going to be raining here.
Yeah, it's a certain view window. I think that some people will could see it better than others. I forget what that view window is.
Oh, wow.
Venus and Saturn.
Okay.
2 dots, and then the crescent moon.
Wow.
Cool.
Yeah. Wow, it does look like a smile. Is it the Cheshire Cat and a trickster, though? I don't know.
Right. Okay, back away from that. That's not what I was going to tell you.
It's the return of Loki.
Perhaps.
Okay. Most people got married in June because they took their yearly bath in May, and they still smelled pretty good by June. Since they were to smell, however, brides carried a bouquet of flowers to hide the body odor. Hence the custom today of carrying a bouquet when getting married. Isn't that crazy?
That's
What,
wild.
a year? Where was this at? Or this is a general custom?
That's how it started.
Well, fresh water, clean water was a luxury. Like
Yes.
Even the Queen of England only showered once a month. Can you imagine?
That's the queen, you know.
Woo.
Upper echelon.
And it says.
I said they have so many kids.
Baths.
Yeah.
No offense, but you know.
You get used.
We know the thing.
Yeah.
Baths consisted of a big tub filled with hot water. The man at the house had the privilege of the nice, clean water. Then all the other sons and men, then the women, and finally the children. Last of all, the babies. By then, the water was so dirty you could actually lose someone in it. Hence the saying, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Whoa.
Oh, that's deep. That's dark.
Wow.
It tells you how you got all those sayings. It's raining cats and dogs. It's
it would rain so hard that the cats and dogs, they used to like to get up and lay in the thatch roofs, and it would rain so hard that they would come loose and the cats and dogs would fall through the ceiling.
Yes.
Hence the name, it's raining cats and dogs. It's raining so hard the cats and dogs are falling through the roof.
Right.
Dirt floor, threshold. I mean,
yeah, I find stuff like that interesting. We say a lot of that stuff every day, and it just, most people wouldn't know the origins or, you know, where it came from.
The fat.
Maybe not most, but, you know, there's people that know.
Now, wait, Bonnie, chew the fat. So my understanding is it's like people would talk, they would chew on the fat. So when someone's chewing the fat, they're talking. But is there a different thing in what you're looking at? Why do we say chew the fat?
Sometimes they could obtain pork, which made them feel quite special. When visitors came over, they would hang up their bacon to show off. It was a sign of wealth that a man could bring home the bacon. When they
Huh.
cut off a little to share with guests, and would all sit around and chew the fat.
And talk and hang out, and it was like celebrate.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I'll just have a cookout and present my bacons, my assortment of bacons.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah.
got there? A smoked applewood? Mighty fine, mighty fine, Rob. Mighty fine.
4 to 9 days old.
Ooh, thick cut, big spender.
This one's pretty interesting. Those with money had plates made of pewter. Food with
Pewter.
high acid content caused some of the lead to leach onto the food, causing lead poisoning death. This happened most often with tomatoes. So for the next 400 years or so, tomatoes were considered poisonous.
Okay.
You know they're in the nightshade family.
Yep, they are kind of poisonous.
It's like sweet potatoes. They're in the nightshade family.
No. Pump the brakes, Watt. You can actually eat sweet potato foliage. They are not the same as like white potatoes and like potatoes, red potatoes.
Not like
Those
poisonous, not like the poisonous aspect, but just like the classification, You got like
Yes.
nightshades and like the deadly versions.
Deadly nightshades. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And the leaves are poisonous for sure. Allegedly. Yep.
So
Or
you want
even-
to know? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I yield.
You want to know where piss poor came from?
Yeah,
Actually, I know this one, but I do. Yeah, go for it.
it's gonna be worse than I think, though.
You don't have a pot to piss in, is what it is. Yeah.
They used to use urine to tan animal skins, so family used to all pee in a pot, and then once a day it was taken and sold to the tannery. If
Yep.
you had to do this to survive, you were piss poor. But worse than that were the really poor folk who couldn't even afford to buy a pot. They didn't have a pot to piss in and were the lowest of the low.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's crazy. It makes sense, but it's crazy,
Yeah.
Something that specific could just transcend however long they've been saying it, centuries.
Yeah.
But think about how cool it is that they figured out how to cure using urine. And some poor bastard still has to stand in it. They stomp on it, kind of like wine grapes. There's some videos, some countries, they walk on it in the urine.
It ain't yours.
And it, yes. Oof.
I mean, it's bad enough if it would be your own, but it's not your own,
It's the community.
Yeah, it's communal urines.
It even goes into the bell, the dead ringer.
What does that mean? Where'd that come from?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I know that one. Yeah, people would get buried and you have to ring the bell because they would still be alive.
So they would, England is old and small, and the local folks started running out of places to bury people. So they would dig up coffins and would take the bones to a bone house and reuse the grave. When reopening these coffins, 1 out of 25 coffins were found to have scratch marks on the inside.
Ooh.
And they had been burying people alive. So they would
1 out of 25. That's 4%. That's a lot.
Yes, that's a lot.
Mm.
They would tie a string on the wrist of the corpse, lead it through the coffin and up through the ground, and tie it to a bell. Someone would have to sit out in the graveyard all night, the graveyard shift, to listen for that someone could be saved by the bell or was considered a dead ringer.
Yeah.
Wow. That's wild.
That one thing created like 5 different sayings,
Yeah, dead ringer is one of them. You're a dead ringer for so and so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Huh.
man, that
That's
would be
dark.
horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Some interesting old.
Well, even in
What?
recent times, have you heard about the people that wake up right when their autopsy is about to start? Like
Yes.
Yeah,
they like wake up,
I was just
and
thinking
everyone's
that.
like, "Whoa." Mm.
And even in other countries, they don't do embalming. They don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have seen where there was this
A lady
4-year-old,
from India or somebody from India that happened to.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
a 4-year-old girl in her coffin, and she
Oh
sat
no!
up. I mean, can you imagine?
Wow.
That's why I tell the girls, just
Yeah, I couldn't
stick me
imagine.
some for 3 days to make sure
Yeah.
I
before
would
you
probably
send
be
me to
freaked the
sleep.
hell out. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, man, I got to get the heck out of here.
Yeah. That is crazy.
Mm.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, it happens. It's it happened then. It still happens now in certain areas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
I've seen them in
imagine
America.
waking up and that's you waking up in your own coffin and looking around like, what the heck are y'all doing? What could
Oh,
be, what would be going through your mind?
the nightmare.
Yeah.
You're like, is this a dream? Is this heaven? Is this hell? What is this? You know, it's some type of sick joke. The only
There was
good thing that would come out of that is who really cared about you because they would be there. Like, well, now I
somebody
know.
yeah, graveyard. Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, now I know who would have showed up.
Yeah. Yeah. That's dark, Cheryl. You're right. The stake through the
Mm,
heart. If people came back, they thought it was a demon
um,
had entered the body, so they put the stake through the heart or silver bullet or
yeah,
huh.
a man allegedly just said theoretically. It just made me think of something when you said that. But say theoretically, a man could die and he could have grew a beard, but in certain times people didn't really have beards, so they might have thought he was dead, but he was just sitting there, just kind of getting all woolly in the 5 o'clock shadow. Then boom, he came alive at the moonlight.
yeah.
Yeah, well, you can and do grow hair after you're gone. That's one thing that does a little bit. You'll still like,
Oh, that's creepy.
mm-hmm.
That last
Yep,
little bit of life.
yep. That energy finds a way.
Oh my goodness. Be charming.
Whoa, B.
Mm,
Whoa.
man, it happens.
Yeah.
It does.
Mm,
That's the last one I saw in the United States was this elderly lady in a nursing home, and they pronounced her dead, put her in the body bag, took her to and when they got her to the um, mortuary or wherever they took her,
Mm-hmm.
she started moving in the bag and
mm,
got her
Mm-hmm.
out. She
get
was
the heck out
90.
of here.
So,
Mm-hmm.
of course, she was having trouble breathing, no oxygen.
Yeah, no lie. I'd freak out anyway. I don't like being that enclosed.
You're
Yeah.
right. In a hefty bag. She
Yeah,
ain't gonna breathe. Yeah. Dang.
you're waking up thinking you're one of the pod people now. I'm in the cocoon. Get the hell out of here. Oh man. Oof.
I mean, that's something people are doing though, is deliberately suspending, or it's kind of a sci-fi thing, but who's to say they aren't? Maybe in some kind of weird substance or liquid or
Yeah.
capsule. But there's a couple of movies about that. There's one where um, they were going on out to space and they were put in these pods, and one dude woke up and he got blown.
Passengers.
Yes, and then he woke up the girl,
Yeah,
and
that was a good movie.
he curious. She was like, well, now we're both going to die. We don't have time to make it to where we were going, you know? But yeah.
They woke up like 100 years too early or something like that.
Yes. Yep.
No.
Well, he did, but like you said, he got. Well, I don't want to tell the movie, but yeah.
Yeah, he
It's a
got
good
lonely.
movie.
Kind of like fell in love with one of the sleeping passengers and
Yeah.
woke her up, took her out of her pod. And then when she found out he did that, all hell broke loose. It was like,
Man.
you did this, you know? Because
I
he
mean,
played
I'd
it
be-
off like, no, our pods just malfunctioned. Here we are, you know?
And I'd be pissed, you know, most people would. But what do you do? It's too late. It was a one-way pod. You couldn't, you know.
Yep.
But how do you fall in love with somebody that's out?
Just lonely, you know.
Yeah, the
He
power
went through
of
he went through the cruise logs, I guess, and then he found a woman, and he seen like what all that she was good, and he's like, well, she'll be smart, you know. She'll be I could communicate with her, you know. And
yeah.
he cut power to her pod, and she woke up, and you know, he gave him the whole spiel about hers was an accident, but yeah.
Cola, I totally did said it. The spoiler alert. I think
Sorry.
he viewed the videotapes of her interview something, and he started to like fall in love with her personality, and he kept staring at her, and her pod was like,
what's the
I'm
girl's
gonna
name?
wake her
Jennifer
up. I like
Lawrence.
her because he kept watching.
Yeah.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence. That's the characters or the people.
No, I don't think it was Chris Pratt. I think it was the dude that. I don't think it was Chris Pratt. It was the dude that did the thing with
the new Jurassic Park guy and the Guardians of the Galaxy guy.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Guardians of the Galaxy is what I was thinking. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yep.
He used to play on that TV show, like The Office show, and it used to be like real heavy set.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember that show. Was it Parks and Recreation or something like that?
Perhaps.
I don't know.
A few
Was it
episodes.
called Passengers?
Yes,
Yeah, that's it. Passengers. It's a good movie.
it is. Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know about that.
Well, it's kind of a mental exploration. Like he justified what he did because he loved her. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And but it was weird because it doomed her. It was almost like a sci-fi Romeo and Juliet kind of, you know, but she didn't know.
And
then she was like a higher class than him on the ship, so she got like better rations and stuff.
Right. Yeah, she had more money. She was more elite. Her auto feeder gave her a better breakfast, and all he got was shitty instant coffee.
Glop. Liquid glop.
Yep.
And she didn't share with him.
You have to watch it. You have to watch the picture.
Yeah, we won't spoil that part. Did she
like
share?
I told too much already.
Was it American cheese?
It was Gouda. Very Gouda.
That's very Gouda. Yeah.
I
was thinking of another movie too right before you said that one. It was kind of similar.
Yeah, there's been a handful with that vein in them, that kind of idea for sure.
I wouldn't know what would go through my mind if I was his character, you know, and you wake up and you're like, dang, you know, you don't woke up 100 years too early. I think I would just tough it out. I don't think I could bring nobody back. I don't think I could put nobody through that, even if it was the chance there could be love. But that's, you know, how real of a love could that be when it's that manufactured? You know, it doesn't seem like it would be chance. But could it be?
That's what I was going to say. She didn't have those feelings for him. Wakes up too early. I imagine she was pretty pissed off.
Well, at first, she thought it was an accident. She believed him at first. She was like, oh, we both accidentally woke up? All right. And then when she found out, it was ultimate betrayal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of a deep question in your head. What would you do? Because he was so lonely. He was the only one walking around this spaceship that had plants and food and backup and all of that. And it kind of shows you how humans crave human interaction. even in a situation like that where you put yourself in a coma until you get to Mars or whatever, you know. But
Well, first of all, I wouldn't volunteer to make that trip.
hundo.
To be put under for how many hundreds of years they were
I forget
supposed
the particular circumstances that the movie started out, but it was, like one of those futuristic dystopian movies. Something happened on Earth, or they were trying to explore. They found a planet. It
Yeah.
was one of them type of deals.
Yep. Yep.
If it
One of
can't be an
the
island, I'm not in.
I'm sorry, Bonnie, what was that?
I said, if it can't be an island, I'm not in.
Ooh, but have you seen the island?
What did you say, Virginia?
Have you seen the island? Some of those get dark too.
Well, I know. True.
Yeah, even
Yeah.
Gilligan's Island was suspect.
Yeah. In retrospect, a lot of those shows were kind of, questionable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, Lauren. Wouldn't have mattered. Never would have made it to the planet. And even if you get there, then what? And you're woken up, you're in an environment and everything that's not Earth, for lack of a better term. What we need here. And what do you do then? Your lifespan is probably, would it be longer or would it be shorter, showing up somewhere that you're not adapted to?
I don't know. I don't know the whole mathematics behind it. And then I
Right.
imagine even until you actually got there and started producing or started production, I mean, it would all just be a theoretical theory, because you
Yeah.
hadn't been there, or as a species, you hadn't been there before.
Well, and look at what space travel allegedly does to you physically anyway. Just they have to go through all this fitness stuff, they say.
Yeah.
Mhm. Right.
I don't know. Gail King did it. Gail King and Katy Sperry. They went into
They
space.
are not astronauts. All right.
They're not. Well, the ABC News said they are officially intergalactic concierges. Whatever that means, I don't know.
Ridiculous.
But yeah,
You go up there for a couple of minutes, not the same thing, man. Astronauts, wherever the
definitely not.
astronauts go, they lose bone
It don't seem like that's where they went.
Nah. They didn't have a space helmet or suit on at any time.
Testing out a new ride for Disney.
Right.
Prototype.
100%. I know, Cheryl. So ridiculous.
Yep. But did they though?
Well,
Right.
they went up somewhere.
Yeah. Shut up and smoke. Oh man.
I know they're really having a heyday with that one though. There's so many.
As soon as I heard the characters that was involved, I already knew it was a whole charade.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, okay.
And Oprah with her tears.
Wonder why she didn't do it.
Isn't she the one that tried to open the door and he said, no, wait, it takes a special tool?
Yeah, it takes a special tool. As soon as they hit the land, they try to open it from the inside, and the guy comes up, touches it. Oh no, 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 no. No. If that thing did what it said it did, that thing would have been scorching hot, You wouldn't have touched that thing barehanded.
Mm-mm.
You definitely don't have the capabilities to do the opening mechanisms. It's like when they did the billionaire submarine exploration. All that looked like some Minecraft fabricated stuff. You know what I mean? Looked like some a kid would have did at summer camp. You know, NASA summer camp. This is the do it yourself project.
All right, but you remember that submersible vehicle that was trying to go down and then
Yeah,
imploded.
the
What was it,
billionaire
like
sub.
2 years ago? With
Yeah.
with millionaires on it, and they say that the people didn't even know a thing. They just disintegrated from the pressure when the vessel broke.
Oh yeah.
And they were, I'm not sure comparatively if they were deeper than where the space people went, but that's way more uncharted territory as far as I'm concerned. You know, getting
Yeah.
thrown up in a carnival ride. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
A little higher
You
than a
go up,
commercial.
you come down.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But those folks, man, you are in danger going deep.
I mean, heck, they went down there in a dang hey, what'd they go down? They went down there in a Tesla with rhino liner on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was duct taped together.
Yeah,
Right.
with NASA grade gorilla tape, you know? Aeronautical
Well,
duct tape.
y'all
The
know
window-
that duct tape was invented by NASA, right? That's
There you go.
somebody gronk me, but as far as I know,
That wouldn't surprise
duct
me.
tape, OG duct tape was for that.
Wow.
You ever wonder why they say whenever they get ready to fire off the rockets or stuff, or with NASA, they say T minus
Mm-hmm.
T minus 30 seconds to lift off. Well, if you
Right.
take Satan minus the T, you get NASA.
Okay, wait. Say that again.
You know, like when they say when NASA, when they're doing a launch or something, they say T minus 30 seconds until liftoff, T minus 10 seconds till liftoff.
Okay.
But I don't know. I was thinking like Satan minus the T, and you get NASA. T minus from Satan.
You take it out and you can. Okay, I see. Well, you can leave the
Allegedly.
T in and get Santa.
Oh yeah.
Y'all remember the church lady, Satan, on Saturday Night Live? The church
Yeah.
lady. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do some weird skits on there now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the cat's out of the bag. Let's give them all the skits. Bring out the playbook.
It's a mad world.
Give them something to laugh about.
Yeah, it's interesting. Words have that power, though. Like even Doge, D-O-G-E, back in the day, a Doge referred to a hierarchical leader, that he was the Doge. I'm not sure if it was a religious or political leader,
Like a
but
cleric.
yes, D-O-G-E, the Doge was a... Mm-hmm.
And see, I asked, could it be possible that Elon's actually in charge? Not Trump.
Oh no.
Oh, Navy vet got the facts. Ammunition. I always thought it was for a NASA thing. But World War II, it could still connect. I'm not going to give up on the dream.
Well,
May or may not be a high thought, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
What could we have?
Dude, he's so camouflaged, he just snuck in there. I didn't even see him.
Facts.
I'm not
It's
even
like
here, man. I'm not even here, man.
This man's faster than a blink.
Duct tape was invented before NASA was invented. In 1943, World War II.
Okay, so Navy vet saying for sealing ammunition boxes?
Well, it originally was used for fabric or something, and ended up they were using it to patch holes in the fuselage of bullet-ridden aircraft.
Huh. Well,
Wow.
see, I thought that related to the aircraft for the space thing, but that would have been a decade or so later. So interesting.
I have a roll of World War II duct tape. It's pretty valuable. It was 6 inches wide. When I first got it, it was the size of a garden tractor's front wheel. All right, it was like a 60-pound roll is what it started off as.
Goodness.
Man.
Who we got up in here? What's going on? Monty, Jerry, Blue Butterfly, Cola, Navy Vet, Pat Evans. Who else is up in here? There's quite a few. It's
Now
a
we
lot
see
easier.
duct tape is one of your summoning words.
Evidently.
Yeah. I have a little collection. I have some Vietnam issue. It was only 5 inches wide. It gets smaller and shittier as time goes on. This original duct tape, we're talking nothing that they sell today even comes close. It's crazy.
Okay.
What about Gorilla Tape?
Yeah, that's a punk compared to that roll of World War II stuff. You put that stuff on your skin, it ain't coming
You
off.
messing with that Vietnam edition.
Right. Yeah.
Annalise, what's going on? Oh, look, Pamela Barone's in the chat. Good to see her.
Hey, Pamela.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned military surplus.
Right. That's hilarious.
Hey, Pamela. Good to see you, sweetie.
Happy Easter, everybody.
Happy Easter.
It has been. This is the best Easter I've ever had.
TMI, Carl.
What's going on?
She said TMI.
April showers bring May flowers.
Right. Right.
Just ain't had too many here.
It's good to see you, Carl, for real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
and
is.
Pamela. Yes. That's funny.
Well,
yeah, see, maybe that I know they use duct tape with NASA, so I was wrong as far as the inception, but they carry that shit, or did back when, because it was the deal. Duct tape was the deal at the time.
I'm going to tell my kids NASA did it.
Yeah, I blame NASA. Screw HARP. It's NASA's fault.
You know what Red Green would say, right?
That's weird. You just said that. Did you just say red green?
Yeah. Do you know what Red Green would
That's
say?
weird.
If the girls don't find you handsome, at least they'll find you handy.
Yeah, Red Green's very wise. I love that show.
He's a master of duct tape.
Literally, as you said, red green, I was thinking of a red and green apple in my mind. That was weird.
It's a Canadian show, Watts, called The Red Green Show.
I've never heard of it.
Didn't they play it on PBS, Carl, every now and again? Because I think that's where I watched it, was PBS.
It's very likely. It's very likely.
I think they did. Yeah, Red Green is great. He's got his suspenders, his beard, and kind of.
What was it about? What did they do?
He was a handyman, and
did he have like the old style, like, I don't know, not really a locomotive style hat, but like an old style hat?
Yeah.
Oh, he was the grand poobah of the Possum Lodge, right? That's who he was.
What's the one I'm thinking about?
No, you got to look
on
up
PBS. I probably saw it at one point because that was like one of the only three channels we had.
Hey, Julie. Hey, Echo.
Hi, Julie.
All right, I'm gonna Google it.
Echo, good.
I thought so. I wasn't sure, Echo. I think I've seen that.
I've seen that show before. Yeah.
Yep.
Dang, it just brought back a memory. It's free on Tubi.
Yeah, I've pretty much. I'm sure I've watched every episode.
So y'all doing okay, Carl?
I don't know if I kind of feel like I should feel guilty or something. I'm doing so well. Thank you, Cheryl.
Yes, you should.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
Happens, you know.
You're not allowed to enjoy life, Carl. You're not allowed. You don't have permission. You should feel guilty.
Did you see that photo shoot I did of her that I posted on my page that Cheryl's talking about? On my community page. No, go look at that. I think that's just great.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't see the photos.
She didn't know I was taking them, and there's like it tells the story as you flip through the 5 photos. She realized I was taking photos, and it's hilarious. I thought it was hilarious.
Cute.
Yeah. Like that nostalgia of going in a photo booth and it would just take like those 4 or 5 random pictures, you know.
Yep. You know what's a trip about those, Watt, is they fade over time. And it's almost like that memory in that time slowly goes away. Like those photos.
Like they show in a movie.
Yes.
Like you're looking at the photo and eventually, it's a white background or something, yeah.
Yep. The color starts to go out, kind of like a Polaroid. They'll fade over time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't really tell if that's grandma or cousin Linda. It's one of the two.
Yeah. You had to be there.
My grandma was good about that. If she had a picture or she took a picture, she would write the year on the back of there at least.
Facts.
Usually the year and the month, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody forgets. You can't remember specifically.
Right. And you think, like, oh, we'll never forget this birthday, but yeah, you will. The next generations don't know, you know. Yeah, that's the old school, the date on the back, you know.
That's right.
Happy birthday to everybody.
Happy birthday. You know who you are. It's your day. My birthday's the 23rd.
Of June.
Yeah, of June. Dang, you ruined it.
Yeah, I did. Spoiler alert.
Supposed to hype everybody up. I gotta wait the next month.
So you guys were talking about cheese when I was listening a little while ago, and I was sitting there eating cheese balls, and then we made macaroni and cheese. We had mac and cheese.
Yes. Love mac and cheese.
You cheesed out.
Yeah, pretty
Thanks,
cheesy, man.
Well,
you know what though? Like American cheese, like I make homemade mac and cheese from scratch, like the bechamel, white sauce, and cheese, and all that, right? And I swear to God, one of the secrets is 2 or 3 slices of American cheese. The way it melts, the orange color, because I use like a mix of cheddar and a white cheese and maybe Havarti and like other stuff, right?
Yeah.
But a couple of slices of American puts it over the top, and a pinch of nutmeg, and you're in gourmet land. People taste it and be like, what is going on? Like, how is this so amazing? And that's what it is.
I do enjoy a good mac and cheese.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Cheryl.
Yeah, today in my memories, it was 5 years ago today. It was 4/20 on 4/20 on 2020.
Right.
That was crazy. Don't seem like that long ago.
I know what I was doing 5 years ago.
Well, you know, Easter won't be on 4/20 again until 2087, they say. Allegedly.
No way. Really?
Yep.
Because it was on Easter about a decade ago.
2014 was the last time.
Yeah.
Well, how do we know for sure, Watt? Because they do say a lot of things.
No, they know how to track the stars and the all of that. They know.
Well, I'll be 90 9 years old in 2087. So if I'm still around, I'm gonna record it.
Oh my
Word.
goodness.
That's a
Will
beautiful
there be
picture.
anybody left alive to watch it?
Oh, yeah.
Probably not.
Isn't that cute?
It's beautiful.
Hey,
That's a
Firefly.
beautiful picture. Oh, Carl, these are great.
Oh, I know we were looking at it now.
Wow. Oh,
You see what I mean about the story there?
yes.
What are you doing?
And the next picture, she's like, "Put your pants back on." She's laughing right now.
She would never tell me to do that.
Those were great, Carl. Cute.
Yeah.
Hey, Gma. Me love you long time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Firefly. Ah. That would be. Haley's comment. Oh, there's going to be a. It was talking about that in that article with the smiley face planets. A meteor shower also. Like
When is the
between.
meteor shower? When did you say it was?
Let me look.
Yeah, because I hear about them and I always kind of look, and sometimes it's too cloudy, or I don't know if I'm not in the right spot. But man, those are cool when you catch them.
Mm-hmm.
It was one. I don't remember it was sometime probably in the summertime. I don't know what they called it. I was a kid, probably mid-90s. I remember it was one, and it was all over the news. And shoot, as soon as the sun went down, I know me and my mom sat out there for a little while, and there was a bunch of them. And she eventually went in, and I sat out there, I don't know, for another couple hours just watching. And yeah, it was, you could see them every so often. That was pretty cool. That was the most I've ever seen at one time.
Right?
I counted over 280 once in the Pleiades meteorite shower in one night.
That's a lot.
Cigarette roll.
Yeah, we used to. I'd get the kids outside and we'd lay on the car because we lived out in the middle of nowhere, no light.
Yeah, you have to get away from the lights. The more in the city you are, the harder it is to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Light saturation or light pollution, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them can last for days, so you can see them a few nights in a row, you know. And they get it like a high active point to where at some point in those few days they'll be at their most active. If you're
Yeah.
lucky enough, you'll be on the dark side of the planet when it happens because it's pretty cool. You see one every few seconds. You know?
Yeah.
I've seen a couple at once before. You know, they start zinging all over the place.
Yeah, it'll last over days, but yeah, it'll have a certain peak period where you can see the most.
Yep.
Well,
It keeps popping up these ads. The conjunction will light up the skies just days after the. Is it Lyrids? Lyrids. Meteor shower peaks.
Lyrids.
The peak can be seen at any time between 10:30 p.m. and 5 a.m. local time from April 21st to 22nd.
Okay, so that starts tomorrow.
Yep. And what was the location again? The general location you could see it best? Did it say that?
I don't know, man. It all sounds Greek to me.
Yeah, it is kind of Greek, Carl. Everything's Greek.
According to NASA, up to 15 meteors will be visible per hour under dark skies.
fabulous.
That'd be cool, yeah, if it's visible, yeah. Of course,
Mhm.
yeah.
Well, here we are saying this is all cool looking, but look at what the surface of the moon looks like. We ought to feel awful fortunate that we don't get pelted with all those.
Have you ever seen the dark side of the moon?
The Transformers movie or the actual
I'll
dark side of
reserve
the
a
moon?
really nasty statement, but like the the moon is a spaceship. Everybody
How
knows
dare you say that on live?
that.
Yeah. They even made
Yeah,
a movie about that a couple years. You remember the movie? It was like the Nazis had made like a secret base on the backside of the moon after WW2, and then they came back. What was it, Iron Skies or something like that? It came out a few years back. Pretty decent movie, actually. You know.
huh.
It depends on who you talk to. I think Magneto had a moon base. The Inhumans had a place there.
Yeah, the
The
humanoids,
Watchers lived there.
the
There's
Watchers,
there's
Hey,
been
Rabbit,
a
good
lot.
to see you.
and the waiters, and the haters.
Mhm.
I mean, if you really want to know what's going on there, ask Alice Cranston.
Hmm. What would she say? Do you reckon?
She's definitely been there. You don't remember him going to the moon, Alice?
That is
Oh,
true.
I gotcha. To the moon. Now, I gotcha now. Okay. All right. The dots are connected. Dots connected. Gotcha.
But then
What's
you
up,
think about
Kyle?
maybe when that show was out, maybe it was just like that subliminal image, that subliminal message, just to get people comfortable with just the moon or going to space or doing that type of stuff. You know, even something as
Well,
simple as just hearing that.
I
Mm-hmm.
saw a cartoon once where these are two astronauts are standing on the moon and they're looking at this lady face down, impregnated into the side of the moon. And they said, "Oh my God, it's Alice Cranston."
Man, that's pretty wild. Yeah. The honeymooners. I mean, like, and even the name, the honeymooners, and he's always saying like, "I'll shoot you to the moon," but it's like, but it's the two different things. You know what I mean? Honeymoon means he would never punch her in the face to send her to the moon.
I know, it's a violent
It's
thing.
contradictory.
The cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, and Little Boy Blue and the Man in the Moon.
When you coming home, Dad? I don't know when. We'll get together then. Never heard it.
It's like the movie. It came out in the early 1900s. You've probably seen clips of it. The movie called "A Trip to the Moon." I think it was accredited to be on with like one of the first sci-fi genre films. That and along with the that other movie Metropolis. You've ever seen
Uh-huh.
or heard of Metropolis? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. The 1936, 37 film.
Yeah, it was like
Actually, we could bring this whole conversation right back around and just say that the moon was really made of cheese.
Oh
there you
yeah,
go.
everybody knows that for sure. Yeah. Swiss cheese. Why do we say the man what's the nursery rhyme? The cow jumped over the moon or
Yeah.
something
Hey
like that.
diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped
Yes.
over the moon.
Yes. Why do we say that? Hey diddle diddle,
You
the
don't
cat
even
and
want to know.
the cat or
That's
probably
no
not.
moon.
That
It's a
sounds like a
space.
euphemism through and
That's where you
through.
got to draw the line on that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I
Oh
don't know,
man.
but yeah, all those little nursery rhymes have like keywords or meanings to something that happened or did happen.
Yeah. Facts. I keep getting a video in my feed. I haven't clicked on it yet, but it's about how children's games are also really dark because many of us are aware of the nursery rhymes, like they're baby in the cradle falling out of the tree. I mean, it's pretty dark. But the game hopscotch, where you
Hopscotch.
draw with chalk on the
Oh,
sidewalk
the
and you
numbers
draw
and the boxes.
numbers. Correct. I
Yeah.
have it
Wait a
popped in my
minute.
head.
Wait
I
a minute.
still
You're
have to
telling
click
me
on
this has nothing to. You're telling me this has nothing to do with whiskey and jumping.
I don't think it
Maybe.
does with the hopscotch. Like I said, I still got to click on it, but I'm intrigued. There's something dark about kids' games. So hopscotch, maybe even jumping rope and playing marbles. I don't know, but they come from dark places.
Sound like you've lost your marbles.
Yeah, I never had any. So joke's on you.
Even that, you know, the marbles. Who knows?
Yeah, I wasn't born with them.
Hopscotch is bad.
Girl, there's a video that's popped in my feed. I have to click on it still. I saved it. And it's breaking down how it was a dark
Excuse me.
thing. And like I said, I apologize. So I guess teaser with no spoiler. There's something dark about it. Yep. Like dark kids games was this video. It keeps popping my thing. Probably because we're talking about Ring Around the Rosie. That's totally the plague. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Ring around the rosy.
Mhm. That's not creepy.
We go.
All down. Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon, the little dog laughed to see such fun, and the dish ran away with the spoon. So this is all euphemism in here. This means something, I am certain.
Boy, chat's going off now, man. We touched us. We touched a button.
Yeah, we hit that dark spot. Yes, maybe bet. Yes, the buboles, the red. Buboles for bubonic. Buboles.
Or even London Bridge. You know, London Bridge was taken down and moved to a city in Arizona.
Isn't that crazy? That's a lot of resources just to move.
And heck, when did the song come about London Bridge falling down? Pretty sure it wasn't related to that incident, but you know.
Right?
That one's old. That song's
Yeah.
old.
So Binford, that's interesting. Yeah, 103, like the long noses on the doctor's masks. You know, they kind of, it looks like a long beak. They were filling those beaks with herbs and flowers when they were going to treat like plague patients.
What were those people called that did that? They had a name.
Mm-hmm. There is. The plague doctor mask.
Yeah, the plague doctor mask. There you go.
Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead.
We got a wheelbarrow.
But you know, that's a thing like in video games, certain video games, they have for their characters, you know how you can change your skin and the way you look? You'll see in a lot of games, that's one of the characters that you can change your character to.
Well, aren't we just cheery people suddenly?
I know. Why is that?
I couldn't imagine.
Well, somebody did rise from the grave on this day.
It's love.
Yeah, Bonnie. Yeah, something to do with the love. Echo, I have seen The Resurrectionist. I'm not subscribed, but I have seen a few videos from that person. Lauren, it's 100% Magic Mirror. I have 100-year-old. Is it Anderson or Grimm's? that's Snow White. Whichever one, I've got both. I was a book collector and I used to sell books on eBay, and I would pick up these books at the thrift store, like old ones. And the OG fairy tale is Magic Mirror on the Wall, not Mirror Mirror on the Wall.
I remember seeing the Liberty Bell when I was really young. I'm pretty sure it was in Philadelphia when I seen it.
Did you see that, Virginia?
Yeah, The Resurrectionist. I have viewed The Resurrectionist, but I'm not subscribed to that channel. But I'm aware of it. Yeah, Echo. It's a good one.
True name
That
of it.
might be where the hopscotch thing is. I'm not sure, but Three Blind Mice. Oh, Three
Yeah.
Blind.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, the story of the three blind mice. Yeah,
I mean, what better things to tell children before they go to bed?
Dude, fairy tales are dark. The Little Mermaid is very dark. That's an Anderson. I listen to Grimm's. There's Sleep Audiobooks is a channel that I really love, and I listen to Grimm's fairy tales, Greek mythology, all kinds of stuff. The Grimm's, if you really look at it, Red Riding Hood and kids getting lost in the woods with a wolf and different stuff, like it's a little dark. It's I still like it, but it's not really sweet kid stories. You know, they're very representative of some dark shit. Dark meaning you know, human nature, and you know, it's deeply psychological and weird, but it's not necessarily for 3-year-olds per se. But you know, Hansel and Gretel is so dark, show. It really is.
they say the story of the three blind mice is about three Protestant leaders, Archbishop Thomas Cranmer, Bishop Hugh Latimer, and Bishop Nicholas Ridley, that were allegedly tortured and burned during Queen Mary's reign. She's the one known as Bloody Mary.
Bloody Mary, yeah. Yep.
And what better way to sing that to kids, to just keep them in line and know, hey, if you get out of line, you know, the Queen Mary, she's going to get you. The butcher's wife, you got to watch out for her.
I
Good
hear
little
Bloody
boy,
Mary,
Timmy.
and I think about what kids did, including myself. You would go into the bathroom, turn off
Yeah.
all the lights, look in the mirror, and go Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, and turn around 3 times and flush the toilet 3 times. And like, there were all different ways to do this, right? It's kind of like one of those kids
Urban legends.
sleepover things, right?
Yeah.
And I did have one time that something very bizarre happened, but you would kind of do that at slumber parties and stuff, you know.
Lizzie Borden.
Lizzie Borden, was she innocent or not? I love the lore on Lizzie Borden, and you know, she got acquitted, but
That was the girl that supposedly did her family with the
yes,
chop.
yes, and the dad is on the couch with his head
Had an axe. It was Lizzie
The mom
Borden
is on
had
the
an
floor.
axe. Lizzie Borden gave her husband 40 whacks.
Mm-hmm.
No, father. When she was done, gave her mother 41, or vice versa. It was the mother and father.
Huh.
Yeah, real cheery stuff.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Stepmother, I want to say it was a stepmother and the actual father, and the circumstances are pretty sus. But Lizzie Borden is a wonderful rabbit hole. It's wonderful.
Yep. There's a movie. Then you got the little rhyme song.
Right.
Man, those go on forever, man. I can think of other ones. They all got violence or some twisted something in them.
Oh, there's John with all nursery rhymes.
Mhm.
John,
Hmm.
Yes, Cheryl Rich. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. That was a
what?
weird one. It never worked, but it was at slumber parties, just like Bloody Mary or I don't know. Girls did weird things.
I like that.
I never heard light as a feather, stiff as a board.
Mm-hmm. You would have so one of your friends, let's say it's a slumber party with 5 people, one of the girls would lay on the floor on her back, flat on her back, and the other 4 would be on each side of her, and you would put your fingers under the back of the girl on the floor, and you'd say light as a feather, stiff as a board, and supposedly she may or may not float. You see what I mean? Or
Yes,
become, yeah, that's what that one was. Yeah.
I think I've
That,
seen
that
that
was
in
in
a
that movie. What was
The
that one
craft.
witch movie? Yeah,
The craft.
Witchcraft. Yeah, where she moved to the new high school or something.
Calm
Yep.
down, David.
Yeah. hmm
Hey, David, remain calm.
Remain calm, everybody.
Yeah.
Got a legend in chat. No autographs, please. Yeah,
Yeah.
they made a remake, but it was, of course, it wasn't as good as the original. But yeah, that was one of the things they were doing.
Mm-hmm. The original was better. Yeah.
oh, demon. Oh, the craft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, The Craft.
That's what I remember when the teenage girls here must have watched that, and they decided it was time to do the Ouija board, look into all this stuff, and they did it in my
Why,
friend's house. I was like,
why would you want to welcome demons
yeah,
into your life?
It was
yeah,
a trend. It was a
Yeah,
trend, especially like in the 80s. For me, in when I
I
was
wonder where it
young,
came
it
from though,
was
where it originated.
slumber parties. You know what I mean? They just did it. Like Bonnie's saying, the girl, and we didn't know. I don't think there. I guess some knew and some didn't, but of what it was. But it was a thing.
I've never even seen one in person.
yes,
Well, no,
Sherry.
I take that back. I did see one before. You go down to Savannah, like some southern coastal towns, they have that lore about certain beliefs or certain stuff, but they have several shops. But this one shop, I went in it. I mean, I didn't have no intent to cause harm. I didn't accept any harm to be done to me. So, uh, but they have
Well,
certain artifacts and stuff, and on the wall, that was one of the things they had back there on the wall.
they literally sell Ouija boards like it's a game, like a Monopoly set. They
Oh, I
literally
know.
sell
Yeah,
it.
yeah. If it's a game you want to play, somebody will sell it to you. I promise you.
Right.
Yeah,
Goodness, Chima.
but I knew this lady one time. She wasn't not like a witch, not like in the aspect we're talking about, but it was a different name. She said it wasn't witch, it was something else. But she just, I don't know, just lived in nature, just grew vegetables and herbs and stuff like that. But
G-Mons reminded me of the Juvie.
like a Wiccan, is that a name? A Wiccan? Is that what you call somebody?
Wiccan is a form of witchcraft in which they say is white magic. It's like supposed to be good,
Right.
more of a medicinal
Yeah, I
type
think that's
thing.
kind of what she went by, whatever that means.
Well, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Wiccans, any of us who use an herbal tea to get over a cold would be considered Wiccan. It has to do with nature and energies that with good intent, like someone
Yeah,
said, white
Yeah,
magic, or Mother Earth, things like that. Conjuring darkness is different. That's your intent is way different.
yeah,
Using
like your dark
nature.
magics.
Willow bark is what we make aspirin from. Different herbs we know damn well help with colds, or mullein tea for respiratory shit, right?
Yeah,
That's big
Mullen.
wicked. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, she was kind of like that. Yeah.
See what?
It's
That's,
not nice to fool
that's
Mother Nature.
that's what my grandmother believed at first.
But even if you're trying to connect with a spirit, it doesn't mean that the spirit you connect with is going to be that one which you thought you seek.
Right.
My grandmother is one of the most militant Mormons I have ever known. Her religiosity is at the level of zealot. But she was always the person when I was sick, when I was younger, that would give me a homeopathic medicine, or even belladonna, which is a witch's herb, allegedly, right? It's a poison.
Yeah,
For entertainment purposes only, my grandmother
allegedly.
gave me belladonna if I was sick. You know what I mean? And it
Hmm.
that's what it is. But so I mean,
Are we losing you, or are we losing Virginia?
We're losing Virginia.
from the what God has given us, the herbs. Genesis says this. Any plant bearing seed, it's for your use. It's for your good, right? That's the connection there, and it doesn't take away from being a holy
Yeah.
person, in my opinion.
Gma, that's true.
Yep.
Yeah, just having the knowledge of your local plants and stuff, and what's edible, what's not edible, when it's not so much edible, you know.
What? When I really got into that in the late '80s, I found 130 edible and medicinal wild plants, flowers, and trees in my area alone.
It's good to study that and know that. Yeah. Recognize
There's,
the difference because some things look real similar, you know, and if you don't, if you don't know those few little key markers, you could be a big accident.
yeah, mushrooms is really bad about that, and that's
Yeah,
not even
mushrooms.
including. Yeah, that's not even including the mushrooms. That's it's on a different level. You better know your shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, herbs and plants too. The little berries that grow on a potato plant, pure poison. The nightshade berry is
Yeah,
very
Queen's Anne's
deadly,
lace,
right?
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
There's looks like wild carrot, you know. So there's killers out there that look a lot like what you can eat.
They're beautiful, but yeah, you don't want to consume them.
And there's mushrooms out there that you touch them and then touch your lips. It can
Lotus
kill you.
seeds, 169 of them. Really? What is that? I wonder what that number means, 169. I mean, it's pretty specific.
Oh, man.
Even the name of the ship, I think the ship was called the New Shepherd. Um,
Why do the rockets look more and more like a phallic symbol all the time?
Well,
the world may never know.
look like a pop-up tent on a pole to
Or
me.
even like, what was it? I seen somebody made a spoof. They combined the rocket going off with the Austin Powers movie. Remember the Doctor Evil when he made the weird shaped spacecraft? I said, "Oh, that was pretty funny."
Well, me and Pamela saw that just pop up. Like all of a sudden it happened. Every launch I've ever heard of in my life, there was a build up to it. All right. Like
Yeah,
they were getting ready for the
Yes.
launch. They were going to do this launch is coming. They even count down the launch. But what all of a sudden it's like Katy Perry went up into space and it looks so fake. So both me and Pamela were
yeah.
like, oh my God, this is fake. All right. We were both immediately the first day that shit happened. And then ever since then, we've been sitting there watching everybody else make fun of it and, say how it's Jeff Bezos falling on his face, the door coming apart before they opened the door for the first time.
Yeah,
It's nutty, dude. This is I don't know what the fuck they're doing now. This is
like something they would do in the movie Jackass.
That's the question.
So lotus seeds are used to make rosaries,
Huh.
and 169 is a square number of 13 by 13.
13 by 13.
13th odd number.
I did not catch that, John. I'll have to go back and see that.
Lotus seeds from the Bible regards the number to unclean.
Huh.
Even the fire looked fake behind it.
It is interesting about the lotus seeds. I didn't know that until now.
I have an oleander. Gma, what's the...
Well, it makes sense. I mean, the whole timing of it, and then just calling it the new shepherd. Then you've got lotus seeds, which can be used to make rosaries, and you do it during one of the biggest Christian weeks in the world. You know, the Holy Week. It just seemed like some type of mockery or some type of ritual of some sort, in my opinion.
That's a good score, Lauren. Were they blacks or yellows?
Nice.
Yeah. Rock on, Lauren. Yeah, Oleander. Gma Merkel saying she has Oleander. You remember the movie White Oleander? The wife allegedly on a live drama with the white Oleander. It was who played Cat Lady in the old Batman? Michelle Pfeiffer.
Michelle Pfeiffer, yeah.
Yep. And so Oleander is also highly poisonous. Yes.
I've heard that.
You said the old Batman, and you said Michelle Pfeiffer. Man, I was thinking all kinds. I was thinking way different. You were old.
You're thinking black and white Batman.
I was thinking like Eartha Kitt. You know.
How the Satanism religion is different from any other religion. Rabbit, I can't speak for anyone else here, but I don't see Satanism and being a naturopath as the same thing. So, hey, Von Erich.
All the isms.
I don't think they're the same. So,
I think there's too many isms.
Yeah, there's a lot of isms, and we interpret them and represent our own biases, but trans dildo. Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Trans and a dildo going to heaven. Well, I mean, even dildos on Earth are trying to take you to heaven. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're all phallic for sure.
There were three of them. Then there were three Catwomen in the original Batman. There was Lee Merriweather, Eartha Kitt, and who was the other one? She's still alive, I think. Oh well.
I think it was the blue origin. So on one side of the phallus said New Shepherd, and the other side, I think it said Blue Origin.
Yeah. I think Blue Origin was like the company, and the New Shepherd was the alleged title they gave the craft. Almost seemed like they was just trying to do like some type of, I don't know. Anything I could come up with would just seem totally bizarre.
Yeah.
Julie Newmar, thank you, Navy. That's it.
All right, Carl, I have to ask. Are you okay?
I'm tired. I'm very tired. I've been busy. I have been busy. Just
You sound tired.
I wanted to come and visit, though. I think I am going to jump down because I could sleep. I got to work in the morning. So.
Well, I'm glad you came up. We kind of all miss y'all.
Well, you got to aim better if you miss somebody. So.
Good chatting with you, buddy.
Right on, man. I had a good time. I'll see you somewhere soon, all of you. I've just been busy, folks. That's all.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Good night, Carl. I agree with Cheryl. Pamela's wearing you out. I love it.
Keep it in the turning lane.
Yeah.
Thinking, yeah, not used to that anymore, huh?
You just gonna let that roll by, are you?
That's too much. All right, here.
Mhm.
I'm gonna remember that she didn't speak up.
You know what's worse than anything else is as soon as you leave, we all know what you're going to be doing, and that's just too much foresight. Ugh, have a good time. Gross.
I always do.
Y'all have a good evening.
Yeah.
We love you.
Way good.
Don't kill him.
Like brother, like if you know your brother, or like a family member or your parents or something like that, and it's like, ugh.
Yes.
Yeah. Good times, Carl. Love you guys. Hey, Lisa. Yeah, I hope he has a good suspension.
I could just tell a difference in his voice, and so I was like, okay, I gotta ask, is he really okay? Because he used to come up all energetic and you know.
You know what, though? We did not hear one Ted Nugent story. Thank the gods we did not one Ted Nugent anecdote. Not one. Now we know,
And double
Energy
up on the
is
next one.
Don't give him inspiration, but Hey, Joe.
Oh, that's funny.
We know, Jerry. Don't feed the beast.
Oh, poor Carl. But yeah, he's definitely like a brother that you can joke with.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Oh man, that was funny.
Yeah. Carl. See? Who said TMI a second ago? Binford said TMI ? Refer to Carl's comment at 9:03. Binford. That's what we mean.
What I say, what I do, Pootie Tang.
Blasphemy.
Wu-Tang forever.
I think he lost his ooh. He's just down to the W right now. He's got to recuperate.
Yeah, you might be right.
Just chalk it as a win. You still got your W.
I don't know, but if you lose the W, it goes from woo-woo to ooh-ooh. So,
goes to moo moo.
Yeah.
You're totally inverted at that point.
The tang is still there, but we go from woo-woo to ooh-ooh. So,
You're not allowed to grow the beard, and you got to wear a moo moo.
What's wrong with a moo-moo?
I don't even know what it is. It just doesn't sound good.
Oh, come on. I mean, a moo-moo is a Hawaiian dress. It's kind of like a house dress.
Okay, it wasn't what I thought it was then. Okay.
Yeah, it's
very loose fitting and comfy.
Loose dress.
I feel like we went over this already at some point.
Right.
All right,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
down with it. Just not on me, of course, but yeah.
That's the ones I have are called, is it Caftan, Virginia? I think is what they're called. And they're just,
I was thinking
they're,
like I don't know, like a onesie with like a flap in the back or something. I don't know.
Well,
you're,
it's kind of
you're fat
it's kind of
people.
like a nightshirt dress combo. I wouldn't
Like a
say it's a
sundress.
yeah, yeah, a sundress is a good
Oh
example.
yeah. That's good.
Yeah,
It's sundress season. Yeah, it's moo
right.
season.
And
Yeah.
they're usually a little bit like a mid calf length. They're not super long. They're not short. They're just you see
Yeah,
Hawaiian women do
show a little
hula
calf.
in muumuus a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Jerry didn't. They're not for fat people.
Yeah,
No.
that might have been what threw me off. I was thinking like maternity ward or something.
It is kind of like a hospital gown, but whether you're fat or skinny, it's
Now the
still the
truth comes
same.
out.
Just
Now it
right
comes
over
out.
your shoulders, one piece. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, Echo. Caftan. I,
Yeah,
I think
kind of
that's
like
what
that.
Now I gotta look it up.
A muumuu, a proper muumuu. My
Wow.
Nana wore a muumuu for decades. I'm almost 6 feet tall. My Nana, 100% Japanese, was barely 5 feet tall. And she wore a muumuu every day that I knew her, RIP, decades. Like it's just, I mean, it's kind of like a
Like a
sundress
kimono.
nightshirt. Yeah, no, just the muumuu. Like it's a Hawaiian dress. It's like a,
It's just airy and comfortable. Just
yeah,
they're they're bigger than you are. It's not a snug fitting dress.
no, it doesn't hug your body at all. Yeah.
It's just like the Mexican dresses.
Mm-hmm.
They're not snug fitting. They're just kind of a rectangle shape, holes for sleeves with embroidery on the neckline. I mean,
Dude, they would do embroidery or pretty flair on it. Like my Nana was poor as hell, so she would sew her own. She would make her own muumuus, and yeah, you can flare it, bedazzle it however you want, you know. But
yeah,
it wasn't like super fitted or anything like that. It was very simple, but you can um, cinch the waist a bit if you want, or put on different embellishments.
Mhm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There
That's
you go.
caftans. They're just so comfortable. It's like a silky material, and it's loose. It's like you're not wearing anything, but you are.
Yep. It's comfortable in an environment where it's warm and moist all the time, like Hawaii. It's
Yeah,
you got airflow, you got, comfort, you're not restricted in. You're also not naked. It's not like wearing, you know what I mean? So it was just like an
yeah,
airy way to do. I did say moist 103 because you can get moist out there.
yeah. You can.
Did you know that Alaska gets hotter than Hawaii?
What?
Yeah.
Hmm.
There's stuff. And Hawaii gets snow. You go to Haleakala or
Yeah,
the
those
top of some
peaks.
mountains. Yeah, there's actually a skiing tourism business in Hawaii. And people, you never think that, like, oh shit, they have mountain peaks with snow. Yes, they do.
That's it. My brother said he saw him coming into Texas, driving from California a couple of weeks ago. And I
Right?
was like, "We're in Texas." I have never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, it would be probably a lot of it there will be seasonal, but yeah, I imagine it could happen. The
Yep.
right elevation.
Yep.
Yep. I think
Mauna
Texas.
Kea, not Mauna Loa. Thank you, Binford. Binford got it. Mauna Kea, Mauna Loa. Yep.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was going to say, Pat. I think we're as hot as Arizona now.
But yeah,
Hopefully that was a once in a lifetime thing last summer.
last summer, man, it was. We didn't have like a lot of triple degree digits like we normally would have had, but it was just so dry. You know, and the only time we got rain, it was a hurricane attached to it. So, you know,
Hey, Garrett, rainwater. Ski in the morning and surf in the afternoon, right?
literally all in one state. But yeah, I hope this
not,
summer's going to be a little bit more kind as far as weather wise.
not watching the egg hunt at the White House. I should play that for y'all.
What you got?
Oh, just a little song that. Let's see, where'd it go?
Let me do it now.
Right?
Come on, guys. You know what this does to me. Don't make me do it. You see that video? You know what this song does to me.
Bring it.
There's a lot that won't like it. I can tell you now, but wait, that's not it.
Yeah, don't pick the wrong one now.
Right? Clear your browsing history. Make sure that certain Amazon searches are not available in the tabs.
Yeah, make sure you're starting from scratch.
Yeah.
Is this one it? No.
Oh,
All right. It's gonna take a while. I'm gonna have to pull it up another way. Darn it.
take your time. Take your time.
Tornadoes. I don't think I got a tornado. Had a heavy wind, but nothing tore up. So
Mary Freeland says North Carolina is supposed to be as hot peanut butter. That sounds sticky.
Oh, that's how. Yeah, that's how it was here today. Shoot, it was warmer yesterday. We got almost. Well, it felt like over 90 with the heat index. But today it probably felt like it was about 90 with the heat index. It was about 80, 85, 86.
I'm sitting at 49 degrees and my feet and hands are sweating. Just
Let's see here.
I'm dying. Yep.
Currently sitting at 69 degrees, they say. How about that?
It'll say 69 feels colder, you know.
Yeah. But just give me the real temperature then. Why do you gotta tell me the feel, you know? Why do you put it up to me to calculate the feel? You're the meteorologist. You're the ologist. You know, once you adapt the term ologist to your name, you should be calculating the numbers and telling me, you know.
I have long said the only real meteorologists in this world are nipples. If it's cold, you'll know. If it's hot,
I got a weather rock. That's what I do.
Yeah. Any meteorologist on the news, they're full of shit. It's nipple transmission tells you the temperature. Yep.
It's 60 here, low 51, and I have a throw over my feet.
63, high of 87 tomorrow. What a day.
Pat's 79 tomorrow. What are we?
Oh, it's low as 60s. It's 80s and 60s all week. Can't complain about that one bit.
We're 87 tomorrow.
Oh,
See
don't
the
you do it.
difference?
Don't you do it. Don't you get up to the 90s.
Take this
See the
off.
difference from where I'm at to Dallas. Dallas is 5 hours away.
Well, like the different zones or the growing zones, they say allegedly how people are is pretty interesting. Because in each individual growing zone, like I'm in growing zone 8B, they say, but even inside that particular growing zone that spans across the country, you got different breakdowns, as far
Right.
as, humidity factors, stuff like that.
I think when it comes to growing, you know, we all have our strengths of what you can do. And up here in the Northwest, like everybody knows about Idaho potatoes, russet potatoes, pretty
Yeah.
cold up there, you know. Washington does potatoes, sweet onions, a lot of berries, Marion berries and blueberries and just berries
What
galore.
about apples? They still do the
Apple.
apple?
Oh yes, I have multiple apple trees and cherry trees on my property. Like those rock, and I don't have a lot of success with growing like habaneros. It doesn't get hot enough. But apples, berries, cherries,
What's the hottest
potatoes.
they will get? During your
Um,
summer, what's the hottest it could get?
about 4 years ago, we got to like 108, but that
Damn,
was the hottest. I've been here 20 years. That was the hottest I've ever seen. On average,
that's what,
the
Washington
summer,
State?
correct. And on average in the summer, if we break 90, it's rare. Like it'll last for a day or two. The median, we're in a
Oh, we already
Goldilocks
broke the
zone.
90.
It's pretty much from 60 to 80, even during the summer. So certain things grow great, you know,
Yeah,
that are
the peppers
heat.
just need a little bit more consistent heat.
Yeah, yeah. Like some things don't work. I mean, we grow a lot of corn, potatoes, root vegetables, berries, fruit trees, onions, gourds, pumpkin patches, stuff
Yeah,
like
you'd have
that.
to do it
But we're
inside
not
with the
really
lights and
hot
stuff, or
peppers.
have you a good greenhouse at that point.
I would love to be able to grow citrus or avocado, but we never get a sustained heat for that, you know. And even with growing Mary Jane, which, you know, who does that? But that there's certain varieties that can sustain at a 70-degree average and other ones that do better at way hotter, like
Yeah,
Maui Wowie, you know. But think about Alaska. They are known for Alaska varieties of, let's say, a lot of Janes, but as well, their berries and their season is compressed, but it's extremely abundant when it goes. So it's kind of like maximizing your window, knowing what works.
uh,
My cherry trees are going wild right now.
I just seen an article the other day, and it was almost like the movie Interstellar, like when you first cut it on, and this is the last year of corn ever. This year's corn crop will be the last one on Earth's history. But there was
Hmm.
this guy down in Florida, and the way it was a local news crew down there were interviewing him. Make a long story short, he had a pretty big orchard, citrus, but just certain things and stuff. He said in the next couple of years, he said there probably won't be hardly any citrus to that level grown there. So what he
Right.
did is on most of his property, he planted avocados. He's got avocado trees. And I forget the specific or the exact lifespan on like how long it takes. Uh, but at the stage that he's at, he'll start. I think they said he'll start seeing production within the next 2 seasons. 2 seasons from now, he should see his first harvestable batch.
Right. Thank you, Kiss Off. There's some things that take 5 or 10 years to get going.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if avocado is one, but I think it does take a couple
They're
of
up
years
there.
to get some
Yeah,
good
they're up
fruit.
there.
Same thing with grapes. Like in this area in the Northwest, they're known for Pinot Gris and certain varieties. Northern
It takes time to
California,
get those orchards established.
100%. It takes years to get an orchard established to viable, workable fruit. And some of the best wine, thank you, Lisa. Some of the best wine in the world is called ice wine, and it's from Canada. And they call it ice wine because at some point the grapes flower and fruit, but then they kind of freeze a little bit, and it creates a different flavor profile. And these plants have learned to adapt to their environment. That's what they do, and they get kind of this freeze, and then you make this. It's kind of a dessert wine because it gets really sweet after it grows and freezes. So yeah, just know your stuff. You can grow sugar.
Did you know the what is it? The Remy Martin, Louis XIII. You know that when a master distillery, when the master starts that particular batch, he'll never see the finished product of that thing, of the Remy Martin, the cognac, because I think they said it sits for like 100 years or a little over 100 years before the whole process is done. Now he'll taste it, in the process of it being crafted, but the original master that's starting that brew batch, he'll never sample the finished product of his own batch.
Wow.
Just think about that. Your whole life is to master this craft and perfect this thing. You've tried it. You've tried different batches, but you'll never try your own.
And you'll never taste that actual product.
Yeah, you'll never taste that actual bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was just having all kinds of problems. I don't know if y'all heard all that, but I was mute.
I'm glad you're all right.
Yeah, no, we didn't hear a thing, for real. You were muted.
Thought you were having the wine sweats.
No, I had 2 things playing over each other at the same time, and I couldn't find the other one, and I was closing out tabs all over the place. I'm like, what is going on here? And I finally found it. Shut it off.
Oof, that was a close one.
So, okay, y'all got to hear this song.
All right, she's got it.
It's funny.
For realsies.
Just think of it as funny.
She got us again.
I know. I don't want to interrupt. Oh, there we go. There we go.
There's a man in a frame with a gold-plated smile hung high on a wall while the poor walk for miles. He signs away with a pen made of chrome, and the people he harms still call this home. He throws up a grin as the prices climb steep, while the broken find shelter where the dumpsters sleep. And the cold wind howls through the hearts that it chills, while fireworks rise on Capitol Hill. Oh, the cost of his crown ain't in diamonds or stone. It's the cries of the hungry left dying alone, while he feasts behind gates with the powerful few. We dig through the silence for something that's true. Hallelujah. Lord, can you see? We're drowning while he toasts his luxury. He rides in a motorcade, burning 6 blocks. Could have fed the whole town, but he craves the applause. White House dinner with imported wine, while the poor dig through dumpsters left behind. 100 grand eggs on the White House lawn, while police tear down tents at the break of dawn. He quotes from the Bible while slicing our aid, and the gospel he preaches feels hollow and staged. Uncle Donnie, you shine like a king, but your gold hides the rust on everything. You lift up the rich, you crush the poor, you build your empire on a rotten floor. One loan of eggs, one Easter feast, while shelters shut down in the belly of the beast. You smile on the stage while America cries, and your truth is a throne built on countless lies. Oh, the cost of his crown is our daughters and sons, the homeless, the hopeless, the battle's not won. You can march through the streets, claim God's on your side, but the Savior stood barefoot with tears in his eyes. Hallelujah. Not wrapped in gold, but in pain and truth, and the story's untold. He rose for the lost, not the kings of the land.
Huh.
So that was AI generated. Do you know Citizen Z? I don't.
No, I don't think so.
It almost sounds familiar, but in a way it doesn't.
I know.
It sounds like I've heard it somewhere.
Hey, Yorga.
Like a.
Well, it's funny because the chat, Kiss Off's like stupid, supposed to be funny, not funny. Like what I saw in it was actually the opposite of calling Trump a savior. It was more placing it on Jesus, not on Trump. Sorry.
Darn it, Virginia, you're cutting out.
Oh no. Dang it.
All right, she's back. Allegedly.
See if you can repeat that.
All right, I had opened YouTube to try and chat, but it messes me up if I have tabs open. What I saw in the song is it was saying not to worship Trump like a savior.
Right.
But maybe I interpreted it that way.
If a picture is worth 1,000 words, how many words is the song worth?
Right.
Has to be more than 1,000.
Well, I agree, Cheryl. It was about Trump. I guess it depends on your point of view, because people do look at him as some kind of savior figure, but I don't.
Yeah.
That's not how I look at him.
I don't know. It I mean it.
Or you could replace his image from and put another president just from another time. I mean, it's just
Yep.
doesn't necessarily have to be about him. Well, I mean, I guess it is. They put the image in there, but maybe the words itself.
Well, and it's still, if you look at our lives today compared to a year ago, I mean your personal life, do you see any difference?
No.
I don't either. And I know everybody keeps saying it's only been so many days or however long it's been. But just in my personal life, I don't see any difference.
Just
So I'll
nature
say one
taking
way
its
or
course.
the other. Right. I can't say one way or the other whether it's beneficial or not. It's just is what it is. We still got to live life best we can.
That's it.
Pretty much. The things that they are doing, any politician, any government agency, the less they affect my life at any point, no matter who's sitting in that seat. That's kind of the key in my head. Like it doesn't change much because I still have the same mindset throughout, take care of certain things and certain goals and what have you,
Especially on the local level or the state level. So
yeah.
much is happening on that level. We see it happening every day.
Yes. That's why each one of us keeps talking about our state because that's where I see the things happening.
Yeah.
Got communities being built around Dallas that we're not allowed in, and we know their laws. I don't agree with that at all. We have these complexes being built. For what purpose? Why were they moved here? And then we got another one that just moved here from California. I can't even remember what that one is. And then we got these statues, and I'm just like, what is happening to my Texas? Dang it.
Right. Ditto, Rabbit.
Yeah.
Well, I was in here watching when you had the statues you were showing. There was one, I think it was Dallas maybe, or wherever, they're all over. And
Yeah.
okay, so the thing to me is like it is kind of like putting up an idol. Now they put up some of these statues and it gets accepted. But if you put up a huge statue, a Christian statue,
Right.
it would be revolted against. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's other belief systems. It might be a Hindu god or Buddha or whatever, right? And so they can throw Buddha up in somewhere, but if you put up a Christian one, it's the hypocrisy is what bothers me because that's what get dogged. You know what I mean?
That is exactly it. The hypocrisy.
Yep.
If all of
Because
these religions are supposed to be accepting and loving, then why is this, why is it one for thee and not for everyone,
exactly. And what you want to believe in your home, I can understand them having a church, maybe, but to have a whole community where, it, from what I understand, even the law is not allowed in. They have their own law.
Huh.
Well, is it in their cultural societal groups that they enforce these laws? Because even in churches, you'll find that where within the church you do a certain behavior, you're excommunicated.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, and so putting these in front of government buildings or federal buildings or whatever, to me, I'm like, well, where's the separation between church and state? You can't put any of them. Why choose this one? Or,
Yeah.
you know, but yeah, you can have a church if for sure. In America, freedom of religion exists. You're going to have Jewish temples. You're going to have mosques. You're going to have people that are Buddhist. You're going to have Christian, many sects, CTS, not X, of Christianity. Okay, that's
Of
fine.
course.
But putting them in front of, I guess, sanctioned government buildings, where is the separation of church and state? That's
Yes. But
the
they
only
make
reason.
Yeah.
they make it clear also that they want to convert everyone to their beliefs. And that's where you've overstepped the line. We don't do that. We don't try to force people to convert to Christianity or anything, really.
I don't know, girl. You've never had a man knock on your door wearing a white shirt and a name tag. Their whole job is conversion.
White shirt and a name tag.
Yeah, Mormon missionaries knock on
Oh,
doors.
yes.
Jehovah's Witnesses knock on doors. The funny
Yes.
thing is, they're all gathering tithing. They're very tithing heavy, which is another form of a tax to save your soul, which is ridiculous to me, right?
Yeah.
But they still do it. They do try to convert. You think televangelists that put their message out there, and televangelists are some of the
True.
most evil, to be honest. You know, Copeland and Tammy Faye and her gay husband and all of that, they got rich. Joel Osteen, anything like that, where
Yes.
they're pulling in money like no one's ever seen,
True.
and they're trying to convert at least to their, you know what I mean? Like I guess what I'm shitting on is organized conversion for the purpose of gaining tithing or money or fleecing people so that you can pay for salvation. I have a problem with that.
Yes.
Yeah. That's something else.
Yep.
Yeah,
Any-
that is
that's
cool. Like,
like Lisa. Hey, Lisa.
Hmm.
Or Pat. Yeah.
dude, what's that one televangelist with the crazy eyes? I'm not I don't think it's Copeland. I think it's that guy, dude. He looks like a freaking demon. Like he's wide-eyed and wild every time he talks.
I can picture a guy. I don't know if it's the
I
one
can
you're
picture
thinking of.
too. Damn it, what's his name? Like,
Copeland was the white-haired guy, right?
yeah. Copeland was, and I actually like shit. I
I
watch
know
a
you're
lot of
talking about.
TV preachers, to be honest, but there's
When you're
this
talking about,
one
yeah, I
in
can picture him.
particular that looks like a literal demon out of a demon book.
Yeah, he always looks spaced out, you know.
Yes, and he's prosperity.
In that one, when 2020 happened, that whole ordeal, I seen one of his little things that went viral. I can't even remember what he was saying, but it was wild.
It is dark, wide eyes, and the energy coming out of his face was like, whoa,
Oh
whoa.
yeah, he's made millions.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, James.
Yes, James, agreed. Yeah, that's where balance and discernment comes in. But
Yes.
still, with the idols and the stuff, you know, it's hypocritical that you can put up anything other than a Christian thing. That's hypocritical.
Kenneth Copeland.
It was Copeland. Okay. Because yep, gotcha. It is Kenneth Copeland. His face and his eyes and his hair and his crazy presentation is dark. You can feel it. Yeah. Okay, so.
Well, that's it. Is
And then the
maybe
white
it.
haired guy who I was thinking of was Jesse Duplantis. Remember him?
Yes, Duplantis.
I've never heard of those people y'all are talking about.
Oh, girl! If you look, if
You're
you
good
see a
then.
picture of Kenneth Copeland, you'll know who we're
Yeah,
talking
you'll
about. Like
know.
you will. He's one of the most famous televangelists, and
Not from conversation, but definitely image.
yes, just from a picture, it's a.
Or in a meme. You've probably seen him in a meme or an image, you know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Let me look.
Yeah, you got to look it up, Kenneth Copeland. It's dark. Popoff, Appleton, cigar Peter Popoff. Is that a euphemism? Are you talking about Bill Clinton on Arsenio Hall?
Oh my goodness.
She found him.
I have no name, but yee. Okay.
Yep. Kenneth Copeland Ministries, I think is what it's called.
Well, he is 88 years old.
It's gross.
Most of the time when I seen him was as a kid, it used to be like late at night when there wasn't nothing else on, and you flip through and it just be them talking or trying to sell you something. And it was one guy, man, I can't remember his name. He used to sell the holy water. I remember as a kid, he said, "Call now. I know you want to call in. I know you're hurting. I know you're pain.
Right.
Call in now and I'll sell you this water."
Right,
You know,
right.
you
Was that
need
the one
money
with
for your rent. Call in, get this water.
Baker?
And he was selling like a little tiny vial of it. I don't know. It was probably 1999. It was that whole 1999 era. You know, living like it's 1999. That became a whole era. If you think about it.
Leroy Jenkins.
The Miss Cleo era. Remember Miss Cleo?
Yeah, I worked for Miss Cleo.
There you go.
Accidentally and allegedly. Yeah. Hey, D. Yeah, like in the late 90s, y'all know all the infomercials, right? Miss Cleo with the Jamaican accent. She was a total fraud. She didn't have that.
Yeah.
But like, so I worked at a telecom company, and we answered every single 800 number or infomercial you saw on TV, whether it was Miss Cleo or the Ron Popeil Set It and Forget It, or the Gazelle machine. It was kind of like a exercise machine, or the ab doer where you put this thing on your abs and it would jolt it, or back in the day it was the Waystart of Capital One credit cards. All of those 800 numbers, the fucking immersion blender that with that lady with the beautiful red nails that would make some whip shit in a solo cup, all of that went to the same building. And I was one of those people that answered the phone for that. And we would get a list on our screen when someone called in. It would be based on their zip code and area code as far as what commercial they were probably watching. So there was like a list of 10 of them. And it'd be like, well, it could be this, or whatever. And as soon as you figure out what they're watching, then they give you all the sales screens. It sucked. I got fired from that job because I hated it. I hated it. Every time someone called and ordered the Ron Popeil Set It and Forget It rotisserie grill, I got 15 screens for all the accessories. Do you want the butt probe? Do you want the injector? Do you want the super speed turner? Do you want, and if you didn't read every screen, you got fired. My point is,
Wow.
Miss Cleo was the same thing, the psychic lines. And what's messed up about those, all right? What's super messed up about those is that, so you call for some weird infomercial on TV, like a salad spinner, cool, you get these screens. Now, when it was Miss Cleo or the psychic lines, you answer the phone, right? And you tell these people, like, so my job was, okay, if you want to talk to Miss Cleo's psychics, you dial, and y'all from the 90s will understand this. You dial 1900-867-5309. So when we referred people to 900 numbers, y'all remember from the 90s, 900 numbers would cost you like $4 a minute. And you didn't realize what you were doing, because a lot of, there were sex hotlines and there were psychic hotlines. They were all 900 numbers, right? And then, so I would refer people, thank you for calling Miss Cleo's line, dial 1900 blah, 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 in order to get to the bitch, right? And then you would have people call back in. And this is what really ate my soul with it. Like I said, I got fired because I stopped reading the screens. They let me go. Fuck them. But one of them was like, you would have old ladies call. I didn't realize, like, my life savings is gone. I talked to this bitch for an hour and it cost me $5 a minute. And now I'm broke because they would do it every day or once a week or what, you know what I'm saying? And there was nothing I could do. There was nothing. I couldn't reverse. I was the middleman, and that was what was heartbreaking about the exploitation of those infomercials and psychic lines. And you watch Comedy Central late at night and it's like, hey, my name is Tabitha, gonna love you long time. It's a small Asian man, y'all. All right. Some of the men that I worked with, like the small black man I worked with, he worked the sex lines as a woman, answering the damn thing, talking about, I'm Chelsea. How can I serve you today? Right? 1900 blah, blah, blah. And people were going broke. It was, it would end up, you'd get a bill for thousands of dollars because they were looking for something. You know what I'm saying? Rough. So yeah, I did work for Miss Cleo in a way, and I hated it, and I got fired because.
So did they have a voice changer?
Do it right.
For a man to be able to do that?
Yeah, well, some of them would just, yeah, they were actors. They were able to sound like a woman. Like I worked with a few people in call centers that they could sound like a woman, but they were a man, and they would, do that job. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
Yeah. I had one time, this is forever ago. They called me and they said, we have an important message from a family member that's trying to get a hold of you.
Mm-hmm.
Will you accept this message? And so, of course, I said yes, thinking, oh my gosh, somebody's in trouble. And then they hung up. Wait on the line, or we'll call you back with your family member's message. Well, then this psychic calls back, and I was like, I did not request your service in any way whatsoever. And she said, is this you? And she recorded back. It said something totally different, but it was my voice saying yes. And I was like,
ooh,
oh, hell no. And so she started charging my phone $65 a month extra.
Yep.
And I called the phone company and I talked to our sheriff. And so I ended up, those charges were dropped. But yeah. And that's why I say, don't ever say yes or I agree.
Yep. they record your voice saying yes and then use it for their algo to push through something else. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, Jerry, 900 numbers. That was the scam before the I am a Nigerian prince. If you send me $10,000, my grandfather will send you $1 million. Yeah.
Yeah. Take out the 10,000 and
Mm-hmm.
send me the difference. If it's, you think I
Yeah.
should have it that bad.
You get an email. I have a big inheritance. Promise.
No.
Yeah, John. That's true.
Or
Magic
like
can do now.
there's like a big gypsy. I guess you can say gypsy. I don't know if that's safe to say. I don't know. But there's a
Yeah.
gypsy community in the area. And there's also like a lot of these places where you go, uh, like the palm readers or stuff like that. And I always thought it was kind of a scam because, sure enough, if you ever come to the area, every one of these palm readers that's got like a business or something like that is full of something for sale: cars, boats, uh, RVs, something they done got these people out of. I guess they done got them from so much at that point. Now they done got their cars. They done got them hooked for their whole RV now.
Oh yeah, it's a scam it's a soul scam. A lot of these are. That was the sad thing about the psychics is people were trying to contact their loved ones or lonely or whatever. The sex scams, the same thing. They're lonely people trying to find something. The people buying the $500 bottle of holy water from the televangelist wildlife, like you're talking about, same thing. They're looking for comfort and they go for it in that.
Yeah.
I think if you sell a million, a million units, just 19.99 a pop. You know,
Yep. Free shipping. And that's not all, Wink.
yeah, that's not all. If you act now, we'll send you this free holy towel
Just
that
pay
will not
shipping and
only
handling.
wipe the perspiration from your forehead, but it will wipe prosperity into your life if you act now. Turn before you burn on the frontage road.
That's what's
It'll hit you
up.
with all that type of stuff.
Apple dumpling, did it sound like a time bomb? Just curious. Like
Oh no.
ticking or like a timer or something. I heard it. I don't know what it was.
Where was it at?
Yeah.
In the computer.
Oh,
I don't know if it was one of y'all or I don't know where it was coming from.
Huh.
Hey, Josh. Yep, that's what
More
she heard.
cowbell.
Right.
Hey, Josh. We love you.
yeah, more cowbell.
That's what's up.
Can't do that impersonation. That's pretty tough.
Pendant with a piece of rock from the tomb.
Yes. Or they would send you a piece of the true cross, like a necklace or something with a piece of wood from the true cross. And it was so expensive, because you thought that's what you were getting.
Yeah.
Or people, that bought it did.
And it is the elderly. They just sit there and they fall for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sad. The exploitation. Mm-hmm. John Dunning, I think, is talking about John of God. Oprah had this guru, and I'm pretty sure his name is John of God or something like that. And he's pretty much a cult leader. And she would
She had
have him
some
on the
characters
show.
back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
For sure.
Scam artist.
I've seen some of them old clips pop up in the feed, and I'm like, wow, I never even heard of these people. That was a bizarre interview.
Joy Pit, a leader.
Which Joy? Joy.
That's tough.
Joy.
You getting name your kid Joy.
Yeah,
always
John of God.
obligated to be
I think.
joyous. You know, you
Excuse me.
can't be upset with a name like Joy.
Unless you're Joy Behar. She's
Mm,
always angry.
that last name just gets you Behar or whatever it is. Yeah, it just throws it off.
Oh my
She was like
goodness.
in media when Nixon was president. And you go back and look at her job as an actor on the stage. She's been rolling Joy for decades.
Mm,
Yes, John Dunning. We're talking about the same dude, John of God. Yeah, this faith
600
healer,
victims.
weirdo, cult leader. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I remember.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure I heard about it though. That is crazy.
You might
600.
recognize if you looked
Yeah.
up his picture. He was a weirdo. He was a guru, quote unquote guru, for a while, but it was really dark shit. Look into Oprah's school for girls. Allegedly,
Yeah.
there were some dark things there too.
Was he a part of that? That guy, whoever he was?
Cannot confirm or deny. I know they were
Yeah.
friends at the time, but it would make sense if they were
But
buddies
know.
with the whole scheme of things. Yeah.
So he got arrested.
Well,
Is he
99 years. Looks like.
years? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, Jerry knows. Oprah's School for Girls, it was like in Africa, and they did a special on it. I don't remember which channel, but it showed how Oprah was like opening up this school, and it was for underprivileged girls in Africa, and blah, 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 right? And then over the years, you hear what was really happening there, and it was the worst shit you can imagine, allegedly.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They can be
so
used
Dee
for
says
good,
yes,
but they can
arrest
be
her.
a breeding ground for those type of things, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
People that just,
And
taking advantage of.
Yeah. How come Oprah's not in trouble?
girl, she's the richest.
Oh, so money talks.
Money. Mm-hmm. That's what I think. It's the money, the rich, the connections, none of them are in trouble because they're all in it together. That tells you a bit.
Gosh.
To them reaching that certain level where money is just, it's not even an option, it's just, that don't even really get discussed. It just gets handled,
Mm-hmm.
Greed and power.
You'll get your monthly check this month. You'll just get a little bonus for that extra side quest.
Mm-hmm. Well, they are like the people who bring in the fodder, people like Oprah and people that have certain influences. They are the ones who are they're like the mosquito
Generational
net.
influences.
Yeah, that too. Because, yeah, she was abused.
Good night,
But
Jerry.
they're like controllers and they pull people in. You know what I mean? They're the recruiters. Yeah. And I think that's why Oprah's not gone down. She's a recruiter.
Well, so was, what's her name? Maxine.
Oh, Ghislaine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isn't that what she was? But she's in jail.
Is she, though?
Well, okay. You're right.
Epstein was her employee. Ghislaine is Mossad. Her father was the head of Mossad. Epstein was the fall guy, but where is Ghislaine really? She's the one with the submarine license.
Yep.
Yeah, Harpo.
Never know.
Yeah.
Yeah, harpo, like a harpoon.
Yeah, Israel. That's what I'm saying. Mossad is Israel. And that's very interesting with what we're seeing come out about things. Everyone's about the Epstein files. You know why we're not going to see the root of it? Because it goes to Israel. Ghislaine's father, even Kennedy, it leads into Israel a bit, and we can't compromise that info right now for our national security, allegedly. So we're not going to see certain details of how those dots connect, but it's a lot deeper, decades deeper than our short memories.
Yep. Goodness. And that's just it. So it's all connected.
Yep.
And
goes back to the Bible.
Yep. Here's D.
Well,
Hey,
hello.
Oh, yeah.
Good
Two
to see
Y'all
you.
flowers.
been on for 4 hours. Y'all been on for 4 hours.
Oh, wow, we have.
Wow. Good job, Bonnie.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Did you have a good Easter?
Yeah, had a good Easter.
That's good.
It was good. How about you guys? Sorry I missed everything.
Oh, it was a
Did
good
all
day.
right.
Could you repeat everything you said? No, I'm just kidding.
Start from the beginning.
There you go.
No, I came in and Roots was talking about the Mormons and the JWs and the cults and the this and the that. And it's like, yep. Televangelist, boo.
Yep.
We just covered the last 2,000 years of history. Nothing major.
I
Right.
hate to miss those. Shoot.
Nursery rhymes and American cheese.
Mhm.
What do you think about American cheese?
Cheese is good. What do I think about it? I think the shredded cheese is bad because I think they put
Do you shred your own cheese?
I do.
All right,
I
good.
do. Yeah. I have been known to cheat and buy mozzarella shredded
We do it,
sometimes.
it happens. Who's buying a whole block of
It
that?
does. I feel bad, but
Okay.
because the whole milk is the best and they don't do that shredded, But did Jen come up on panel?
No, she did
Oh,
not.
she never did? Okay, because she had said she was gonna.
Oh, really?
Well, we were talking earlier and yeah, she's like, I think I'm gonna go up on Bonnie's. She was probably trying to psych herself up,
Yeah.
I was like, cool, right on, good. I was with my family and we were hanging out, so I had to give them attention and
Of course.
but
I knew a lot of people would be with family, but it just went live for those of us who weren't. And
Yep. And that's great. There's a lot of people that weren't, so
wanted to talk about the movie we watched last night and see what Watt's take was from it.
Yeah. There was a lady that I help her get to church. Sometimes there's a few of us gals that'll help. Elaine helps too. Elaine will pick her up and drop her off. She's only a few blocks away from the church, maybe 6 to 8 blocks or so. But this lady, I've told you guys about her. She was in a really horrible car wreck like 50 years ago, and her fiance was killed in it. And she's been she can barely walk. She has a walker and she has a wheelchair and she has like a bird and she lives in this little place in Arcata. And anyway, she's trying to get a consistent ride there to church, and I haven't committed to that. I told her I don't always go, so, and like next weekend I can't do it. So anyway, she wanted to come. She's like, well, I don't have any family, and what are you guys doing? And I told her I'd have her come up to my house sometime, but I have 3 little steps, and she's worried about getting them, and
Yeah.
I told my family I was really sad when I dropped her off, because I really, it just broke my heart to leave her like that. And with her little Meals on Wheels, Easter dinner that she can microwave up, and she's like, sometimes I just eat it cold, and it broke my heart.
No.
And I told my family, I said, I really want to have her up, and my husband's like, she can sit down and we will just lift her up the stairs. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to tell her that, but it's a pride thing a little bit, but
Yep.
I said, when you're ready to just let us do that for you, you can come up, because I do want you to come up. And I remember her from like 15 years ago. She would come to the church back in the day, and she was only in a wheelchair, and she was she wore bitterness on her face, and I don't blame her, knowing what she's been through. Like, it's hard. Can you imagine your fiance is killed, and then your body's jacked up for 50 years? She's 70
Right.
years old now. She told me that car wreck was 50 years ago, a couple months ago.
Mm.
Her daughter don't talk to her, and it's so sad. And so anyway, I was glad my husband said that we'll just pick her up. So one of these days I'm going to bring her up here, and I try to, these people that are alone and they don't have any family, it just breaks my heart.
I know. There's a lot.
Mm-hmm. And it's people that do have family, and their family ain't even paying them no attention. That's even worse, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one pisses me off.
Either way. But like you said, with a pride thing, if you're offering and you pull her up those stairs, and I don't know, it could be pride. It could also be just contentment, I guess, if she's just comfortable not being around folks like that. But yeah, there's something to be said for, hey, here's the offer, don't be afraid of the 3 steps. We'll lift you up. We'll bring you here. We'll pull you in. We'll have some dinner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've said that for a year though, so today I was just like, listen, this is ridiculous. Like, I really want you, because I probably could build a little ramp thing easily. I'm sure I could do that. I just,
I was going to say, if you just have a piece of plywood laying around.
Right. I know.
Yep.
She doesn't want to be an inconvenience either. Like, she had to use the restroom in church today, and I had to get her walker and take her out there. And she was so mortified while she was in the restroom that she's so embarrassed. I'm like, Jamie, it's okay. Don't worry about it. If it really bothers you that much, then next time don't drink the coffee, But like, lots of people are going, and the pastor's cool with it. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
But it's hard to depend on people. You want to be able to do it all yourself.
I know.
And so it is. I can understand where she's coming from.
Yeah. It's complicated.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I got to just encourage her lovingly, right? And make her feel, and let her know, make her feel and assure her that she is wanted and worth it. And like, because churches do things for Thanksgiving and Christmas, but Easter, which is the most important and biggest reason for Christianity, it's the most important holiday. It's more important than Christmas. It's just that everybody knows that people get the blues around Christmas. So I'm glad that there's that extra effort made around then too. But Easter, it's like I had kind of said to myself, well, you know what, next year I'm just gonna make an Easter dinner for at the Grange. Even I'm not even gonna ask my church, because I don't want to. I know that it's not like that there. It's not like, oh, hey, can I use the facility? But at the Grange, I could totally do that. I could totally put an Easter dinner on and invite the whole community, because what a disgrace that we're, as Christians, we aren't making sure that people that are all alone can't have a meal with other Christians. Or,
Right.
it's just really sad. It's just like, wow, our culture sucks right now. It really does.
I'll
Well,
bring the
like,
potato salad without the cheese.
oh, come on. But if it's cooked up American, open your
Hey,
minds.
bring your own cheese.
As long as it's not Miracle Whip, I'll take any cheese
Oh no,
out.
it's a miracle
No,
if you can eat it.
Ain't none of us here doing
Yeah.
Miracle Whip on this panel, I
No.
don't think.
Even the dogs won't eat it. That's the truth. If you try to feed it to an animal and they're like, what the fuck
No
is
way.
it? Not doing it.
Wow.
I don't want to make my Miracle Whip.
Wow. Fish sticks. Hey, Kentucky, what's up?
Hey, fish sticks.
You're wetting a
Rabbit
line?
inedible.
Does that mean you're fishing? Is wetting a line mean you're fishing?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yes.
I mean, his name is Fish Sticks too, or her name.
Sitting on the riverbanks of Kentucky, wetting a
Isn't
line.
it dark? Isn't it dark as fuck out right now? Like it's 7 o'clock here.
What are you fishing for, fish sticks? Because some things
I'm
you do
curious.
fish for.
Yeah.
So what you looking to bait up?
Mm-hmm.
Get a bite.
Carry a light with you.
A mermaid? He's looking for a mermaid.
I always wished they were real mermaids.
I know, me
of all
too. We know they probably are, right, Roots? They probably are.
Man, wouldn't it be awesome though?
I think
Like,
so. Pretty cool.
Anything you picture, like centaurs and minotaurs and all those things, right? Mermaids were always the most romantic idea to me. Like, ooh, there's mermaids out there. All right.
Ooh, merman.
But you know what? When you think about it, it's kind of creepy to think that if it were really true, it's because those weirdos like to do their pro hybriding and stuff, and they probably did it with a fish and a woman. But
yeah,
that
be like a hybrid.
Yeah, there have been some weird creatures that have come out in the last couple years. Like there was some like monkey looking creatures on the shore. Did any of you guys see that video?
No.
Where these tourists like went around. It was like kind of near a cave. They were on a boat, but these creatures were all on the shore, and they didn't look like monkeys, but their bodies were like monkeys. Their faces were like humans. It was super creepy. I don't know if anybody else saw them. But there's also been some
like the statue we showed. Half man, half.
That was you, D. John. No, it wasn't you. I mean, there was like 5 or 6 of them. They were just like these weird. It was on BitChute. It was like, weird new sea creatures. Shit, for all I know, it's CGI. You don't know, but it looked like somebody's home video. It really did. It had that whole.
So are we going to turn to Planet of the Apes?
I mean, who knows what's underground, what they've been doing down there. We never talk about the underground. Only elitists.
Maybe. I mean, they're doing biological research and they really are creating hybrids.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be Planet of the Apes. I think robot AI consciousness integration type of ideas will go further. But if you look into the Montauk monster or some of the things that there was a time that, and I'm talking at least 60 years ago, they like sewed on a dog's head. Okay, so there was a creature they made where it was one body,
but 2 dogs' heads, and it lived for like a week.
Wow.
It died. It didn't work. You know, it was like a Frankenstein
Mhm.
situation, and it did work for a little while. But who's to say what they've figured out in the next 6 decades, right?
I did
Yeah.
see today Japan having that expo thing with all the robotics, and they were showing 3 female robots sitting on a sofa, and of course they've made them attractive,
Yeah.
low cut blouses, chests.
Mhm.
Companions.
And they're calling them
Mm.
robot wives here for the take.
Mm.
Hmm.
Did you say robot
Chimera.
wives?
Like
W-I-V?
Stepford?
Like,
Yes,
Wow.
yes.
oh,
Fully
my.
interactive.
They're programmed
Oh,
to be a wife. And I don't know if they can perform everything, but I'm sure that they can. And they said, no arguing, no.
They don't argue. Okay.
There you go.
Hilarious. Wow. How much are they? What do those cost? Dude.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
but they use Miracle Whip on the sandwiches when they auto make them. Is it real mayo or is it Miracle Whip?
Oh, they'll sell them. There's people that'll buy them, but yeah,
Oh
I would
man.
never have no need for something like that.
My husband's probably wishing he wasn't born in this era. He's like, damn, I could have I could have programmed that bitch to do how I want everything, you know, because he ain't programming me. Y'all know that for sure. I mean, I try, but damn.
I could use a robot handyman, but
Right?
I want to be able to turn that sucker off.
Yeah.
There
Right.
you go.
Ladies, that can go both way. I mean, ladies for sure could be using a handyman too.
As long as it doesn't talk. If it brings me ice water,
Virginia's all in.
or anything, you know.
Oh shit, that's funny.
I think we'd be looking for different things. Do they have a masculine and feminine robots? Because
it probably has interchangeable parts, you know, for
yeah, no doubt.
Allegedly,
they're
yeah.
probably like, I want me a bi robot. I want it to be bi.
Yeah, there's an app for
that. Right? There's an app for that. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Mary Freeland said a minute ago, hold on, Mary, I saw you. Oh, wasn't there an island off New Jersey? Okay, that was Plum Island, and that was run by the USDA. Coincidentally, the future Mormon prophet was the head of the USDA when all the Nazis allegedly were sent after the Holocaust. They were sent to Plum Island, and they did bioweapons research. They researched it, but it's a fact. And they researched various viruses. Bill Clinton at one point apologized. It kind of relates to Tuskegee in a sense, but Plum Island was supposedly shut down, and they stopped doing it. Okay, but number one, USDA, interesting, or the Department of Agriculture, is my bad. Department of Agriculture is what it started. Then it morphed into a USDA facility, whatever. What they were doing was bioweapons research, and it's right across from Fort Detrick. And if any of you know what Detrick does, the dots connect. It was also right across from Lyme, Connecticut. And now Lyme disease, you look at the map of that, all right, there's a huge bubble of the people who got it. It originally is Lyme, Connecticut, which is right across from Plum Island, where they just study ticks which is something that the alleged paperclip people were studying, was tick studies, right? Now, the Japanese did it in Unit 731 way before the Nazis, like 20, 30 years before. They were doing tick studies because the idea was, can we put a bioweapon into a vector such as ticks, mosquitoes, gnats, what have you? Now, the problem with Plum Island, you get the Montauk monster. We found that creature over on Montauk, New York. All right. The problem, though, is you have birds, deer, a whole bunch of things that were carrying these diseased ticks and other vectors across the water. They also had a lot of breakdowns of containment, where there were a few times the power went out. I think it was Hurricane Ben or Bob, might have been Bob, Hurricane Bob, that took out all the power on Plum Island, and every disease was no longer refrigerated. The animals
Oh my gosh.
were swimming across the water, like all this shit. Okay, nothing to see here. Annalisa knows, because Annalisa. Okay, so no, Jekyll Island. Jekyll Island is different, Monty. Annalisa knows why I'm saying this. It was the Lyme Disease Center. I got Lyme disease in 2009, and I was sick for many years. I was at a point where I was shoving penicillin in my ass. You know how big a penicillin needle is? And I was self-administering that in my own butt for years. I was in bed for years, okay?
Oh my
I got
gosh.
into studying the roots of Lyme disease. And I don't bring this up a lot because it's like a victim thing. I'm not trying to do that.
No, I've never heard it.
But
Yeah, it's wild.
I've had a chronic illness for a long time. And so when COVID came out, I was like, yeah, no, I'm not taking anything that you idiots are telling me about. The CDC and all of it's connected with all of that, right? But like Annalisa knows what I'm saying. Plum Island, going back to tick studies, I don't believe the government created Lyme disease. They did not. You can find mummies like Ötzi the mummy from the Swiss Alps or whatever. Had Borrelia morphia in his body. This is a spirit. It's related to syphilis. If they, under a microscope, Lyme disease and syphilis looks the same. So again, look at Tuskegee, because Unit 731 and Plum Island were both researching spirochetal bacteria. And they were putting spirochetal bacteria into ticks. That is what Lyme is. And those of us who have it, and like if it goes untreated for a long time, it goes into your brain. Like think about how syphilis eats your brain. There's primary, secondary, and tertiary, where at some point you go crazy because you have syphilis. Now, Lyme is a little bit different, but it's devastating, and it has long-term effects, and it was not created by the government, in my opinion, allegedly. But I do think that it was researched. I know for a fact it was researched and studied as a potential bioweapon to be put into vectors such as ticks.
Wow.
That's my TED
Talk. Agriculture.
Yes, it was the Department of Agriculture, the USDA, the Department of Agriculture. They relabeled it a few times over the decades. There's a book called Lab 257. I own it. I've read it so many times. It's earmarked like a motherfucker. But believe it or not, in around the year 2000, the Taliban allegedly was one of the main things they were looking for as far as spying on the U.S. was the plans and information at Plum Island, right across from Dietrich, right there where the bioweapons research was happening. Now, anthrax and encephalitis and bovine diseases were also being developed there, allegedly, for entertainment purposes. So this book, Lab 257, it breaks it down, and it breaks down who was there, how they got there. It goes from USDA to agriculture to all of these umbrella names, but their intentions were, so their official intentions were defense, but are they using it against us now, right? Yes,
Right.
L. Dumpling, the Hadids do have Lyme disease. Supposedly, Justin Bieber has Lyme disease. Avril Lavigne. Like, I've researched this for so many years that I pay attention to the people in public eye who have it, because it's very, when I tried to get treatment, the reason I was sick for so long is because the government does not acknowledge this. Dude, my soapbox could go for a long time. I'll just stop. But the reason doctors lose their licenses if they treat people for Lyme disease in a long-term setting. And it goes really fucking deep. It really does. It tells you what the government's done since the 40s when Plum Island was activated. And then you look at the animals to bring this full circle. You see the Montauk monster. It kind of looks like a cross between a raccoon and a mermaid and a pig. And it has like webbed hands and a long beak with weird teeth and like weird feet and shit. And they find all of these anomalies on the water right across from this weird, mysterious island. Nothing to see there. No Nazis here to be seen or found. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Lauren, it's almost there. I'm pumping the brakes because I could go forever. The government biological research rabbit hole fucked me up in about 2009 when I got Lyme, and I started to figure out, why am I sick and they're not helping me? And then I figured out why, and that's where it led to. Then COVID happened. Is like, nope. I see what's going on here. You can go fuck yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
I know a family that that's what they said they had. And first the mother, and then I think all three of her daughters, one worse than all of them. And
was it the Lone Star tip fight?
I don't know. But at the same time, a whole family, really, it just, I don't know. And I can remember her taking her daughter to, I think it was Washington, for treatment.
Yeah.
But they have all somehow gotten over it. I'm going to have to ask her what they did, because
it was probably Lone Star ticks, and it's a similar disease to Lyme disease. Full Monty says alpha-gal. That's related to that. Like it messes with your immune system. You get a long-term immune issue and your digestion and different things. But in Texas, it's the Lone Star tick. They call it Lone Star fever or something like that. Yeah, Rabbit, same thing. Annalisa knows. Yeah, it's called a relapsing remitting disease. It can go in remission and then it can get flared up. But Lone Star ticks, there are Asian ticks, there are different ticks in the West and the East, but they've all morphed, and they can pass the bacteria that causes Lyme or Lone Star tick disease or any of those alpha-gal type of things. They can pass it to their offspring while in the womb, the ticks, right? So when they are born, they already have it. And the nymphs, the baby ticks, are actually more dangerous than the bigger ones, believe it or not. Yeah. Dr. Fauci was involved in the Lyme vaccine. They tried to make a Lyme disease vaccine in the 90s. Dr. Fauci was involved in that, and that's why I say, like, when the COVID thing came out, and he was the spokesperson for the CDC, talking about, oh yeah, I've got this, right? Well, you dig deep enough in that hole. Dr. Fauci was involved in, they had a vaccine called Lyme RX or Lyme Rix or something like that, and it made people so sick because it gave them issues. They pulled it off the market in like less than a year. And Fauci was also involved in the HIV AIDS period
Yeah.
of time in CDC, right? So you kind of connect weave all this together. It's like, no, I see you, Fauci.
And I saw a video about how the juice from 2020 was there was these two doctors talking, Dr. John Campbell and somebody else, and she was saying that eventually it'll cause AIDS.
Wow. Apple dumpling is right on with Fauci. 80s it was AIDS, 90 it was Lyme, then H1N1, then the HPV they did, and then COVID. He was involved in all of those. Wrap your head around that. Think about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, yep.
Yeah. I didn't let any of mine get that N1H1.
Yeah, or it, yep.
Good question, Mary.
Money, 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 money.
It's
Because
always
biological research is national defense, and it's also their eugenics basis. All right, they're trying to kill us, people. Allegedly, in the video game that we're playing, in this level of Minecraft, they're trying to kill us. All right, that's my opinion.
And starting with the army, the military, it just makes me sick.
We test our enlisted folk, our military. Again, go back to the Tuskegee experiments, but like when you've heard of Gulf War fever, you know, these things where they would shoot these enlistees up, and there were so many different V's that they just use like this one distribution mechanism that it kind of looks like a pew, and it puts like a dozen in your arm at one time so that it's more efficient. It's just like, boom, here's all this, go fight the war. Yes, apple dumpling, Agent Orange, apple dumpling knows. Yeah. And then they come out with PTSD, and they're the ones homeless on the street screaming about the government giving us bioweapons, and they can't fucking sleep, and they're seeing visions and shit, and their God gene's been turned off from that Gulf War. That, you know, they did that for the terrorists. Bill Gates was involved in that, to find a vaccine to shut off the God gene, to shut off your spirituality, because their excuse was, we're going to shut off extreme Islam. Right.
Bullshit.
Think about how that was abused. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shut off your God gene. Well, isn't that interesting? Or your religiosity.
I don't see how that could happen.
Bill Gates told us that's what he was working on with the mRNA, because
I know, I saw that meeting.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yep.
What do you want us to do? Just take them out? Pop? No, we'll do it a different way. Vaccine. Too obvious if everybody starts getting popped. Yes.
Yeah. Well, they don't have voices, though. They get shit on. They're called conspiracy theorists. They end up homeless. We don't support them. We don't, you know, back up the mental anguish. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Anybody know who popped Bobby Luco? Anybody know who popped Bobby Luco? From a Steven Seagal movie.
I don't know it.
Probably
Do
the only
not
one that
know.
does.
Damn. I just keep hanging on to Jesus.
Yeah.
That's good news, Dee. It's a great day to be,
Um,
right?
Oh yeah.
I've got to look around for a little good news. I got that usually takes me some time to research. I do believe it is happening. There is some good things happening. Um, but
You know,
we're a mess. Today was just another. This is another, reminder of our culture in dire straits with Easter just not being what. I mean, I know Easter doesn't have to be the same for everybody or anything like it's to me it's always been about family. We weren't super religious people. We just acknowledge Jesus in our lives and we do our best to be thankful and to use that time to be together and
Yeah.
I watched a video, was it yesterday or this is not good news, but it was like a minute and 30 seconds. I don't know if any of you guys seen it, but there was a lady and she was in California and she was at a council meeting and she came up and she started to tell them how the school transitioned her daughter without her permission. And then she said, but she wasn't there to do anything but pray for them. And so she started praying, and then a bunch of people in the room were booing her and like literally hissing her. And
mm,
and then the council people told her, "Stop! We don't pray here."
Oh my
And
God.
and it was like it wasn't just the council people that was so disheartening. It was also the people in the room. Like I definitely know that feeling of of just like being mocked in that way, just trying to share some good news or a prayer or whatever. I mean, by no means am I ever trying to shove my faith down anybody's throat. Faith is a gift from God. Nobody can give it and nobody should take credit for it. That's how I see it. But people usually appreciate prayer. And when the world doesn't want to be prayed for, I don't understand it. It's like I get that they may not understand how prayer works, but it was just so demonic. And it was so, of course, it was California, and it's, but I just was like, man, we are not far from what a lot of other countries are also
Yeah.
we're not that far from it because it's like it's okay to mock Christianity, it's okay to persecute Christians, it's okay to freaking totally just shut them down and tell them that they're garbage. And I mean, I get it. There's a lot of people that have been really um abused and hurt and everything
Mhm.
else by Christians. So there's no, I'm not, I get that too. But of all the things we put up with, to be, have someone ask you to pray for them, and I don't know, that just to me is just it's a gauge, it's a marker on where we're at with our country. But I also at the same time I get frustrated with a lot of these bullshit gimmicky holidays, and I'm not one to like want everybody to be a certain way because the calendar tells us it's Easter. Every day's Easter for me, so it's not really. that either. It's not like, oh, this is some consecrated day. You know what I mean? Like I'm sick of all of it. Like the religion of it, and then the non, like there's godliness, like to me there's godliness from people that don't even know or haven't had a Jesus experience. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's righteousness and good godly behavior by people that don't profess Christ. And that's awesome. I'm glad, I'm so thankful for that. But meanwhile the rest of the world is just becoming more and more hostile to Christianity in America, even because of all these bullshit televangelists. And I mean, even that guy, was that Kenneth Copeland you guys were talking about? Is that one of Trump's advisors, that creepy guy? He's one of his
No, I don't
advisors.
think it's related to Trump in any way. But if you
Okay.
just look at his images and some of his sermons, he's like crazy eye,
Mm-hmm.
intense, dark, like the energy. I don't get it, man. I don't get why any Christian would be drawn to this dude. He's
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know
Well,
either.
Epstein doesn't look real. I mean, he's always smiling,
mhm.
but it's not a friendly smile. It's
No.
like a rat smile.
He
Like a
looks like
reptilian.
he kind of looks like a embodiment of the Joker. You could see him playing that in a Batman movie.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so creepy. Good night, kiss off. I think I saw someone saying good night to you. Are you saying good night to, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, Tori said implied that we have like 8 more weeks of some shit. I don't really know what that means. She didn't really say anything else really. Um, I don't have any hopium to offer. I'm just picking up what people are kind of saying in passing. Most the people that, like military people and the people that I follow that that I've considered a trusted source, um that are still hopeful with Trump, right? They're not, they haven't turned on him yet. So that's what I'm always looking for. Just to see. I mean, I'm not giving up hope until this 4 years is gone. You know what I mean? Like I will not, because there has been a lot of things that have happened. It's not the big things we want to see happen yet. Nowhere near. I mean, but there has been a lot of things defunded. There has been a lot of agencies completely, hopefully going to be gone and never to return. And so like there is a lot of this good stuff, but you can kind of see how come it could never all happen at once, can't you? You can kind of see it now. Like, remember 4 years ago when it was floated, like this idea of this systematic tear down of America? It's going to hurt for a while, but then when we rebuild, we have to start being dependent on our own shit. We need to make our own drugs. We need to make our own little trinket shit like China makes.
Well, and
Whatever. That's what we need.
I was asking, do you see any difference in your personal life from a year ago? And most everybody said no.
Well, in my
And
personal life, what I see is people gathering again.
hello, Robert.
People are gathering again. Robert. Hello, Robert. My. Fancy meeting you here. There are good things. Like people are gathering. Silver's
Yeah.
going out. What else is happening? I mean, just to have things happening again is good feeling. Like my family's more active in the community than I am. I'm a homebody. I want to grow food and stay home, and I don't really want to go out that much, but they're like doing all kinds of stuff. They do a lot of things. But where do you know me from? We don't know each other. I'm just playing because that's how I roll.
Know your roll. Is it a buttered roll? Is it a cinnamon roll?
It's a spicy roll, honey. It's spicy. I roll spicy. That's how I
Hot
roll.
cross bun.
Yeah, like that. Yep.
Dude, that reminds me of the songs we were talking about that were weird. So hot cross buns, but where does that come from?
I don't know.
You know what I'm
I
saying
do
though?
not.
Yeah.
Like we were
I
talking
think it
about.
is an old, I think it's an old London rhyme. I really thought it did have to do with like dinner rolls, but I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it was asses. I mean, we don't know. Could have been big butts.
And I cannot lie. Well, hot cross buns, like sometimes you make a bread roll and you put a knife mark on the top, kind of like in an X, so that it kind of opens up a little bit while it's baking. So is that what it means? Or is it, like pretzels, the shape of a pretzel is actually arms in prayer is where it
Oh
came
no,
from.
really? Oh,
Could
I
Yes.
didn't
be.
know that. Cool.
The root of pretzels is the shape of it. It was to represent like arms in prayer. To some legends in countries, that's just the one I know. But so
Oh,
cross buns, maybe it was some kind of representation of a prayer stance or I don't know,
right. I don't know. It's
buttery.
probably some frightening ass, horrifying nursery rhyme. It's
It could be. You
scary
never
ass
know.
ending where the children end up screaming in terror.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have it. Hot cross buns are believed to have originated in 14th century England with Brother Thomas Radcliffe, a monk at St. Albans Abbey in 1361, credited with creating the Alban bun. These buns, marked with a cross, were initially given to the poor on Good Friday as a charitable act, marking the end of Lent and the beginning of Easter. While the origin story points to a Christian context, buns decorated with crosses and used in ceremonies also existed in pre-Christian societies, like among the Saxons and ancient Greeks.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is very.
Very
I
interesting.
think I have heard that before. But I didn't. I should have remembered that.
Wow. So
Yes,
it's
it's a
to like
California. Mhm.
poor on Good Friday is the moral of the story.
Yeah. That's that. Like, how could I forget that?
Interesting.
Yeah, my flower is a California poppy. I'm not trying to copy. I wasn't trying to copycat roots. I actually I'd kind of forgot about that when I picked that. I got a couple different icons, and I don't even know. They're all different on all these different channels. All my stuff is confusing to me. I like my tie-dye sheep better, but it just depends what I'm signed in and stuff. But I like the poppy too because it represents California.
California poppies are beautiful. Any poppies are beautiful.
Right?
And
They are.
Bonnie and I both have a yellow rose, and it's nothing to do with the other guy. Like both of my grandfathers are from Texas. My dad's dad and my mom's dad are both from Texas, and
Nice.
so rose I thought was, it's so yeah. You never know what it means.
Yeah.
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 The deer killed my yellow rose bush.
What did the heat?
The deer.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, they do like them. Yeah.
yeah, they love rose hops.
And
Oh,
my hibiscus.
yeah,
Darn deer.
yes, Ravid, Ostara or Ishtar. The list goes on. Estor, I got you, dog. That's true. The goddess of spring, fertility.
Yep. Golden flowers of spring.
Yeah, gold flowers.
We have a wildflower farm, and I haven't noticed it. Well, with all the vineyards going up, I guess they can't anymore, but they still have one field that they use. And certain time of year, you'll drive by there, and there's red poppies just all over it. It's so pretty.
They're beautiful.
Yep. And they keep
Even to
switching.
this day, in England, they use the red poppy for
Yeah.
like their Veterans Day type of thing.
Really?
Yeah.
I was going to
Yep.
say there's a little veteran. He used to make a little red poppy out of paper or something. He would leave them on the table for us with this tip or whatever. He'd give them out at the bank. He'd give them out all over the place.
Wow.
Yep.
Remembrance Day.
Remembrance Day. Yes.
I gotta confess. So I've been scrolling through my Twitter or X or whatever the fuck. All I'm got on my Twitter feed right now is like people beating the fucking hell out of each other. Like I'm like, I must have watched one fight, and now it's like every other video is these people are just beating the shit out of each other, aren't they? All the time. There's
For
all
what?
these fights. I mean, that you don't know that part. All it is it starts on and there's arms swinging. And I mean, it's nasty. I mean, they're throwing each other on the floor, and it ain't enough just to get them on the ground. They got to keep beating the hell out of them, and it's just it's so bad. Even that Connie Carlo guy, that one that killed the Metcalf kid, there was a fight. That was the fight I watched a couple days ago. Now that's why my X feed is all these freaking fights. That kid beat the shit out of somebody a couple days before he stabbed that kid. I mean, he had him down on the street, and it took someone had to come and get him, pull him off, because the person was probably unconscious, and he was just beating them. I mean, it's hard to watch. I can't even really watch those, so I'm going to have to somehow clean this up because.
So what do y'all think about somebody controlling that?
Controlling what?
Making people overly aggressive.
Well, how? What are you implying with like the towers and the vaccine, or is there what makes you think that?
I heard that it's possible.
Well, we're in an agitated state for sure, right? I feel like our world today, everything is disharmony. It's not like when you think about the bells and the organs and like music and that's another thing that sucks about our culture today is there's not as many people playing musical instruments as there was not that long ago. And so there's a lot of disharmony, radio frequency static. And yeah, I think people are just in an agitated state, but really I can be agitated a lot. I don't want to go beat the hell out of people though,
But that's what I'm saying. It's not our nature to be as violent as what we're seeing. So could it be something causing it?
I would disagree with you there because our nature is innately evil. I don't believe we were born innocent. I believe we are born with a very sinful nature, and we have to train ourselves not to be fully fleshed out people all the time. and some
Oh
people never
no,
do.
I don't know. I think we are born innocent. Like,
Yes. And
uh,
But
I
I don't know how that's surprising because you have kids. I mean, and they're on self destruct. They're like
Mhm.
toddlers. If you left them to their self, I mean, they would kill themselves. They're just, but that's just
not.
because they're
Oh,
vulnerable. It's
haven't you
not
seen
because they're
Tarzan? He found a way.
Tarzan. Yeah, but I mean, when you think of teenage boys, think of teenage girls. Like, I'll just say myself. I mean, I was not naturally, nor am I naturally a good person. I know what I didn't know I was capable of doing things that I did.
Rabbit.
So I think our nature is fleshly, for lack of a better word. We're fleshly minded. We're not spiritually minded. We have to train ourselves to put on the mind. If we want to be like Jesus, well, you have to know how Jesus was, and you actually can't even do it in your own like I could never do it in my own strength. I would want to be a
Okay,
good
so who
person.
tells you how to do it? How do you know how to do it
Well,
then?
for me, it was reading the Gospels because I
Okay.
realized, like, oh wow, the path I was on led me to the end of. I was 26, but I had a lot of heartbreak. A lot of choices I made were really selfish, and I'd hurt some people, and I've done some things I'm really not proud of, and I regret. And so, I could never really get it together until I cried out to Jesus, and I really believe I've had a life altering experience with Jesus that I don't think not everybody has that. They know about Jesus, and they may be repelled by Jesus because of their upbringing, like if it was culty too, and or if they had a Christian that was like someone that
No,
was a Christian but was molesting them. I've seen that again and again and again. I've seen people hide behind, oh yeah, I love Jesus, and they're doing the most evil stuff. So it really muddles everything, but
but
not for me.
that's in anything. I have seen really good, upstanding people who are not Christian. I think I don't think that we are naturally evil. Uh, Even if something evil comes your way, I still don't feel like it's natural to become that kind of evil. You know how they say things are passed on. If your father's a wife beater, a child beater, or whatever, then you're going to become one also. I don't believe that. I don't. I don't believe that it's inherited. I don't believe that it's just shoved into you. We all have choices, and that's where the accountability comes from. And but I have not seen children just, if I did, I'd be pretty scared. But I haven't seen a child just be born acting evil, demonic, or anything
I
like
didn't use the word evil. I don't think I used the word. I thought maybe I did use evil. I think we're not born innocent, is what I said. I don't think that we are. I mean, you have had a toddler look at you, know that they know that you don't want them to touch the thing or not touch the thing or whatever, and they look at you in the defiant look of their little fleshly little body, and they're
yes,
making that choice right then and there to be rebellious. It's our nature is rebellious.
yes,
Actually, my nature is was rebellious sometimes, not all the time. I wouldn't say that I was everything I did was evil. I'm just saying unguarded, without a moral compass when I decided I didn't want to believe in God or whatever. Um, I like I said, I came to the end of myself. So I'm only going to speak for myself, and I did not like what I had become.
Right.
And I was broken, and I was embarrassed, and I wanted to be better, but I really didn't never have the power within myself or really know what to. I studied the religions of the world in college. That's what I wanted to learn, and it was at that time when I became a Christian, and I really didn't want it to be the Bible. I wanted it to be something else cooler. Like, I
Right.
don't know what. I'm just saying it wasn't my choice. I didn't say, "Oh, this is going to be it." It was definitely the last one I was wanting to be because I knew enough of it, right? And I'd seen enough people be total hypocrites claiming they were Christians. So that to me just seemed like bunk, you know.
Can I
But just
answer?
reading,
We have to go through a ride. We have to go through some shit.
Yes,
I
Robert.
still think they're innocent when they're born. It's a nature nurture debate at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
sure,
Like
sure.
some people are born
Mm,
miswired, for lack of a better term. But
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
nurture comes in too, and choices.
Right,
Um,
that first 5 years, especially too, right, Roots? I mean, it's
yes.
critical. It's critical. Yeah.
Is
Robert,
Robert where?
all points.
I'm not
What is
sure
he?
if it's a good thing. What's he saying, Roots? Is he thinking it's
I'm
good
wondering,
that we're having?
do you feel like we're being offended by ourselves with on the panel in the chat, or are you saying like
No,
he
without getting offended. I
people
think
have
he's.
different points of view, trying to put it in context correctly?
I think we're blowing his mind, Roots. I think we're blowing his mind.
I gotcha. Okay. Yeah,
Maybe
I don't
so.
want to
Maybe
misinterpret
so.
the question.
I mean, I sure don't want to
Our
speak for
lives
him. That's.
usually like this. It's like, well, what do you mean? Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
are
got it.
these
Yeah,
lives? Oh, I see what you're saying.
you see what
Right.
I mean? Like, are they
Yeah,
like
at first I thought he was saying, "Are people's lives usually like this?" But he means the stream, right? Right.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Apple dumpling. Cheryl. Yeah, we go all over the place. Yeah, yeah.
And we like to hear the different perspectives and how
Mm-hmm.
people's views are different.
Got to. We got to. I
Yep.
so appreciate being able to talk about differing opinions and share things. I'm trying to take it back to myself and my own personal walk in faith if I'm talking about Jesus, because everybody knows their own Jesus. You know what I mean? Like they all have their own in their own mind what when they hear
Absolutely.
Jesus, what they think of.
Each
Right.
one of us has a personal
Yeah.
relationship, and we're on different paths.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But we all know the same guy.
Yes,
Right.
the
The
same,
real one. The real Jesus.
Hey,
same
Robert.
Lord,
Thank you.
and leading
Cool.
to the
Cool.
same goal in the end. We hope
Mm-hmm.
that the way we get there could be different for each one of us.
Mm-hmm.
Rabid personal Jesus. I think that's a song. I think
Yes,
it's
it is.
in excess, or it might be. I might have the wrong band, but I know the song "Personal Jesus." That's funny.
I used to love that song, and
Mm-hmm.
then I
Depeche.
realized what the real meaning is, and it's kind of like, well,
Is it dark?
it's
Um,
it's more like she's
Depeche
praising him,
Mode.
Oh,
Okay,
Depeche Mode, huh?
we have confirmation. 4 people. Depeche Mode.
Yeah, I see.
see practical. Good to see
Sorry
you.
to interrupt, Bonnie, but yeah, like you were saying, like it's not necessarily doesn't come off that way right off. It's kind of interpretive, like any song.
Right.
Mhm.
Someone to hear your prayer. or someone who cares. Yeah, rabbit. I mean, I don't know. I just liked it. Of course, I like all music, as y'all know.
Mhm.
Yeah, it hits in some points. And TT1, I'm so happy to see you, dude.
Me too.
TT1 and Rabbit right next to each other. I have met both of those men in person. I've hugged
Oh,
them.
no way.
Oh,
Really?
Absolutely. I have met Rabbit in person. We
Oh,
have
cool.
shared a smoke and a drink and a laugh. And TT1, same thing. Dude, TT1, man, we shared like rain and sunshine and a smoke, a drink, and a laugh, you know. But
Wow.
yeah, it's good to see you, TT, for sure.
Are you still a JW, Robert?
oh wow.
I bet he's not.
Interesting.
If I was a guessing woman, I would say no.
Yeah.
Well,
Sitting there counting your
truthfully,
silver.
um, years ago,
Yes. Hmm.
I had Jehovah's Witnesses come into my house for a year talking
Mhm.
with them. I wanted to see what they were about.
Oh
And
yeah.
we would talk about the differences in our beliefs. And there
Mhm.
was no ill feelings. I didn't feel like I was being pushed to convert in any way. So
Mm.
then, years later, it was the
Mhm.
Mormons. And
Yep.
this family would come and we would just sit there and talk. And I would ask them, so what is your beliefs? And they would tell me, and I was like, well, that's interesting, but this is mine. And
Hmm.
we would just talk. And that was for about a year also. And
Mm.
so, um, and they were not in the belief of multiple wives. They were um, the the young men that were with them were training for something. I can't even remember what. And you know, that was their deal. But my
Mhm.
brother-in-law and sister-in-law were Mormons, and she grew up Jehovah's Witness. Her mother was Jehovah's Witness.
Mhm.
So, you know, I, I don't think any less of them or any, it's just, it's not something I was interested in converting to or changing to or whatever. But I just like
Mm.
to hear what they believe differently and why. And
Mhm.
it doesn't make me all, you can't believe that way, or
Mhm.
I don't think of them as evil or anything like that. It's it's
Mhm.
it's just, where are you coming from?
Yeah. Help me understand. What is your message,
Yeah,
sir? And
yeah,
the multiple wives is not the mainstream LDS church now. That's the fundamentalists might do that. But the main body of the church does not. They have deviated quite a bit from the OG idea. But you're right, Bonnie. It's interesting. I would talk to them, and um, these something that I give them leeway for is that they send these kids out. You have to be 19 when you're a male. You go from 19 to 21 years old. It's a 2-year mission, and they go out and they knock on doors. And in their heart, they're spreading the word, right? And
Right. Mhm.
they're
mhm,
very young. They're very, very young. They don't go to college first. They don't get married. You find a lot of return missionaries, they end up getting married really quickly or going to school or whatever. But they get these boys super young and impressionable. And they go to a training camp before they even go to the door knocking thing. And if you have a certain IQ, they send you to a language camp where you learn a different language so you can go to South America and speak Spanish. There are some in Japan. There's Mormon missionaries in every country of the world. And now I think age, and they're young. And so I'm like, all right, I'll chat with you. I'm never rude.
Right.
And, you have a combo and then let them go. Right. And the intent, I think, is good out of them. And ironically, a lot of them come home, and I've gotten into ex-Mormon rabbit holes a lot because I am an ex-Mormon. It's called Exmos. It's like the Exmo community. And you'll find a lot of them talking about the pressures they were under, how they felt. Like they're young, they're teenagers, and they're sent out to do this. They don't even know who they are. And you look into some of that, and it's like, interesting, when they get into their 20s and 30s and look back and kind of bear their testimony of what it felt like, it's not always what it seems. So I'm always nice, and they have good intent. They're young,
it's commendable. Whether we agree with what they're putting out or not, to be that young and to be that faithful is, I appreciate faithfulness for sure.
Right.
Right. Commitment.
Yeah, it is. It's commitment, and bless their hearts. Yeah, or Western Colorado, Utah, you'll find that a lot there. But they're so young, they don't even know. I don't know. They don't have a wisdom in life. You know what I'm saying? Like they're so still in the, when you're raised in that your point of view is so entrenched that the ones who make that commitment really believe it. And I have respect for that, because that's a hard line of conviction, because not all, it's not required. They don't all do it. The ones that, some of them do. And
right.
Yes,
and they will.
Yep, they'll help you.
And done, yes, they will help you.
Yep. Part of their whole mission is service. So if there's a person who needs their lawn done, or they need something in their home, if those young men or women can do it, part of their quote unquote mission is community or public service. So even if it's not like you signing up for the religion, if you need something, they will show up. I've had Mormon missionaries show up to my house to stack wood because I was on my own, and my grandmother from another state called the missionaries and was like, "Go help my granddaughter stack her wood," and they fucking showed up, even though for 30 years, like they.
Yeah, and that's it is. And if they do that for you, though, cook them a meal or do something, to reward them for their labor.
The church members have a calendar hanging up in church, and you sign up for days to feed the missionaries. Now, you would think that with how much Mormons pay in tithing, you would think that missionaries are paid for. They're not. Their families pay for it. Their parents, the missionaries themselves or their parents pay for it. The church does not pay for the missionaries.
Wow.
And so different wards in the communities, they will sign up and certain days of the week to feed them. And so missionaries would come to my home once a week. My mother would have on the calendar a night where we were going to make dinner for 2 to 4 missionaries, right? Because they go in partners. But and that's kind of the corruption thing, though. That sounds really cool, right? But why is the Mormon church not fucking buying their dinner when they make billions of dollars a year,
man?
Right?
Cheap sons of guns, and they're getting them to grow their church
mission, and then the members are making them a pot roast. Why is the church, which is pretty wealthy, paying their dinner. I'm just saying.
It's just like what the government does too, you know, when they start grifting, it's like it's never enough. They
Yep.
can't actually fix homeless. They can't actually fix the roads. They can't fix shit because they're putting all the money in their pockets. So
Yep.
they don't
Yeah.
even, after a while, they don't even care to keep up the front, you know.
They're
So
one of the most richest 501c3s
they
in the
really
world, or
are. Yeah,
whatever it
they
is.
are.
Hey, Kush.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Hey,
Look at those
Kush.
temples, dude. They're all made of marble. Come on, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Robert would come to that realization in one way or another.
Mm-hmm. Facts. Facts.
As far as what's going to get cleaned out, because we have seen, I mean, if we're going to play it, let's play along with the narrative that, you know, the swamp is getting drained, right? And all this stuff is happening. And you go back to who was arrested first. You had Epstein, and then he killed himself, and then Gillizaine or whatever, and then Weinstein, and then Diddy, right? So Hollywood cleaned up, and a lot, like, it's not clean obviously, but you know what I'm saying. That seemed like the one of the first places where things started happening, and now it's with politicians. But the churches, there's a lot of churches that are involved in trafficking, and they're in every single one. You
Mm-hmm.
know, they're in all of them. And so it's not a matter of, oh, that's a Calvary Chapel, that's good. I mean, I've heard some dirty stuff. It don't matter. It's a case by case basis for all
Yeah.
of it, for every one of them. So I'm eager to see that. I'm eager because the lesson is we're not really getting it, that it's like there is no really one group that's perfect. You know, they're just not. I mean, there's some really good ones, but you know what I mean? You're always going to have
Greed
that
ends up
one.
taking over. Greed and power and
Yeah.
accepting the carrot from the government. It all
Mhm.
ends up taking over. If there was like a really sound, balanced spiritual message or church, right? The government in some way
Mhm.
ends up taking over, or in Mormons in particular, they have done that. They're very wealthy. You know, the first Trump inauguration, you know who was at that? The Mormon Tabernacle motherfucking choir, dog.
Sure. Right.
Remember
Right.
that? You remember that?
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
I mean,
Mhm.
think about this here, right? You're telling people that you're saving their souls, but what are you really doing?
Mhm. Mhm. It's so blasphemous too. Like those, you know, it's
Yep.
not just the televangelist. It's like I've sat and I've seen the devil himself in the church at the pulpit, you know, like literally how you can molest a foster child and allow your wife to commit suicide while you set it up and told all the elders she was having mental breakdown before you sent her away. You know, I mean, that is evil. It's so evil. And I often say, yeah, well, I still go because I'm looking out for all the girls and boys. Boys get molested and abused too. But
Yes.
we have to have protectors in certain places. And so church is just, and I, of course, I love Jesus. It's not like it's hard for me to go. Like, I do not agree with everything that Calvary Chapels throw down. I don't. I'm questioning the timeline. I'm questioning the millennium reign. I'm questioning a lot of things. And what's funny is my pastor last week on Sunday, he did the weirdest thing. He put up the moon landing little shit box that supposedly went to the moon, you know? And he kind of started mocking people who don't believe that that was real. Now, I
Mm.
love my pastor. He's a good man. His wife, he's a great guy. He's scientific. He's super intelligent. He could be making. This is the thing about our guy is he for sure could make twice as much money as he's not doing it for the money. He has a degree in computer aviation science and technology. He's Indian. He's like super, those Indians are damn smart, that, right? And so
Yeah.
anyway, and he had grown up with his Christian Indian culture and stuff, but um anyway, the point is he was mocking the moon land. He was mocking the people that don't believe in the moon landing. And so earlier when you said something, Bonnie, about, what do you think is making people be aggressive like that and stuff? I actually had a funny thought that after that happened with the moon landing thing, then all of a sudden happened that fake ass Katy Perry launch into space. And this whole week has been about that getting mocked and NASA getting kind of poked at and everything like that. And so I've been sitting here thinking, is that grift about to come to an end? Are we going to learn that NASA is not a space agency? Is that what's coming?
Yes.
And why did he, was my pastor prompted to, what makes us want to, I don't know. I just felt like maybe he was kind of programmed in a way to bring that up. It just didn't make any sense with the message or anything. It was just so out of place that it didn't seem, I didn't understand why he did that.
Maybe to feel out the congregation, and I don't mean that in a bad way, Virginia.
Not feel it up. She did not say to feel up the congregation.
Right. One by one. Count your blessings.
To see, I don't know. I don't know why he would do it. And that was during service.
Yeah, it was the beginning of last Sunday's. And because he's weird by India influence, of course. And then he did mention that India went to the moon too as well. No, he's great. He's super smart. Love him. He's great. I thought that it was, good night, Robert. I'm always, maybe, am I alone when you see the narrative, you see it everywhere, right? And you see people kind of, the talking points, right? You guys notice that the every week seems to have a theme, doesn't it? Where, people from all different kinds of different groups are talking about the same thing, but they're not really related. Have you guys noticed that?
Well, I think we go on this wave together, like it's a frenzy of energy where people get riled up on certain things, and then certain things are the common topic. I think they're distractions in some sense, and they kind of connect one way or another, like all the little events that go down, right? And I don't know how we find the right grounding to get informed without being manipulated with look here, not there. I don't know. I don't know, but I think
yeah.
And I think that's why they're pushing. I don't really know what the purpose is of the going up into space people, those women. I can't figure out why. It just seems like a total distraction.
So what did they do in Congress that day? What did they pass in the government? What kind of aid with what country? What key words between blue whatever and New Shepherd? Like what? You know how they made Disney Frozen to hide Disney's head is frozen? What is our search engine trying to keep us guided toward?
The algorithm, all that,
Yep.
Yeah, that is what I do ask myself that a lot. that's why I just try to look at humble. I can't even keep up with all the shit that's going on here, but um, I do keep up with what's Benny Johnson putting out, because he seems to be right there with all the stuff, and I know he's putting out the narrative that the Trump team wants, right? There's Trump team narrative people, and he's one of them, right? And I think he's on the inside for sure. He's not just like Lou Valentino. He's a Trump narrative guy, but he's going to get more, it's going to be more subtle for him, right? Like, where for him to get on board, like Benny Johnson will just have to put out a video, then he'll put one out, and then Squirrel Tribe will put one out, and then who else will put one out? That it'll be all the same shit. They'll all be talking about the same shit, and that's what our country does right now. Is been that, but us who are looking for more, we're a lot of us know there's stuff behind the scenes we're not seeing, and we want to know what it is, because we're not falling for it.
Got signed in today. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Roots? I didn't hear you.
Like what got signed into law today while we were watching Katy Perry kiss the ground and shit.
Oh, I'm going to get back to you on that one. I'm going to find out. I know that 10 Planned Parenthood shut down last week, but I don't know that was it. That was enough to.
Interesting.
ABG is pretty good about putting out what is going on for real.
Mm-hmm.
I really like her. And I do like Benny Johnson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But you got to know what you're watching, right? I mean, you do know that he's a mouthpiece for them, whatever
he is.
Right.
But I still want to know what he's.
Is you watch several different sources and come to your own conclusions. Then a lot of times we don't come to the same conclusions.
Right.
Hey, Wingnut.
Sky News is a good one that I watch. They
Lefties losing it. We have another edition of Lefties Losing It.
Right.
Those are fun to watch, I
They
have
are.
to say. I do have a good time with that, because I'm not going to rub nothing in nobody's. Like I do, I feel like we have turned a page in our country, but I don't know. It's not like I'm saying, oh, everything's going to be great. Everything's going to be great. But I do, thank God that freaking potato head Biden isn't being called president right now, and Kamala. And like, that was a nightmare. Like, that was really, and Trump did showed leadership his first term, and it looks like he's showing leadership this term too. But I'm not going to say I don't sometimes wonder if he doesn't have a handler too.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody implied that Susan Wiles was his handler on BitChute the other day, and that's how I reacted. I was like, oh God, fuck, please no. Like,
Juicy.
I don't see him being handled by anyone. Like, I do think Trump is still that big dick swinging guy. I do. I think that he makes shit happen. But it's also very possible that he is also just a tool and just a puppet and they know the world needs a hero. You got to have a hero when it gets this bad. They know when to put the hero in too, right after shit like Biden. But I just think this is a really long-term plan, because as long as they knew Rockefeller had his plan, how could we not have a good plan? And I'm not saying it's cute. I'm just saying the good people in the world. How could we just sit here and let a Rockefeller, New World Order thing just come in without a fight? That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know.
I still believe in our veterans. I really do. I think that people need to be looking around to their veterans more, because they are the ones that know things, and they're not that nervous yet. They're, when they get nervous, then I'm going to get nervous. Then I'll get nervous. When
Right.
Tori says, or Autumn at AGB prepping, or
Oh,
who else? I don't know. There's a few people, and matter of fact, they're not only are they not nervous, but they're like, to me, they're like overly confident. Like, how they said Jesus speaks as one with authority. A lot of times some people talk like they know shit. What are you giggling about? Did we lose Ritz? What
yeah.
happened? Did she say goodnight?
Being up here, Virginia.
Did
She
she go?
explained in private chat.
Boo! She said night night.
She's
Oh,
has a child to tend to.
okay.
And I think that sandwich is probably calling her name that she
Yeah, it's
was
that night. It's
aware.
almost midnight here, so yeah.
Yeah.
How are you doing? I'm just over here chattering away like.
You know, I was thinking about that today. Do I just keep saying I'm doing okay? It comes and goes, waves.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of, um, and that's what I was thinking about today too. When I was talking about this self-reflecting earlier, boy, I have been doing that for a year now,
Mm-hmm.
and um, making changes in me, and so I don't know. I mean, I miss my daughter more than anything, definitely, and my parents. But at the same time, um, is am I being prepared for something, or is it um, another way to build me into what I'm supposed to be?
Oh, for sure.
A lot of questions go through my head. Sometimes it'll be the other way. Is it, you know, is there something I did wrong? Is there something I could have done? Um,
Yeah.
but I have never even thought about blaming God. And that's where I'm trying to reach my granddaughter for sure. She she just flat out asked me, "What do you think about your God now?" And I said, "Baby,
Yeah.
he didn't have anything to do with this." And I know deep down she knows it, and I know how easy it is to put blame when things go bad. And I think that's with everything in our life is, okay, the economy sucks. Everything's going to, let's blame the government or whoever the president is, or, it's, um, and that's where it's, well, let me see what I've done to make this world a better place, make things better around me. And I'm slacking. I'll admit it.
I don't think so. You provide this space for people, and it doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a sacrifice. I don't want to sit around and run live streams like this anymore. I used to. I used to want to. I like to come and join you. I don't like running it anymore. I don't
And
like being available and doing it, So, I mean, but your community, I know you also were very unhealthy for a while. God's yoke and burden is easy. It's not meant to be so challenging that we're, like it's part of who we are when I'm doing my thing and I know I'm doing what God wants me to do, like helping that lady, Jamie, who's disabled. It
right,
feels awesome to help her. I want to help her more. I know that's of God. I know that is. So,
yeah.
and I can always feel like I'm not doing enough.
Well,
Always feel that way.
that's what I feel about this too. Is
Hmm.
um, never wanted to do a YouTube channel, and
No.
but then um, the 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 and all of y'all were here for my healing, and it was um, it was the laughter, it was the camaraderie, it's the fellowship, it's whatever you call it. It's the
Hmm. It's therapy.
yes,
Hmm.
and I just wanted, you know, just hang out with people just like I would if they were in my home, just like I do with my friends here in
Hmm.
my personal life. I started to say in real life, but this is real life too. It's not
Hmm.
fake, but um, sometimes it's hard to um, it. No, it's not hard to remember that because I mean, meeting Chuck and Vicky, that was awesome.
Hmm.
They're real. They're oh no, I like doing it. I
Hmm.
like
Hmm.
having these lives. I like having the conversations. I like all the people. I like all the different views. Um, yeah, and I feel a push to do it also
Hmm. Yeah. What do you want to do in your community? Is there something pressing
in my
that you think?
community.
Yeah. Are you? You're feeling like you want to do more,
Eventually, I have
hmm
so much to do right here in my home.
right?
It's overwhelming for me right now, and that's
Hmm.
all I can handle.
Yeah.
And
Good. Yeah. Yeah.
because I'm going through my mother's stuff and I'm going
Hmm.
through my daughter's stuff. So
Oh.
it's it's really hard. And so
Yeah.
that's taking everything in me to be able to do that. But I
Hmm.
want to get my home back to the way I like it.
Hmm.
And um, it, if I would quit bringing stuff from my mother's here to go through, it would be a lot easier to do that. You know,
Hmm.
it's like I'm going through two homes trying to get everything organized, get things to the people that's supposed to go to them. And that's what I told one of my kids just the other day. I'm going to make each of them a box and put what I think they should have.
Hmm.
Um, my stepdad, my mom. For
Yeah.
me, I want to go ahead and give them what I want them to have now, so that
Hmm.
then it's clearing out the house. It's clearing it. It's just making sure that they have something to hopefully treasure if they want to chunk the box, whatever. Once I hand it to them, it's theirs to do whatever they want to do with. But if they chunk it, they're kind of not looking at it real well because it's not like it's not going to have a little value. But
Right.
I don't
Right
have a
on,
lot.
Roots. Roots says, we're all in it together, Bonnie, with you, for you, sharing and comforting.
And I
Yeah, and
love
it's better. It's so wise to do that for your family while you are alive, because you see,
Mhm.
you see what is you have to deal with your mother not dealing with her stuff. So, and
Yes.
of course, with your daughter, nobody expected that, so we can't. It's not, that's not the problem. Although,
Right.
you have to deal with that. But it's so much better. There's a guy that wrote a book called Die Broke, and I remember him talking about, give it to your kids while you're alive. Don't wait till you're gone, because
Yes.
plus then they got to pay all this stupid taxes. At the time, there was still the inherent tax, but I know that Trump had did away with that, but I don't know if Biden ever did anything with it. And I don't know today, honestly, but that made sense too. And then also, how much more special is it to actually having been given it while your loved one was alive versus, and then you've
Right.
got kids fighting over shit, and that's horrible. It's the
Yes.
worst.
It
It's the
is.
worst. And
It
that
is.
happens a lot, right?
But you know what?
Mm,
Now that you mention that,
mm-hmm.
um, I think it's more. It's not. It's not so much the stuff that they're fighting over. It's the um, it's the loss, and they don't know how to deal with it. And
Right.
been guilty of that.
Mm-hmm.
It was just the whole reason none of them are speaking to me right now is because of a safe. And
Mm,
it's it's just a it's just a thing. And so that's what I finally told him. I said it doesn't have anything to do with the damn safe. It's
mm-hmm.
it's the I need family around me right now, and y'all are
Mm-hmm.
not. I need,
Yeah.
you know, and so I think that's why the gardening has really been a huge focus for me this year, is because it's seeing the new life, it's seeing the growth, the beautiful flowers. I just went crazy with the flowers. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing tomatoes on the vines. The cucumbers are looking amazing. It's it's just that's where I find my peaceful place right now. When I need a break, it's going out there. Even if it's just
Mm-hmm.
sitting in a chair looking at it. It's just that's peaceful to me.
Did you plant the tomatoes and the cucumbers?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Good. Yeah. I
And
found a lot of healing in my garden last year too. Like I stepped it up because I really didn't know what else to do. It was kind of like I got to make my existence for staying up on this mountain all the time worth it. That's what
yes,
like. If I'm going to be here, I might as well be growing food. I can do that. So I'm
yes,
going to do that. I want to grow a victory
yes.
garden. And we are at war. We all should be
And
growing a
that's
victory
what
garden anyways.
for the past 5 years it's been
Hmm.
like, am I gonna live here or am I gonna live out there?
I remember for
Back and
sure.
forth. Yes. And so I have finally decided, okay, I'm going to live here. Right now, I'm living here.
Hmm.
So I planted the tree in the ground. Well, my daughter dug the hole for me
Hmm.
because we have a lot of rock around here and I was getting nowhere. And
That's funny.
so I'm trying to make it look more permanent instead of
Yeah.
kind of what are we going to do? And if I do decide to sell sometime, it'll look better for that also. It's it's just a lot of different things going on just in my home that
Yeah.
tending
None of
to.
your family's talking to you? Like, what do you mean? None of your kids are talking to you right now?
Well, my daughter that lives with me is, but
Mm-hmm.
the
How about
others,
the granddaughter?
they're just um not really. They're they're just they're dealing with things in their own way, and
Mm-hmm.
that's just the way I have to look at it. I don't feel like I've been deserted, abandoned. I know that they're still there. I know that they love me.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's just they're just not here. And you know, if 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 they don't want to talk right now, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send a text every so often.
Yeah.
I love you.
Mm-hmm.
Has nothing to do with stupid safe. Take the safe. I don't care.
Oh God. That's their deal, huh? They want you to get into the safe or what?
No,
And open
it
it
was
up?
it was just it was part of the um okay. It it, it was it's part of what my mother left me,
Mm-hmm.
and then it was given to my daughter,
Mm-hmm.
and um there's two executors, and I just told the other one, hey, just say something to me,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm gonna go in there and say who stole it, where'd it go, you
Mm-hmm.
know,
Mm-hmm.
and so if you just say something to somebody, no questions asked, it's a done deal. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's um but that's when the family was here, um the ones that came in, you're stupid. Why aren't you living out there in your house? And um and then the other part of the family is like, um no, you need to keep your house. And then the daughter that's
Mm-hmm.
living with me definitely wants me to because she
Mm-hmm.
likes living here. She would be totally miserable out there.
Mm-hmm.
She she just got that e-bike. She rides her bike everywhere. She did a live yesterday,
Did she?
ride along on her e-bike on a
Wow.
true road, and it was pretty cool. I watched it. She
Yeah.
did it on Facebook, and
Nice.
yeah, and that's just it. It's finding the good.
Mm-hmm.
There's good all around us. You just have to look.
That's right. That's a good point, Cheryl. Death can bring families together or it can tear them apart.
Yeah,
And the theme in our country is, people are torn apart right now.
I don't think it's going to tear us apart. I just
Good.
think we're in a rough spot right now
Mm-hmm.
until, you know, I don't know, when the waves quit coming
Mm-hmm.
so closely together. I think that everyone will, because that is one thing that I know all of us have learned from this. You never know.
Mm-hmm. Nope, you sure don't.
Happen in the blink of an eye,
Tomorrow is guaranteed to nobody here right now.
right?
Yeah. That's it's part of what makes us, strive to do better and to make every day count. We want to make every day count. And, it's
Exactly.
too bad that the world says that you have to do like these, look at what the world really admires and what the world really elevates. It's not like when I was talking to Jen today, I had a really good cry with her because, she was here with me, and Sarah and her and I had all spent a lot of time together. And I was just pouring my heart out to her because something I forgot. Well, I didn't want to bring it up earlier, but I was telling you guys about my friend. I'm just going to call her my friend, Jamie, the lady I help, because I want to
Mhm.
feel like we're friends, not just I'm such a great person, I'm doing this thing, right? She's a friend.
Yeah.
Well, she lives right behind where Sarah's apartment was. And I could go by it, or I can get to Jamie's house. I can ride by Sarah's apartment, which I always used to do when I would pick her up before when Sarah was alive, because I might catch Sarah outside smoking a cigarette like you're doing right now.
I'm not.
And I could also take the next exit and go to Jamie's house and not look at the burned out apartment, which is what I did today. But
Hmm.
last week I drove by it, and it messes me up to see it. It does. It's like it's so freaking unbelievable, and I don't blame God or anything too. I do ask God, why did that have to happen, or how, I have felt, how could you let it happen? I do feel that death is a destiny that is in stone, and and God is the author and finisher, right? He is the beginning
Yeah.
and the end, and our time is, he knows, but we don't know. But I've had my moments with God where
Does it say
you
that in the Bible
know,
that that like it's written in a book or something that when we're gonna go?
well, those he predestined, he pre-knew. There's some there, I mean, that's where people get into Calvinism, once saved always saved, and this and that. But yeah, I mean, before I knew you, I think it's Psalm 139, before I knew you, I was knitted in my mother's womb. I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. As far as death date, um, I mean, our names are in the book of life and will not be blotted out. There's
Right.
talk of that. As far as your destiny, I don't know. That's something to research. Off the top of my head,
I cannot think of
our
anything.
days are numbered. Like, it speaks of it
Yeah.
like that, more poetically. Like, just so we know that God knows our days, right? But it's more like that from what I can recall in my head.
But see, that's where I would think you'd live each day like it's your last.
Mm-hmm.
So that you're treating people in the same aspect of, you never know if this is gonna be this person's last. And so you want to be kind to that person. You don't want
Mm-hmm. Amen.
to be a,
Yeah.
a bad mark on them when they
Mm-hmm.
go. And um,
Yeah, it's true. And I have even told my children that, and I've said it when there have been times when they've been super mad at each other, and there even can be real righteous reasons to be angry. But at the end of the day, it's like you have to be okay with who you are when you put your head on the pillow. You have to know that you gave it your best, and that you loved your hardest, and that you really tried no matter what, because you're the one
yeah,
you're responsible for your behavior. Yes, people are going to do what they're going to do, but I had to decide. I think I decided it when I was working fast food I was working at White Castles in the drive-through. I was very young, but I was like, you know what? I realized quickly the way but people could affect me. People that came up to my drive-through window, I'd have these quick interactions with people, but the kind of person that I am, I want a deep connection. Well, we've got 2 minutes, and
right.
But you know, I got to where I'd wanted to say, well, I hope you have a nice day, because like have a nice day sounds so bossy, and you know, don't tell me what to do anyway. And no, and who can guarantee you're gonna have, just because you said it, I'm not gonna. So anyway, there's that. And then so literal, and I'm that rebellion in me, you know. And but I was just trying to have my own little personal touch, because all the drive-throughs were kind of new, you know, it was the late 80s. And maybe they weren't that new, but like you know, I had the headset with the little microphone and stuff, and so I'd get these quick
Right.
interactions with people. And sometimes, you know, I mean, if you've ever worked with the public, you know exactly how it can go with people. And so I know
Yes.
I resolved it in my head. No matter what people did to me, I was not going to allow them to change who I am or who I want to be long term. Could they have short effects? Of course, you know,
Yes.
but long term, I'm like, I'm not going to let that person's ugly stick on me, and then I'm going to pass it on to the next customer, because that's what can happen. It's like dominoes, chain
Right.
reaction of attitudes flying around, you know. And I mean, I had the funnest time working the drive through. I loved it, you know. It was like people in, people out, people in, people out.
Yes.
And you know, but yeah, it really does take a solid resolve to be like that. You can tell somebody to think like that and to recognize that, and to have that perspective. But if they really don't want to, they won't. You know what I mean? They can't. But to
True.
me, it was never hard to realize that. And I haven't had as much loss, you know, like I lost my grandparents. I was very grieved. I still miss my grandma, you know. So you know, that was probably the one of the hardest ones. But
Yeah.
I think people that have experienced a lot of death around them, they get that. They don't have to put that perspective on. It's they're living it, right? They're living it. So
Well, and yeah. And so I'm not saying every day I'm perfect. I mean, um,
you're not
that's
what every day?
not, well, not ever, but um, I'm not saying I'm perfect or anything. I'm not saying that it's, um, my give a hoot has kind of flown out the window.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have to really watch myself and what I say and how I say it.
Oh,
Even
you're having a kind of a like an opposite thing. Like before, you probably had to push yourself to say things, right?
yes, and now it just, and it's like, ooh, but
Mhm, mhm,
I knew even a year ago that I needed to watch what I said more, because, and not so much here with y'all, but in personal relationships, because it's that it's that s- stupid garbage that follows you through life, where you you tend to not believe anything good could really happen, that
mm, mhm,
there's something behind it, that there's ulterior motives to
mhm,
things, or
mhm,
that um somebody's just pulling your chain or lying to you or whatever.
mhm,
And so those insecurities, and um you know, not thinking highly enough of yourself, you
mhm.
you you can sabotage relationships with other people in
Yeah,
doing that.
yeah,
And
sure. Tell me
so
about it. You think I don't know that?
so that's where I
Yeah.
trying to work on that, because nobody wants to sabotage relationships. I mean, we're all but as far as a relationship, that is, I have no idea. You know, sometimes silence can be for your own good, and you not even realize it. I'll just say that.
I've definitely learned that one. I mean, that's one of the things that I've learned quickly in the assemblies too, because, or even just going to city council meetings. Not that I'm silenced now or anything by any means. I'm just saying that, you know, when I came on the scene with fighting all the stuff and everything, I was very combative, just put it that way, because people were trying to control me. So I was like a trapped cat, you know, like I was I was clawing and kicking, and I was pissed off at the people in my town, and so I'd go down there to those meetings and just like do these speeches and say this stuff. And then the more I learned, the more I realized like I need to just shut up and listen and learn and read some more books and learn what our laws are and learn this stuff. And you know, you kind of see that pattern with people when they start climbing. Is it climbing, or I don't know what the gauge is. Start waking up in the different levels of things, you know.
Right.
And it's refreshing when you see somebody, and it doesn't happen very much, but when they go to the city council meetings and they can actually point out where a member would be violating their oath or something like that, where they're not just, most people do just ask questions or get shit off their chest, which is what I was doing. It doesn't do any good.
No.
It doesn't do any good. It's not what is needed right now. What is needed right now is to how to actually be effective when I go to those meetings, or if I'm going to do it that way.
Into the meeting prepared with what you're going to say, first of all, because you only get 3 minutes.
Now they got it down to 2 here. They've done it.
Wow.
Yep.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, it was 3, but they recently, well, and that may, yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
And to present it in a knowledgeable, calm way.
Yeah.
I think is going to get more support, more, maybe, I don't know if they listen. I'm not sure if they listen, but the people who are at the meeting with you are listening, and how you present yourself and how you present your grievance speak more to them, to where they're going to start feeling more confident to do the same.
That's spot on. That's what's needed too. Because watching other people go and do it, even though they may not have been handing them their ass like I so prefer to do, they were inspiring me, because they were showing that, you know, how to do it. I mean, look at how many of us have never even gone to a meeting, or I mean, I can't remember having ever really gone before. And it's funny that I would keep going to Eureka, because I don't even live in Eureka. I live in Arcata, but that town is lost. I mean, Arcata is literally a miniature San Francisco. These people in the town I live in, a lot of them would usher in all the things of the New World Order happily. They think green batteries and solar batteries and all this bullshit is really green. And there's no way I'm going to influence those people. Now, in that setting, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't love to go to an Arcata meeting and take the council members to task, even if nobody in the audience agreed with me. Would still love to do that,
Yeah.
But as far as Arcata, right now, it's a lost cause. To me, it's gone. When that lady called me a Nazi, I went to one meeting, and I mean, it was really brutal. It was a private meeting among citizens, but they were already in their clique. They already have their clique of people. I wasn't in it. They certainly didn't go out of their way to make me feel welcome. And it was just one of those kind of settings where I'm not going to push my way and be in this place where I'm not wanted. I just can't. I don't have the stomach for that right now. You know,
And I
I just
understand
don't.
that. I
Yeah.
was used to going to the meetings, working at the newspaper. I always
Mm-hmm.
had to go and um, do the article about, you know, what was spoken about. And so it was just matter of fact, you know, so and so said this, or
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
someone presented to the council this, or, it was
Mm-hmm.
just facts. And
Yeah.
um, so now when I go to the city council meetings, for right now, I'm just listening, just
Mm-hmm.
seeing what's going on. Um, I did contact the mayor about our roads. They've been blacktopping the streets in town. Well, if you annexed me in, I think my roads are in that. And um, I'm on a cul-de-sac. And so they had blacktopped just the circle of the cul-de-sac and
Mm-hmm.
didn't do anything else. And I was like, what's up with this? is,
Mm-hmm.
is it all going to be done? Because I said, when I go into town and drive down the streets, they look really nice and they're smooth. And with my daughter riding a bicycle, I'd rather her be on a pretty good road than, and well, even our cars, when you
Mm-hmm.
hit those potholes, you're going to be getting alignments and stuff all the time. And so, but um, I think in May or June is when the community itself is going to get together to see what solutions we can find for things that we want to see changed. And I don't know that it's going to take government, city council, county, whatever. Um,
Mm-hmm.
well, the speed limits, I don't know who determines that. I don't know if it's TxDOT or if it's the city. Seems like if it's in the city limits, it would be the city.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I would really like to see one of those flashing boxes out there to get
For the
people,
pedestrians.
to get the drivers to slow down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The ones that show your speed limit
Mm-hmm.
that you're going.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
Yeah.
would be probably the best thing at this time and the cheapest. I don't know how much they are, but I know that widening a highway or just going through all the red tape of state or TxDOT
Mm-hmm.
would take a lot longer. And it's something that needs to be done pretty quick.
Yeah, and I had promised to get you some data on that, and I forgot, but I just wrote it down again because we do have a safety corridor here that when I first moved to Humboldt County to go from Eureka to Arcata, that highway was just like the rest of the highway, but there's a lot of businesses on the sides there, and there was always these
Yes.
accidents. So we had the same problem here, and
Yeah.
I will look into that this week for sure, because they did make it happen. They made that area from Eureka to Arcata, or from Arcata to Eureka, or whatever, both ways. It's only 6 mile stretch, but in about there's about, I'd say half of it, 3 miles of it, they made it a safety corridor, and they made it so that you had to go down to 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And they do have those solar lit signs that let you know what you're going in a couple
Hmm.
different places. Now we're also getting something that's spectacular, which is an overpass in um, one of our exits, because that sucker it was a long turn lane that they put for it, but even still, it'd be maxed out, and then people couldn't
Yeah.
just like stop in the middle of the highway.
Yeah.
So that's happening right now as we speak. I don't know if it's going to open up this year, but they're already started building the upper part, because it sat for a year. They did all the work, and you know how it's got to settle and everything, and now they're actually building the structure. So yeah, that did happen. So that's probably the best thing to do, is to look where towns made that happen, because it is dangerous, and people are still just going to keep dying until they fix it.
Well, yeah.
You know,
You can't fix stupid.
no.
And that's what a lot of it is. And they were talking about an overpass, but it's a it's a town that depends on tourism.
Mhm.
So of course the businesses are fighting it. So I don't know how that's gonna go. But
Oh, of course the businesses are going to fight it, but I mean,
yes.
it's just a matter of I think of having get your irrefutable evidence gathered, and to make the point that needs to be made. I mean, you probably may need to get a petition
Oh yeah.
also. Hey Kush, how are you?
I'm great.
We're walking around, it's daytime
Very
there.
glad. Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Yep.
Enjoy.
He's
Like
in the
to show you.
gardens.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah. Lots of love and blessings and happy Easter to
Happy
everyone.
Easter.
Thank,
Happy
Very
thank the
good.
Lord for His great sacrifice
God
for
is
us all,
good.
and
Hmm.
always, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Very good.
All right, if we're gonna see the gardens and it's sunny, oh those are pretty.
Lovely. Look at that. Pretty pink.
Yeah,
Hot pink.
Hey Sean.
yeah. That's how's helped me.
Hey
You
Sean.
know,
Happy Easter.
yeah. He's every moment with us. So
Every moment.
there is a vine tree over here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nice.
So this is a cedar, small cedar, and these are linden trees. They have a wonderful aroma and for healing. Uh,
Mm.
so, and I'll show you also, there is a small
Oops.
to, to recognize him. It's this one. It's a small trumpet flower over here. You see that one?
Yeah.
Glorious heart for us all. You know,
Oh
that
Mm-hmm.
sits right at the door. So beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
When I noticed that. And over there is a nest of swallows. It's so beautiful to watch. Like the
uh-huh.
parents feed the young. Such a joy to behold. So
Love the birds.
yeah, and over there that's a plum tree over there. So these are fruit trees
Yeah,
all
that wind
around. So
this night blew the top of my bird bath off. is how strong it was.
Wow.
Had to put it back
Yeah,
together.
Mm.
yeah, it's great. It's great. I'm thankful,
Everything
and it's
green.
always great to conversate with you. Yeah, and lovely. Thank you for being on.
Thank you, Kush, for sharing.
Thank you very much. And your laughter is like medicine, Bonnie. It's what we read in the scripture. It's the truth that our Father, that's why He created us to rejoice with Him and with one another. And it's not only like from this source, but it's also from there was another sister, and she was like grown up, but you could feel the Lord in her laughter always. And her parents told me at the time that her dad, mostly her elderly dad, told me that her laughter has always been the best medicine to us. He told us, and that's
Yeah.
what happens also that with all of us, and yeah, and
Well, and that's
so
good.
I love you very much in the Lord, and this is all. This is all of His
Mm.
good pleasure to us all.
You too.
Just be reminded about that.
And that's what's good
Okay.
about all of these, that they know how to make me laugh. And
Mhm.
it is very needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have a
Well,
nice Easter, Kush?
Yeah. It was great. It
Yeah.
was sunny
I'm
yesterday,
not sure I'm
and
convinced.
yeah, and I was at home, and
Yeah.
yeah, I had phone calls and from brothers and sisters. I've had a few emails, but very.
Mhm.
It's always love. I mean, I could tell that, and even the daily communication. That you feel the love, His love in the spirit within. So that's how
Mhm.
that goes, and He works moment by moment. There you go.
Mhm.
That's a swallow over there. Can watch. This
Nice.
is another one. So
Mhm.
yeah, yeah.
um, okay, can y'all excuse me for just a second?
Sure.
And then I'll come back and we'll close up.
Okay.
Just one minute.
Oh, I should have had her put you on big screen if you were still doing. Are you still showing us? You're done?
Uh I can I can show you more.
Good night,
I can show
Sean.
you
Well,
more,
she
but
walked away. I
it's
don't think I meant while she was gone, but she's gone. I thought we would
it's just
let's
like
well. I think she's
yeah.
gonna close
Okay.
it down. Oh, there you are. Go ahead. Now you can. Thank you, Bonnie. I guess she heard me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, look at that greenery. It's very green, right? Good night, Sean.
Yeah.
Love you, buddy. Watch your back. Take good
This
care.
is this is a reminder. This is a reminder of His heart to heal us always. It's in the heart shape
Nice.
when you
Mm-hmm.
see that, and it's very
Yeah.
vivid because there is life over here. It's the wisdom of Heavenly Father.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how it happens to us all. Light comes
Nice.
in and goes out, and
Mm-hmm.
circulates. That's how it goes. Oh, thank you, Father.
Is that your field on
Such
your
a wonderful
property?
blessing. No, no, it's not
No.
mine. It's not. It's a
It's around
community's.
your house, though. Is it near your home?
Yeah, yeah,
Nice. Yeah.
yes. And it's a community's. So
Oh, wonderful. Very
yeah.
nice. Very good. Did you get
So
together with
how was
family today?
yesterday? Yes, and today, yeah, and it's
Yeah.
today, and yeah, visit with cousins, course, and phone calls and all is good. It's really
Very
great.
good.
Uh,
I miss
how
my
about you? Did you
cousins.
have? Ah,
Yeah, I had a great day. We went to
okay.
church, um, and then we had dinner. My husband wanted he wanted the complete Polish meal. He wanted Polish sausage and pierogies and sauerkraut and salad, and well, he didn't ask for salad. I just made salad, of course. And then he mashed potatoes. Oh, I forgot the green beans. Oh my gosh, I just realized I forgot the green beans. But I made a big, beautiful salad, so that was good. And then we had that ready for after church. I put the Polish sausage and the sauerkraut in the crock pot. I mean, it was already cooked anyway, so but and then I was with family. Yeah, my mom was around, and my son came over briefly. He didn't join us. He's stressed out about school. He's taken linear. Oh my gosh, I forgot what it is. Oh, some brainiac class that's stressing him out, but
Some brainiac.
I don't know what. Yeah, he takes all that stuff. Physics, calculus. He did linear geometry last time. This time I forget. I hate to
Linear
ask him.
geometry, probably, or algebra. There
It's
are, yeah,
linear.
there are
It's
such.
linear something with a D. Linear diagnosis or something like that. I can't remember. But anyway, so he couldn't hang out very much, but he came over, which was great. I mean, he lives right next door, but still. He didn't come to church. He felt bad about that. But then last night we were at our friend's that it was our friend's birthday. This guy is the world duck champ. He's won the world duck carving championship 3 times. And he's going for his fourth. He makes them, he carves them and he paints them, and they look soft like they're wood, but the way he paints them, I mean, they're very lifelike. He sells ducks for $10,000. He trade a bunch of stuff, but yeah, you can look it up.
Yeah,
The duck champion, his name is Leonard Russo, and we were at their house last night, and I told my son, I said, I'm glad you were there, because he knew he couldn't do all the things: church, family dinner, and the birthday
yeah,
party. So
yeah.
I
You
said,
can.
yeah, I'm
Yeah, yeah.
glad you
But
were there.
it's
It was
great. It's a celebration. It's a
yeah, it was
celebration.
great.
So
It was great.
it's
I'm glad
it's
he
so
was there.
great when you have those
And like
loving
I said,
people.
every day's Easter, right, Kush? I mean, every day's Easter. Not really, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah. There is the buttercups. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, traffic operations division. Thank you, Benford.
As- Astoria, duck carving. I'm going to put Astoria because that's where it takes place. And that's up in Washington. I wonder if Virginia Ritz is anywhere near Astoria. I don't know. I don't know, but my husband loved it. He thought it was incredibly awesome.
That is cool.
Yeah, it's cool. He's a really great guy. And you know what's funny is he's one of those, he was like Mr. Mom. She had her business. She went to college to be an occupational therapist, and so that's what she does. Well, she's retiring, but she can't, and that's a long story. But anyway, he stayed home mostly, but he operated big equipment, excavators and dump trucks and stuff, and he built their home and he did all this work. But he wasn't like the breadwinner per se in their relationship, but you would never really even know or think about it. You know what I mean? Because they both are such overachievers. I'm going to show their property off one day. It could definitely be in one of those Better Home and Garden, things. And it has been. She actually had it in. They're just incredible. Like I said, they're overachievers to the max. Drive me crazy.
but
Why does it
it
say
works for 'em.
canceled? Mm. There it is, Leonard Russo. Leonard Russo. I just looked it up. Um, why is it saying canceled?
He
There is
screenshot.
a dove over there at the
Oh, I love
branch.
doves. I love doves.
Yeah, be always reminded when you see them. Be reminded of the perfect peace, when they're resting and that
Hmm.
we are together with him. And there goes a cat, my neighbor's cat. It's an
Fancy
Egyptian cat.
cats. A kitty cat.
Yeah, yeah, you can see. There you go.
Yep.
There you go. There. Yeah,
Fun.
gone out hunting.
Heck
Okay.
yeah, in that meadow, he sure is.
Right? Couple
Definitely.
field mice.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um. Okay. And so thank you, D. And that sounds great. I mean,
Hey,
and praise the
Scrimshaw.
Lord for his overflowing joy from his heart. So wonderful.
Public Works.
It's so
Yeah.
wonderful to be together, even in such way. Because he's always in the picture while we feel him or not. And that's why I wrote a little bit earlier to Bonnie. And there goes a bee. You know, I'll show you
Hmm.
this about, you see the bees.
Yeah.
It's
It's
also and
nice.
it's also it's like the same colors that they have are the same colors of sunflower. If you see the colors,
Mm.
and if you notice with the bees, and it's like also the sunflower, you know.
Yeah.
And regarding the honey, and you can read that his word is sweet as honey,
Hmm.
and but it's also his love is better than wine, and and honey, and the taste of
Hmm.
the spirit. So, and when we come together, that's why it's amazing that it's like that big banquet, feeling family when we share from him, and we share him. His love, his kindness. It's
Yeah.
always rich.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, and about that whole the childlike faith and what he teaches us daily.
Yes.
Um, I had so yeah, he loves us. He loves us, so much, and he's the creator of everything. We got to remember that he is the creator of our family. That's why it's even in the scripture, the family, I mean, and even more going bigger to the community.
Yes.
We are his children, we are his bride, and so yeah, and his banner over us is love. So
Yes.
beautiful. I saw a little bit before the Easter. I heard in the spirit. I heard the name of a brother who is more older than me, and he's a grown up in the Lord. And then there were some. Um, it was like this was like a vision, and I was waking up, and
Hmm.
then there were some covers of some godly books, and I heard in my spirit, I heard I'm looking for the book Divine Romance, and then I rose my eyes, and there was that sort of beautiful light, a light that was it was God's, it was the Father's light, and He
Hmm.
is the author of our lives and of every life. So the Lord showed that to me regarding the trust that He is building, keep on building on in me. And yesterday, that they do the Easter eggs with the red that they do.
Mhm.
That's from tradition, but there was something beautiful that happened, and uh, we were in the coffee with my mom, and she shared with them in the coffee bar, and she peeled the egg, and there was a cross, a big cross
Oh yeah,
Oh, mm.
inside the egg.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
we
think I
lost
know
him.
the eggshell.
Hmm.
That's
whole
awesome.
world. Yeah, that was an awesome testimony. Without we didn't, even ask for that, and it's amazing. And yeah, and it's very good, and it's great that I do have it, because all of us, there are people who dislike us, or when we share about the Lord, and that's what he used mostly to hurt me. But then the Lord gave me peace about that. So. Uh,
Yeah,
Nice.
and
Very
because
good.
I would get hurt, and I would get like, yeah, I would get hurt, because not for me, but what they have. And there was a sister that she told me that you have a heart to bring people to Christ. She told me, and keep pursuing the Lord regarding that. But in the body that He has, like in the church or habitation in the house, you, we got to understand that, yeah, it's great that to have such a heart, but you cannot operate alone. You understand? In the physical body, we have the liver, all of these organs, and it's a vivid picture of all of us coming together under his headship,
yeah,
under his head. So yeah, I mean, it was like a lesson for me, but I'm just like trying to share a little bit.
I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Anyway, maybe enough said. But I don't want to bother, not bother, but I mean,
No, you're
don't want
not.
to go too
I'm
long.
tired. I'm
So
gonna bounce actually out anyway because I'm kind of just drifty. But we love having you give your good messages, Kush. Bonnie, I know you were gonna shut down soon anyway, honey. So I'm gonna try to help you
Yes.
by not lingering. I love you
we can
dearly.
we can stay a moment backstage if you like to.
I know I'm
Anyway,
Okay.
getting off.
it's
I'm
okay.
tired, but love you all.
Okay.
Good
Okay.
night.
Good night,
Okay.
Bye,
Dee.
everybody. Good
Um,
night.
Thank you, Dee.
Yep.
Thank you, Dee.
Good
Have good
night.
rest
Thank
with
you,
the
Kush.
Father,
Good
and
night. God
blessings
bless
to
you.
family and everyone. Amen. You also.
all right, y'all. I'm gonna close this one up. Hope y'all all had a good time. um, thank you to everyone that was on panel. Love the conversations, and the Virginia, you just amaze me every time you speak. Love it. So y'all try to get some rest, be safe, and I'll probably go live tomorrow night also. Thank you for joining us tonight. God bless you. Much love. Good night.